snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Go, go, go!
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Erangel has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam marhaban ya syara Ramadan ya syara siyam.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Ute. Ute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musan King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi, Jumper. See you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be by. Said I only love it when it's high.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute with the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary. The Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map. Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
روسيا مرحبا يا شهر رمضان يا شهر روسيا.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Ute. Ute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yuhai or Fredo?
Yuhai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Maggi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musan King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be by. Oh, said I only love it when it's high.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम मेरा नाम आयुष उज़न और मैं आयुष का इन गेम लीडर हूँ मेरे तरफ से पबजी मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे अल्लाह हाफिज़
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and wish activity that are open at limited time.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's week 2, day 2 of PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Spring. And here with me today, it's Voin and I'm Kyril as your host for today. We've seen so much action from the first day of week 2 and it's day 2. We would like to invite Voin. Can I have a representative from Voin? Maybe can I have Jangs? We do the honor. Looking super tall, look super sharp for today.
Hi.
Hi Jangs.
Hi everyone.
Alright, Jangs. First day for you guys. So, coming up to the first match of the week, how do you feel about your condition for today?
I think my boys feeling good. Like this one is our first day, so we are expecting to do a lot of things today, so that we can catch up with the points that the team that has been played yesterday.
Alright. Good answer there. Then you guys have 3 days of resting, so I believe that you guys had figured out strategy to the top 1 in week 2. Can you share with us from the gameplay and results from day 1, who is your biggest threat for today?
So I think personally for myself, our biggest threat is Fierce Clan and of course the other teams Thailand. I mean, I heard that VPE calling out Malaysia and Indonesia.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm a Malaysian, but I taking care of Indonesian team. So we are waiting for VPE as well. So I hope everyone can put a lot of good work to give a good show to the fans out there.
Alright, can't wait for the start of day 2. So are you guys ready to take revenge to take the top 1? Because we know from previous week you held the top 1 spot quite long, but then at the end of the day someone took it from you guys. So are you guys ready to get the revenge?
I mean, I think we don't have any revenge on everyone else. We just gonna focus on ourselves. It's because that's what we have been doing it on the week 1, so that we can get a top spot. So we just gonna play our game. We just gonna focus on ourselves and not gonna taking revenge on anyone else lah.
Alright, that's good to hear that you're focusing on your team. Good to hear that. And final question for you: is there anything you want to say to the fans out there?
To the fans out there, in this week 2, there might be a bad thing gonna happen with gonna happen on us
Oh.
We don't know yet because we cannot predict a future. But then keep supporting us because up and down, no matter up and down, we're just gonna focus and try to do our best.
All right, that's quite a hint for week 2 for Voin Esports. But then still, good luck, all the best for you guys in week 2. Thank you so much for joining us, Jungs, and let's catch up to the next team for the next interview. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Okay, Voin done. Now we are going to disturb some other teams, and behind me we got a team from Thailand, Face Clan. It's a good team. It's one of the best teams out there, and looking super focused right now, preparing for their first match of the day. And maybe we can get someone from Face Clan for the interview. Oh, Mela, you want? All right, that's good. That's good. Come up here. Can we invite his translator too for this first interview before they start the first game of the day? Looking super comfy, Mela. Looking handsome for you. All right. So, may we know about what do you think of between playing with Vintores and Nuzi? Which one do you feel like it's better for you guys?
ระหว่าง Vintores กับนูซี่เนี่ยคิดว่าใครมีชั้นเชิงที่ดีกว่ากันบ้างครับ
ก็ถ้าก็คิดว่าอาจจะแบบสูสีกันครับเพราะว่าอีกคนนึงก็ใส่แว่นครับคนนึงก็ไว้หนวดก็พอๆกันครับ
So this is going to be the joke between two Thai players.
Okay.
As he said, both of them are really good players, but the point is that they're good in different ways because one person put on the glasses and one person have beard.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference between those two players.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
acceptable. Acceptable. Thank you, Mela. All right. Currently, your team are in the top 1 ranking, top of the table. Must be feeling good for you guys. Do you have the confidence to maintain that first place until the end of week 2?
ตอนนี้ก็ฟอร์มทีมกำลังดีเลยนะครับก็คือเป็นที่1มาตลอดมีความมั่นใจในระดับไหนครับว่าจะสามารถเมนเทนให้อยู่ในแรงค์นี้ต่อไปได้เรื่อยๆครับ
ก็จะพยายามเล่นให้เต็มที่ในทุกๆแมตช์ครับก็พยายามจะเป็นที่1ไปตลอดครับก็รักษาเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์เอาไว้เรื่อยๆครับ
So they are trying their best to maintain the top one throughout the tournament. Yeah. They promise that they're doing their best. Yeah.
Yep. As we can see from the first week, they're playing very good and expecting to be more consistent this time around in week 2. But I think that's all for us for this interview for the first game of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Passing the mic back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, my magic should be back. I should be all right. Yes. Okay, now we know what to do every time before we start. But anyway, speaking about starting, we're going to start off the day with the grouping. Of course, the format you guys already know. This is week 2, so we reshuffled the groups, and we will be playing up to week 3, whereby we'll be looking for the top 16 teams who will be playing in the grand finals later on. 6 matches a day. It's going to be the same all until the grand finals. Ooh, okay. So I will continue on for now. And looking at the current graphic, of course, these teams that they are eyeing for a 250,000 US dollar prize pool with a point system. You guys should know this by now. Chicken Dinner only received 10 points, no longer 15 points like before. Second place, 9 points. Third place, 8 points. Fourth place, 7 points, and so on and so forth. You guys know the drill there. And of course, we will be collecting bonus points as we go along every week. The bonus points will be the start of the points in the finals, but it will be cut down by 50%. And here are the bonus points. It will start from from 20 points up until 1 point from the first to the 20th, depending on the ranking of every week. And this bonus points will also determine which team will move on to the grand final. So it's all about collecting these bonus points as well at the end of the day. So it will be collected over 3 weeks. We are in week number 2, and week number 2, we have reshuffled the groups. So Group A, we have Empire Esports, Xavier, BTR, we have GE. Group B, we have Voin, RRQ, Alter Ego, PBE, which we'll be playing today. They took a break yesterday. Group C will be FaZe Clan, Yudo Alliance, Gig Slate, DBD. Group D will be Hail Esports, SLD, Pasija Evos, Box Gaming, and Group E will be Bacon Time, and so on and so forth. Wow! We wait for the game to start. Of course, we have to revisit the weekly rankings, and this is the weekly ranking only for this week. Hence, you might see some zeros here. That is because PBE, Alter Ego, Void, RRQ did not play yesterday, so they'll be starting the campaign today. Right now, as we can see here, FaZe Clan, they are number 1. It was also mentioned during the interview earlier on. Gig Slate, not too far away, 11 points difference, and we still have a ton of games to play, so anything can still happen till then, whereby we see Pasija Evos, no Chicken Dinner, no problem for them, currently at number 3, 13 points difference than FaZe Clan. But today we do have Void, the number 2 team of last week, playing. And
I'm back.
Our top eliminators so far, all of them come from different teams. They will be key players for each and every respective team. We have Mela at the forefront with 58 eliminations, and we have Shrubs, 50 eliminations. That's an 8 elimination difference between him and Mela. And we have Alpha from Void, 44 eliminations, 6 different from Shrubs, and we have 9 Noise from Bacon Time, only 2 points or 2 elimination difference than Alpha. So we can see here the gap isn't that far, so it can be caught up. But what a great addition Mela has been for FaZe Clan. It has definitely turned their campaign around.
Okay, you can stop now. I mean, like, I'm here. So yeah.
Okay, I don't know when to stop. So
yeah, I've been calling it out many times. I don't think you heard me just now. But yeah, for top 5 damage, they have Mela when it comes to number 1, and I did look. These are the only 2 players so far that are hitting those 5-digit numbers. Straps hitting those 4s, almost close enough to get those 5 digits. But I think one of the closest with Mela and I did look Straps and damn good. There's also another. I'm not sure about Yummy right now. Yummy should have been up there as well, right?
I guess it's also because that they got eliminated early a lot. Yes, he is a key player for Boom Esports. However, I guess it's also because they didn't last that long for him to collect those damage points. Because if we can see here, players, they are from teams who generally last long, consistent enough.
And speaking of the players here today, we do have a different group coming in, so it's going to be really interesting. Sorry guys for the audio issue just now. I don't know it's bugged. It's fixed. I tried my best to fix it. But back to the side of FaZe. Yesterday has been a very good run. Gig Slate on the other hand, and quite a decent, not the best round ever. Pasija quite consistent if you compare with last week, but it's always the same sort of pattern coming up from Pasija. They always have really good run the first few days, then things start to get really slow coming up on the middle of the week. Well, inside of FaZe, I'm not sure about how much longer. We do have Void here today, and Vampire's been shutting down quietly yesterday as well. A lot of teams been targeting Vampire. Every single interview, it's going to be Vampires will be coming out from this place now.
Yeah, that's why that's the thing about being the team at the number 1 spot, right? You will be somehow aimed at. They'll try to block the rotation, they'll try to take out your checkpoints. So being at the top, well, if you want to stay at the top, there will be something else. There will be 2 different topics altogether. So far, you can see that they are still not able to withstand that. But of course, we still got a lot of games to play. Speaking about a lot of games to play, we'll be playing 6 matches today, whereby it's going to be the same format every day. We're going to start it off with Sanhok as match number 1.
Yeah, but speaking of Sanhok, it's gonna be a bit of a difficult circle, and finally we get to introduce ourselves. Yeah, I'm Chuchu, and there's gonna be Cycloud cutting with you guys. I mean, like, wait, I'm doing production today. There's so many problems. I'm just gonna say it out loud. I don't care anymore. But speaking of the other side of the map, we do have also top Sanhok performance so far. When it comes to our rank points, Vampires, Procedure, EVOS, FaZe, and SLD. Now, there's a lot of ties as always, not so much when it comes to Malaysia, when it comes to Sanhok particularly.
Yeah. So even like, but you know, if we kind of think about it, like last week as well, I think a lot of the Thai teams did well too. So not too surprising that they're up there. PBE, they used to be like one of the top Sanhok performers, but they've been pushed down all the way. They did well in day one, then after that they kind of like couldn't maintain the consistency, hence they got pushed down by other teams naturally. So Sanhok, well, it's always this iffy map, right? It's very circle dependent. And since PB is back in the fray today, so gotta put a wildcard team in my prediction there.
Oh man, I'm sorry. It's gonna be a bit of a swap between those there. Boom and your Box Gaming. I mean, like, it's different logo, but it's pretty much the next to each other. But I'm gonna fix that for you. But speaking of Box, we both are having Box in our prediction here, which I think is gonna be interesting. What's your take on from that?
Well, I think that Box Gaming, they do have this potential because we did see them like on the rise. Yeah, they didn't start off their PMSL campaign that well, but at the end of the day, I would rather look at a team that has growth rather than you start off super well and then you just go all the way down. So that prediction for Box Gaming to me is something that I seriously put thought in. It's like, okay, Box Gaming, don't really talk too much about them. They don't do sexy stuff inside the game, but in overall, if we kind of look at it, they do have that potential. So that's why they're in it for me.
I agree. I mean, like, when it comes to, I think it was final day in week number 1, and starting off week number 2, they are coming up quite strong. Not really last day. I think it's around second last or middle of the week. Kind of week 1, they start gaining that momentum. They start to push slowly but surely. They are progressing, right? But when it comes for me, RRQ is the team that I'm rooting out for today entirely. They have so good when it comes, they just have so much tactical approach. When it comes to strategy, they have variety of it. They have abundance of ideas going into it, very creative. But I just want to see, can they close things up? Because RRQ, they know how to set out a trap. They know how to set up when it comes to forcing those guys to actually stay in the blue zone, deny their entrance. They can do it, Cloud. But it's just RRQ having a bit of difficulty when it comes to more than a team. They are the team that, you know, we can deal with things when it's one thing at a time, not too many teams at one time. I feel like that's the case for them.
Yeah, but perhaps. But let's see if anything changes, because today they'll be playing instead. Of course, they had an extended break too. So let's see if anything changes. I remember like last week they did very well when they were gatekeeping other teams. I think that's kind of like the specialty. But of course, the trade-off is that by gatekeeping, you naturally play by the edge of the circle, and if the circle shifts away, so it's quite a travel distance for them. It's not to say that they're bad or anything. It's just that the way that's that pattern of play. And I would say that RRQ it's actually pretty decent overall. It's just that now that the challenge is that they need to overcome other teams in terms of the overall points, and we can see how other teams in the overall points do a lot better than them.
That's true. Now, speaking of the other teams, CDU Alliance. Now, this is the team alongside with Sam9. I think they are one of the most highest potential for now, right? For Malaysian side, I do prefer like every region, and we're looking over the top 5 or top teams right now, who's currently kind of being a bit more promising than the others. I feel like CDU Alliance do actually have the take to get themselves a top 3 this week, but it's down to how they want to be in Erangel, and if they can get those momentums as a start in Erangel, they can carry out their Marama map as well. It's sort of a steamroll team. But when it comes to Malaysian, I hate to break it, but Team Secret, I feel like it's really down there. BTR, same goes for Gig Slate, BTR, Team Secret, yeah, these are the teams that's kind of having a bit of an issue right now. Speaking of which, why do you think it's like they're not making so much progress if you compare 2 weeks in a row now?
For Team Secret? Or for another team?
I think for all three teams for now.
I think each team will have their respective things that they need to fix. We did see Team Secret. If I were to go like one by one, right? Well, we did see Team Secret. They did try to make a change. They put in Mint instead. Well, of course we can argue that but Mint didn't bring a significant change to Team Secret. But then again, that's the change that they need, and you got to give him a few games. And it is his first tournament. First showing in this entire season, so you got to give it to him that he's still willing to step up and take up to the challenge. I'll be interested to see if he'll continue to be playing for Team Secret for now. But I think that's one of it. Other than that, if you look at BTR, if I were to just come up with the theory, I think that BTR star-studded lineup, but we did have this debate or this debate about like stars. Yeah, they're all like very, very big names and all that. But can they gel well together? So this is also another big question. Because if we look like the other end, right? If we look like Udo Alliance, for example, the players that they bring in, like Flex OP, like Kenny, they are not really star players per se. Yes, they are performing, but they're not star players per se. But if we look at how they combine or how they play together as a team, they work well. So they definitely have solved that. And speaking about Team Secret, glad to see Min still continuing. I think he deserves more games. So they're going to go with the same lineup as per the second half of yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. So far, there are some dynamics that works well for certain team, including Team Secret. Yeah, but if your case is saying about the lineup that they don't really gel well whatsoever, I don't think that's the case come up from BTR, really. They have been working and been playing together for quite a bit. I mean, like, these guys have been knowing each other for the longest time, right? Maybe this is like the first few, they're actually adding up few more members into the lineup. I feel like they are downplaying it too much. Are we waiting for the playoff to finally kick it off with all the teams down there that used to be the Titans, used to be powerhouses? Because right now they are as silent as grave. But we don't want to waste any more time. We're going to head into our first Sanhok on the second day of week number 2 PMSL. Are you guys ready? Buck up. We're going to fly over the small map that is Sanhok.
Wow, that's a very colorful plane. So here is Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, the only Sanhok that will be playing every day. So this is the one and only chance. We did talk about some possibilities of hot dropping, Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, even Camp Alpha, Lakawi. Team Secret isn't comfortable inside of Sanhok. Multiple times they've been challenged inside of Lakawi, and the success rate isn't great for them. But I'm looking at Sami. We got PBE and Void in the same compound.
There's no surprise anymore. PBE, they won the challenger number 1 because they are aiming for number 1. It's going to be very interesting, waiting for any sort of first contact coming up from PBE. Now, PBE, they definitely have a lot of ego in the way. I have to say, yes, even though we said it's about ego, but the ego speaks for itself when it comes to their action. So they can actually pull it off. Now, Void, they do know for a fact they're sharing. The moment they step down from those planes, they can see those parachutes. It's going to be somebody hovering around them at the same time. Now, do they want to take action? How would they respond to this? We do have Paradise Resort, Boom, and Team Secret. It's being spread out quite thin for Team Secret. But at the same time, nobody trying to venture into boot camp, but it's going to be the center circle cloud. All 3 islands inside of it.
I'm not liking this circle. Well, as a viewer, I would like it because it's challenging. But as a player, you definitely don't like it because it could go to any island. I was looking over at Team Secret. They did change their drop spot to the left of Paradise Resort, like what you mentioned. So I think that there is just them giving up the areas of Lakawi, Kampong to Hill. They drop there instead. So I think it's an okay move for them because the success of Team Secret inside Sanhok isn't great. And the fact that they lost to Hill yesterday, 3 of them got eliminated early on, leaving Jumper alone. So it's a wise move for them to move over to the left of Paradise Resort.
Yeah, back towards the side of Paradise Resort. The thing is, it's sort of a random thing right now. if there's a lot of people, there's going to be all of them, like maybe up to 4 teams last time we saw them. But when there's nobody, it's going to be as quiet as it can be. On the side of Langkawi Hill, taking it a bit slower than yesterday. Yesterday, I think Sanhok yesterday has been really hectic. If you compare to today, it's been more respectful against all the other teams among each other. And not much of skirmishes or brawl in the early of the stage.
Yeah, the PBE fight looks like that didn't really happen, or are they still staring at the wall? Not too sure. Hopefully we get a visual soon. For the rest, because the last we saw, like when the map was open, it was quite, they were quite spread out. So I think everyone has kind of found a pattern. It took them like an entire week to find a pattern. But this is of course with this grouping. With tomorrow's grouping, we don't know for sure. But coming back to Voin versus PBE, looks like it's going to be action here inside of Sahmi.
Back to the side of Sami, we were waiting for how PBE respond to this, with Voin as well. Akina definitely want to go for the flank side to wrap around side of Momboy. Couple of nades being exchanged, spotted out one knockdown on Lapa, tossing out with a follow-up Molly. He's going to finish off the job, but quite difficult if Lapa managed to be revived by his teammate. Momboy definitely wants to go for the secure. Now they might want to go for the rush now for PBE.
I think they would have wanted to open up the flank on the left, but because of that molly, they kind of bought time for Voin, so they had to retreat back. Right now, they might have that anticipation that Voin might have reset himself, but it's going to be Momboy down needed by Voin, but because Voin is also busy resetting themselves, so that's why they're not doing the push yet.
Alva trying to find an opening here. Another one. I think they're a bit too cautious here when it comes to Voin, because maybe one of the main reason they don't have enough health utilities. If anything going south, if everything going haywire, they cannot retain themselves. It will manifest if they made a mistake here from after that and the others. Max is going to get on another one. The last first aid, that's going to be him thinking about whether to use it or not just yet. Heard the audio coming out from Ranked. A good opening coming up from the side of Voin, but will it be enough? They got early on, Raimo straight away into the lobby, but at the same time, the tree they cannot spot out yet by Voin. They're taking this as long as they need it, or as slow as they can be.
Yeah, because they have the advantage now, so they can take their time, because they also know that they're surrounding PBE. So they're coming in from multiple angles. You can see one of them open up on the right. They spot out one player of PBE at the bottom. Ranking goes down, 2 left to go. And now Voin getting even more confident with that elimination.
Alva really low on his shoes. Like I mentioned, this is one of the reasons why Voin's taking so much time. They don't have first aid. It's a bit too risky for them. It would be detrimental if they got caught off guard. Now Momboy on the other end, trying to respond and follow up to those knockdowns. A bit too hot for him to actually spot out La Papa. Again on the ground, Momboy taking everything bold and brazen here. Just spray it out, just shoot it down. Going with those shotguns. With nothing else in hand, running low on magazine and trying to have another go, but I'm not sure about this. Really waiting for Momboy. Is it still going to be worth it for the side of PBE?
Oh, coming from the back. Can Nexus do it? Oh, Nexus gun down. Looks like PBE managed to even up the odds, but Momboy will be eliminated. That means PBE is out. They got nothing out of that after that entire fight. Oh man, that is just devastating.
And this is what I mentioned. It's like, is it really worth it? I mean, they can actually exit out part ways and go for a retreat, right? But they want to go for it. They'll be forcing it, even though they're being overheated. The fact that they don't have as much magazines. When it comes to ammunition, when it comes to resources, they don't have too much on their end. Unless if they do have resources like the smokes or even the utils. I think one of the reasons they cannot back out, maybe because they don't have any smoke on them.
Yeah, I think that's also one factor, and I think that's the factor of like they don't want to turn their back against the enemy because it could get shot down, and maybe they didn't have that enough information whether someone's opening up the flank and all that, so they're not willing to take that risk. So it's kind of like a 50-50 decision, but they chose to go for the other 50-50, which is just to win that fight in the compound. Is that really wrong? Not really. I think it's still a 50-50 decision. But of course, you are going up against Voin, which they don't know, obviously. And for them to be willing to take that fight, that shows a lot of courage from PBE.
I love the fact they're trying to challenge the number one to see it. They want to level themselves up and want to see where they stand right now when it comes to those standards, right? I love how they think, but at the same time, it's detrimental. It's punishing for them to actually be executed early, and the circle happened to be hovering around bootcamp, and it's gonna be in between Painan. There's so many choke points here, Cloud. We're talking about all the small bridges on top of the river between Painan and Quarry, and a look at the concentration of bootcamp is just too much of a crowd.
I'm looking at where some of the key areas that are being guarded. So the south side of bootcamp, that high ground, there's a team. So it's going to be tough if GeekFam decides to just cross over on the left side of Painan. Hopefully they get that information so that they know that they will make a different decision. But Team Secret chooses to swim across. For the last time we saw that drop, I'm not too sure what was the reason they're swimming. Maybe they choose to go across to Ken Alpha Island. But now Hale trying to win this fight. Persija Evos doing well.
Persija coming in with a DBS. At the same time, Zux is pretty low, but lucky enough they got themselves enough to have a bit of a reset. It is surprising for Hale to be eliminated, but it's Sanhok. I do know for a fact they don't really focus that much on Sanhok. If it's a good run for them, it's a bonus for the entire day. If not, they're going to be focusing on Erangel and Mirama. But for all the other teams down there, having a tough time in Erangel and Mirama, this is the map they want to shine most. It's going to be the opportunity to take it away, including it. Alter Ego, Fnatic spotted out Sam9. Sam9, Adips is swimming, while the others are already trying to slowly get over the other side. But will they not be spotted by any of those teams?
Yeah, so far it's a risk that they take. I believe for Became Alpha Mountain, if you have a certain angle, you can look over whoever is swimming, but maybe they're not looking at this area. Team Secrets on the other side, being spotted out. Judo Alliance and Boom, I believe they have quite a good distance between the both of them, so they should be okay. But for looking at Adit Luke, everyone's playing this fairly safely, and that's fine as well because we still have 56 players. So yeah, I looking at the current circle as well, everyone would just hold their ground just to look at those certain entry points or those rotation points that would be possible for other teams to come in.
Judo Alliance. Look, trying to hover his vision on those on the high grounds in case if they were to move forward, at least they know there'll be a couple of teams right across them. But for our boy, had the audio cue come out from DBD, he definitely spotted out 6 before. But I think it's all about trigger discipline to let DBD to push himself towards that side, or just waiting for them to start to move. Well, we do have another team at the back line. I think that's going to be possibly Box Gaming. Have to cut across these teams if they want to be in the circle. But DBD definitely trying to play as safe and as low. It's going to be Team Secret across them. If they have, I think they know for a fact there's going to be somebody in there, right? They definitely know.
Yeah. Yeah, because this kind of circle, you would definitely expect someone to be inside a boot camp still. It is one of the key areas that teams would like to be in. But they got to be careful here because Box is sneaking behind, and because Winning is proning, so DBD doesn't have a clue that Box Gaming is there. And because they don't have the zone, so Box Gaming definitely will move. It's likely that they'll take this fight because if they move down south, they need to cross the road, so that's another risk for them to take. But this circle, split 50-50. This is an evil circle.
It's a really tough one. I mean, we might end up right on top of Painan if that's the case, or even on top of those bridge. And that bridge will pay a lot of very expensive death toll in between. It's going to be one of the biggest choke point. Not just the bridge in between, the one on the northern side as well, where RRQ and FaZe happen to be exchanging look. But I think it's going to be Bacon Time. Persija right now having a bit of a fair. And Noise just finished off Red Face, where we don't have the view on that. But they definitely exchanging fires right now.
Yeah, we saw some action happening on the elimination feed. But action definitely is going to happen here because these teams don't have the circle. Team Secret, they need to cross the road. But before they cross the road, they need to clear off whoever's behind them, and that's going to be DBD. But time is not on either one of these teams' side as the zone will start to close. DBD, they have vehicles, but even if they have vehicles, look at another team that will be defending this area. It's going to be Sam9, 3 Malaysian teams next to each other.
We mentioned this early before this even. Every single country have their own rotation and got one on Sam9 Dab. Nobody spot him now. What a nice spray. Might as well got 2 in the back. Definitely secures 1. Why have nobody tried to hover their crosshair to check the corners, to check their right or left side before they start to move? Jumper in the water swimming. Box taking on DBD. DBD from the pan to the fire. They lost 1 man to the side of Sam9 before and now losing another against Box. They stuck, they sandwich, they ham. There's nowhere out for Ziggs right now.
Oh, but Box needs to find a way out though. Let's see. Looks like they choose to take the fight against Team Secret, but they have no choice. Even DVD is there, so you got 3 teams on the outside, needs to cross the road. Ziggs starts to move in with very low health. Dunos with an 8. He would definitely toss it onto Ziggs, but Ziggs just too far away. Winnie will start to move in at the same time. The zone is going to put pressure, and Ziggs will be the one to go down.
Another member losing for side of DBD, not just in the blue zone, leaving with only 1 solo. It's going to be Echo on the side of DBD, stuck in the corner, no way out. How to get across. TS in between, Sam9 eyeing him out. Loyu on the ground for Sam9. Leung fighting on side of TS, DBD, TS and Sam9. Feels like all 3 teams are pretty much in the same boat.
Oh, Sam9 losing the fight against Team Secret, but Onsen shoots from behind, finishes off depth. Looks like there's going to be a steal away. Long asking for help, but there's nothing much that his teammate can do. At the same time, we'll see the next phase of the circle. Look at the amount of teams still on the outside of it. We got like these 3 teams on the northern side. The circle mainly focused onto the areas of Painan, high ground taken by Yudo Alliance, and Bacon Time. That will be a key area in this circle now.
Coming up from the right side, not too much of a team now. It's going to be a clear pathway if they want to come from the eastern side. Dips on the other hand will try to revive. Maybe Leung or finish off Team Secret first. But Leung is bleeding out. He made that judgment call. He made his choice. He knows what's more important. A boy is right across side of Box. It's going to be Lavi being pushed down and knocked by the blue zone. But wait, a boy! It's just right across him, taking a longer route. Wait, how is being... No! This is not happening. There's a person being knocked down. And that boy cannot finish the job.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he crawled behind the box, but our boy, I would have thought that he would just go straight in. I think it was the one who knocked him down, so... It's really interesting. And plus, our boy had 1 first aid, but yet he still didn't heal up. So I'm not too sure what's happening there.
I'm kind of baffled by this. I mean, like, he got the first aid, not just that, he got the cue. It's just he needs to listen to the audio cue. And he was being juked by those guys. And that plays and finish off the player just now by Box, not a boy in the first place. Back to the side on RRQ on the other hand. Boom against RRQ. Now the Indonesia starts to fight after those Malaysian fights before. Napako happened to be alone. The rest of Boom, they do have entire squad in it. They can wrap around, but they have no clue who's on the other end. But Napako don't have to give too much information on the other end. Here comes the rest of RRQ, but they are a bit low due to the fighting against FaZe before.
Yeah, so RRQ forced to move because of circle as well, but need to face the wrath of Mela. M4 reloads, extender back in hand, shots fired, but Mela loses fight with the DBS on Masa.
Masa down, RRQ have to go out quite early. Things have not been how they predicted it would be. FaZe winning those fights. RRQ being compressed 2 ways just now. Not just FaZe, it's going to be the other team. As we speak, Sam9 losing a dip along the process of migration. And Leung is going to be the last player remaining for the side of Sam9. I have to clutch it out for the rest of the other teams. Now, we don't see a lot when it comes to the other teams going on, but I wish we get to see all the fire shots and the wars that's happening, but we don't have a clue about what's going on. But back to the side of Gig Slate, they are under the bridge. We have the circle shifting again, which is going to be on top of Painan. At least it's not on top of that bridge cloud.
Yeah, if it's a bridge fight, that's going to be super duper interesting. But we will have an interesting fight here because the high ground is one of the key areas. Yudo Alliance have access to it. Bacon Time just below the high ground on top of Painan. But what's going to be interesting as well, so I guess it's going to be Precision Esports inside of Painan itself, but still at the circle, so they will probably still hold that. But Alter Ego can't hold this.
Fnatic, he needs to save Potato as well. They are being bridge camped by the side of a Gig Slate. Slowly but surely trying to advance as much as they can. It's always going to be Rosemary be the opener for the team. Now, Octa revive Potato to be the support fire at the back line. Rosemary trying to find a loophole, trying to find a loose end, but Bacon has spotted out. Boom. It's going to be a lot of sprays from Cherty's side. Getting on to make it 3 knock. And from the other end, Gigsley taking advantage of all the work being put in by Bacon time.
Ooh, Gigsley. They're trying to steal it away, but they can't secure a single elimination just yet. But Gigsley got Alter Ego right behind their back. Potato is currently down. Octa needs to pick him up. There should be enough time still. But Pasija Evos, wow. They're not spending too much time waiting. They got themselves 5 eliminations now.
Face on the then, try to push forward, try to get themselves advancing into the circle. But the moment they step into those bridges, it's going to be Gigsley, it's going to be Alter Ego guarding over this side. And Face trying to bulldoze Gigsley from behind, but Gigsley will not have this coming on over there. And but Alter Ego is pushing at the same time. Gig, they've been crammed down, but right now Face exchanging fire with Alter Ego. Due to Gigsley underneath that bridge, they're not spotting out Gigsley just yet. They definitely heard the gunfire, they definitely heard the audio cue. But Mormon tossing this one, spotting out the Gig players, making it out for both Alter Ego and Gigsley.
Yeah, Gigsley popped the smoke, so that gave info towards Face Clan that someone's below them. And right now, boom, eliminated number 10 by 3 elimination points. Now Face Clan moving in, damn good just behind the structure. Nate will be tossed out. This Nate should be nicely done. Nicely tossed by Mormon. We'll take down damn good.
Face Mela being finished off, and they are dominating with a trade of Mela slide forward. Foreman going in with a DPS, taking on Gigsley. 1 down, Snakes finished off. Gigsley nowhere to be seen. Our Voin is dominating on the other end too. We have no idea where Voin is. We've never seen any part of Voin so far. But Face being finished off by Alter Ego. Of all 3 teams just now, Gigsley, Face, and Alter Ego, the ones winning, it might be the one that actually be sitting quietly at the other end of the bridge.
Ooh, and look at this. 5 more seconds. Alter Ego will be one of the first few teams to receive the wrath of the blue. But Stuxnet, oh no, he's been shot at. They know exactly where he is. Only 1 bullet left onto him and he'll be down.
Sakti spotted Alter Ego Octa from afar. He's been knocked down. I think he can get a clear shot there. Yeah, there you go. Finish off easily by Luxy.
Yeah, well, it was tough for Alter Ego. They were forced to move by the blue. But speaking about forcing to move, SLD will be forced to move. And Voin just beside them. They have some part of the circle, but I don't think it will be enough for 2 teams. So definitely we'll see a fight inside of Painan.
I just wish we get to see a bit of Voin sometimes. They're dominating. That shows how much consistent they have and how much aggressive they want to go. But CJ are going to be one of the dominating teams as well. Got themselves a 6. So when it comes to Sanhok, you have to give it. The Indonesian team's really having strong for this time. But Bacon time shutting down Alter Ego on the sidelines. Fnatic finish off easily by Sherty. And that's going to be the entire team down. Bacon, while they're running, Gun might as well get into the mix of the war.
Oh, yeah. There's no choice, though, so they got to win this fight now. Pasija Evos secures that elimination point. That's going to be 8 for them in the bag. Picking out Voin, the number 2 team last week.
Lynx still indoors. We have Bacon time widespread from behind. Such a domination on the elevation of the mountains and hills. Getting most of the map, most of the circle. But SLE goes to trying to cut across Pasija. How to cut across, they have to fight it, but Kenny will make problem for both teams there. He might be the backstabber coming up from behind.
Yeah, Kenny. That's why Uno Alliance, they play throughout the high ground on top of Paidan. That is the best position with this current circle. And right now they could take advantage of that situation. Need to wait and see later on. The fact, but unfortunately, Uno Alliance, now that I look at it, they only have 1 player left. So if only they have a full squad, it would be a different story for them.
Gosu trying to shut down. Kenny finally down by Para. Jen SLD getting that one out. And that's going to be problem solved for SLD's side. Nobody going to backstab them now. But SLD have to cut across Pasija. And Pasija and SLD both are not inside of final. There's going to be only 1 team there inside. Bacon time feel like the moment Pasija and fighting against SLD, they will get into the business as well. They will take advantage of it.
Oh, Guangzin down, Bacon time. Look at their current position in the circle. Has a high ground. Just need to overlook Pai now because everyone is there. And now for CJ Esports, it's going to be a tough fall for them into the safe zone. Nine Noise shoots. Luxy is currently down. Lynx, nothing much he can do. He is the last man. He is super low. The zone is behind him. He'll be forced to move at bacon time. Another tie team will take home the chicken dinner for today.
Bacon time, they had it going yesterday. They're in the middle pack, not the lowest, but they definitely have the Armstar going on with Bacon time, getting themselves a chicken dinner. I mean, like, today has been early for Armstar to play. Usually they will sub him in like halfway through, right?
Yeah, that's been the trend. But maybe they found that, oh, okay, having Armstar in the team is beneficial to the overall team performance, so putting in the team is great. So and I can't disagree with that as well. I think he has a good track record with the team whenever he plays, despite like Nine Noise is like the front man for the team, but of course that's depending on the role. But having Armstar in the lineup, it does enable his other teammates to do well. And speaking about the MVP for the team, Shirley gets it.
I'm loving this. Everybody just stepping up their game here, especially Shirty. He always being the support for most of the time. I'm loving how he's being the front liner, getting himself an MVP with 7 eliminations. It's always Shirty, you know, knocking down and somebody else finish off on the side of Bacon time, but it feels so good for him to claim himself that credit, those victories.
Yeah, and when he claimed it, he claimed everything, including the chicken dinner. There's going to be Bacon time. With only 1 smoke, 7 nade, 1 molly. It's not the lowest that we've seen. The lowest that we've seen is 1 smoke, but I don't think that record can be beat. Can be taken over. So yeah, it's low enough here as we can see. Because they got the circle majority of the time. They were the compound just on top of Painan. They didn't really need to move, and teams just fought each other into the circle. So they didn't see that much action for majority of the round. But once they have action, they took it well, and that's how they collected those elimination points.
Yeah, remind me, there's going to be Boom Game last time, right? He's got himself a chicken with 1 smoke to actually get the chicken. He can use it just 1 smoke to put it away. But that's the only time we saw them actually high up there. But the others, on the other hand, Bacon time, I do love their consistency, but they're always the team that, you know what, this is the team that you know for a fact it's going to be top 5, but it's so hard to see number 1 spot.
And I'm liking Boyne's reaction towards PBE when they managed to win them clean 4v4, and they managed to retain all their players. So I can understand Boyne's reaction there. And the best part is that they are in the same group this week, so we might see more action between Boyne and PBE later on.
Okay. A bit of communication there, but never mind. Bacon time. Still looking at the highlights of Bacon time, and what a day just now for them. Having good start right now. But for the set of the others, Voin on the other hand, they still have quite a consistency. 10 elimination points coming from Bacon time, with Voin getting himself at 6. It just shows that Voin, their first map or a first match for their second week here, even though they got number 1, almost got number 1 last time, pushed down to 2nd, they still have those consistency.
I'm looking at the other end. I think the most devastated team in this round is Team Secret. Again, another 0 point. I think if we were to look at only the Sanhok maps, they are possibly the team that collected the least amount of points inside of Sanhok. So another 0 point, that means that they will still be at the bottom. But of course, we have the newcomers, PBE in this week, RRQ in this week as well. So they would still be below Team Secret because they started off today. But the fact that Team Secret played yesterday, they will still be at the bottom.
I agree. I mean, like, by the end of the day, I'm not surprised if PBE and RRQ are catching up to Team Secret. I mean, like, Voin, Alter Ego, RRQ, and PBE will be starting playing today. There'll be some teams that not be playing, including Vampires there. So, by the end of the day, I'm not even surprised Team Secret placing at 20th. Because we talked about GE, who's not been playing, right? Even GE getting way more score across Team Secret yesterday and across 2 days in a row. I mean, like, if Team Secret still not getting those 20 digits, like, I mean, like, not 20 something sort of a start, like, it's gonna be rough. I mean, like, this is 11 points since yesterday. Not so great.
Yeah, definitely not at all. I mean, now it's like, what, 7 games for them, but 11 total points. So definitely not good for Team Secret. And plus, they didn't do that well last week as well. So their campaign could be in jeopardy. They have to work things out today. Starting today, they cannot start anymore later. It's going to be very difficult for them. They might not see the light of grand finals if they continue on.
Yeah, but back to our top performance. Paragins is there. Zaxi Adib's Shirty is there as well. So this is going to be the one that we should watch out for today. But Adibs has been really consistent since yesterday. Remember how he performed so well in clutch out forward side of 7-9 against the entire team of GE as well yesterday, even though because of their having very low of resources and they're pushing it coming up from GE. Adibs have been playing very consistent the past 2 weeks. Shirty as this is what I mentioned earlier on, right, Cloud? Bacon time. You know they are top teams out there, but they never get themselves number one. It's so hard to picture them to get themselves at number one spot.
Yeah, I mean they haven't done it like they did it last week, right? But yeah, they're not as bad as a lot of other teams, I must say. A lot of other teams are struggling even worse. So can we say that they're too bad? Okay. I guess at the end of the day, it is the main objective is to get into the grand finals first, not being at the bottom four. So looking at the current condition, including whatever happened last week, I think they stand a good chance of being inside of the grand finals. I'll be a little bit more worried.
Yeah, speaking of Team Secret, we're never going to get to see them when it comes to top performance. I mean, like, that's harsh, but it is what it is. So far, it's got a lot of ties. Out of 4 teams of ties, except for Bacon Time, the others all up there for Erangel. Now, good enough, we have one, a different flag entirely, which coming up from Malaysia, UD Alliance, squeezing at top 2 there. But the tie is just not slowing down here. Cloud, give me a second. Sorry. I have to cut you off, but I think you need to refresh for a bit because whenever it's sort of a bug happening, whenever something change, it just your audio cut off entirely. I mean, like, yeah, we give Cloud for a bit of a time to refresh, but so far we're gonna get into our predictions there. We're talking about RRQ. It's gonna be the same for the entire day for us. Yeah, you're welcome back. Nice post, by the way. We talk about this. It is going to be the same prediction all day long. RRQ, Box, UD Alliance, PBE, PUB, and Box. Now, none of us are having any tie teams sort of in our predictions because we do know they are overpowering right now, right? It is what it is.
Yeah, I think right now if we were to put a Thai team into the prediction, it would be like, yeah, cliche, right? So we don't want to look at the cliche story. We want to look at some interesting stories. For example, like a GE yesterday, they were doing fairly well, especially the last game, 10 elimination points, did very well. So it's like, oh, this is the kind of stories that we want to look at. Of course, GE is taking a break today. Hence, that's why I put another wildcard team PBE into the prediction. Hopefully, they'll be able to come up with a surprise for us, but not the Sanhok kind of surprise.
I mean, personally, I do love PBE in Sanhok back in the wildcard region, maybe even in the first few days of PMSL. But I don't know why it feels like they are a bit too forceful, a bit too reckless, and sometimes just forcing the fight way too much. You know, I think like the best scenario, the best example we can actually see when it comes to progress in PMSL, one of it is going to be Box, right? Box is one of those best example being set out, including DX. They're taking one step at a time. They're not trying to rush things. They're not making things too overwhelming for them and not forcing those fights way too early on. You know what? We take it slow. What do we need to fix first? Rotation, okay. How about we go in very slow at first and make sure that our rotation is safe. Next, we're not aggressive enough. Okay, pick one team at the time. You know, they're not forcing everything too overwhelming. It just crumbles down. Like there's no sort of foundation there.
Yeah. So it is tough, right? And plus you can see that other teams are also improving. So if I want to look at teams that improve, right? So GE is definitely one of them, despite them not playing. Another team that to me has shown improvement, Box Gaming as well, steady but surely there. And then you got, let's see, Geek Slate also actually improved as compared to last week.
Great.
So if you see that there are some teams around them that are already improving, but if you kind of stay stagnant, or even worse, if you kind of like drop in terms of like momentum, performance, mentality, then it's going to be really, really tough, because we not only have this week, we still got at least one more weekend. Looking at the current condition, anything can still happen. There are a lot of teams that can still fall into the bottom four.
I agree. But at the same time, right? Okay, we look at this as a whole picture. Let's look at it as a full picture. Now, the teams that have done with the first week, we do know is really good. Nonetheless, there's going to be a lot of ties, a lot of Indonesian teams kind of in the middle bracket. Some of the Malaysian teams are up there. But the one that feels like hitting the wall, brick wall, back-to-back 2 weeks in a row, we have to admit, it's going to be Team Secret. It's going to be BTR right now. But BTR, not too shabby as a start. But Team Secret is just, there's no way to back that up for now.
Yes, there's frankly speaking, so far it's hard to find positives on that. Yes, they did pull off a clutch last week, but that was like that one time. Other than that, it wasn't really that much coming up for them. Yes, the Min's inclusion into the team still has yet to shown that much. I would still give him at least like today, and then we will try and reevaluate and we'll see what's happening. Or maybe it's not like swapping Mins for Mins in only, but it's also like other players should be swapped out. So that could be something to ponder upon.
There's so much. I mean, like, if you want to talk about names and big titles, Team Secret had it back then. It's just really devastating to see their downfall. It's like the downfall of their rise back in the era of the glory days. It's just so much of a difference, like night and day. If you compare they back then and now, it's just so different. It's just really devastating to see their downfall. Just do they need iShot to play? That's another question. And FaZe, well, FaZe is FaZe. They're doing okay.
Yeah, FaZe is fine. Especially with the inclusion of Mela, it has brought them like a lot in the season. So it's great to see them. Especially this is a good, very good example of comeback, right? Like FaZe Clan number 17 in PMPL Thailand, and then now they are like up there as of now, number 1 in week number 2, doing fairly well. Looking at their performance, pretty sure that they won't miss out on the grand finals, so they're doing great. Sam9, also another comeback team. A huge roster shift, at least half of them, with Long and Loyu coming in, also have changed their destiny because they didn't do that well in PMPL Malaysia too. So now that with them coming into the fray, they did all these changes, and so far we can say that they're not too bad as well.
Yeah, there are teams that quite surprising when you compare to first week and second week. They have been improving, including Pasija Evos. I'm loving how they didn't put in the twins as the main roster at first, in the first half of a week, right? I think around the third or the fourth day, before we ended up the entire week, so they put in the double twin in there. It's going to be marvelous after they start to get the chemistry going. Things just going so right this week for the side of Pasija.
Yeah, so Pasija definitely, yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, Pasija actually one of the highlight improvements as well. I think that their improvement, right, is like kind of similar to Geek Slate, because they were like in a similar sort of situation with Geek Slate last week, and then this week they're good. So they fixed something, and it's sometimes very hard for us to tell, like from a third party's perspective, like what exactly did they fix, right? But I think that what they did really put in is that firstly, it looks like the lineup is a little bit more steady this time. We don't see that many changes, so maybe that's a start of one of the fix that they managed to do.
One thing I should assure you, Cloud, don't praise the players too much.
Yeah.
I mean, you know for a fact, if we start praising, that's going to be the end for them in the next map. I don't want to see that. It's too early.
Yeah, so I guess the next time if you ask me, I'll be like, okay, I have no comment.
That's the best case.
Or if there is comment, I would just say bad things about the team. That's all. But let's see. Let them prove us wrong inside our next map. Erangel, let's go.
And we're back with a colourful play in a bright cherry day of Erangel. First Erangel out of 3 for today. And we didn't mention about not praising the teams too much. That's where we start to see their downfall and straight away being the first one to be eliminated. So if you listen to us being very critical about some teams, it means that we want the best for them. It's because if we praise them, they're going to go down. We don't want them to go down. That's why we're not praising them. Right, Cloud?
Yep. So I'm not going to say it now. I'm not going to say it. And I'm not going to say that, oh yeah, Circle and all that. You know, Circle has been... Well, now I'm going to say it, right? I just went against what I just said. But okay, you got to say it anyway. We're paid to do the job. So, Circle has been tough inside of Erangel. When we thought that tough Circle would be on Erangel 3, but yesterday Erangel 1, it was all guns blazing. It was crazy.
Agree. I mean, like, I love the first Erangel yesterday, and I'm looking for today to be sort of very proactive, very aggressive. But there are chances that since it has a bit of a slow start in the song, I put my expectation a bit lower. But we do have Gapcam Mountains as a circle. Loyu, then FaZe. Sam9, Victorious and Loyu having a go. Sam9 and FaZe. This is too early for a fight. But at least on the side of Victorious, he got himself a couple of guns. The rifles will work its way through. And Sam9 already lost Ling, one of their main fragger in the team. Nowhere to be found.
And they lost it to the top team, FaZe Clan. And look at the gap between FaZe Clan and Procedure. It was 4 points. They'll be happy to take any advantage that they can get. But same goes for Gig Slate. Style dancing his way through. Mika, can he get it? Oh, that's a beautiful dance there. Mika seeing the rest of Bacon Time. You build this. You let it go.
Lucky that they're not chasing, because Bacon Time don't have any sort of weaponry, no gears on top of them. If they actually do, I swear to God, they're going to chase the heck out of Mika just now.
Yeah, I know, right? But I think their weapons were not ready, so it's like, okay, cool, right? So that's okay.
A truce for now.
That was scary, though.
That was scary. I mean, like,
Mika
saw the entire cavalry of Bacon in one corner just there. If somebody pick out and start to shoot, Mika will be praying that time. But surprisingly, we do have a couple of still sliders from above the sky, DBD, taking very slow land. It's just as slow as it is. I just hope nobody shoot them down.
Yeah, but so far inside of Novo, the last we saw them being challenged was GE, and that was the only one time, day 1 last week, and then after that we don't see any other challenges inside of Novo. So yeah, I guess it's kind of okay for them. The only thing is that look at the circle is kind of far for them, so hopefully they'll be able to manage their timing into the circle well and not clash into Team Secret, because Team Secret, they're everlasting neighbors inside of military base.
Unless if they really decided to switch things over, that might be the case, yes, until the end of it. Box Gaming, now this is going to be one of the teams that I'm so proud looking at their progress, so much improvement compared to week 1. They took their own time to read out. They're not rushing in, played at their own pace. They are at their own race of progression, of progressing into the game. But it worked out quite okay. I mean, like last week, they were at the bottom, the very bottom. Now they are in the middle path.
Yeah, it's nice to see that, right? It's nice to see like teams that were from last week, they didn't do well. This week, okay for them. At least we do see like a mix, and that makes the race out from the bottom 4 even more interesting later on as we approach week number 3. So we don't see like those cliche stories of like, oh, okay, last day we already know who's the bottom 4, no way for them to chase up, and this gives the drama that we're looking for inside PMSL.
Speaking of drama, so many dramas around RRQ right now, but they definitely would not respond so much. CJ and SL, they happen to be neighbors, but very peaceful neighbors as we speak. Nobody is willing to go to the other side. They know their territory, it's Mark. It's like, we respect you, respect us. There's a wall between us. There's a wall between us. Nobody wants to try to reach out and trying to just preach on the other side, possibly. Are we back to the side of DBD? They had a really rough run on the last Sanhok. From the pan to the fire. after being chased by one team, another team shoot them down. This is the thing for PMSL right now, Cloud. If you're running away from those bullets, you definitely will not win that one.
Yeah, DVD. I was just texting Moss Goku before PMSL started, just wishing him and his team all the best. Because of course, they are one of the teams that I can say at this point in critical need of points. Because last week wasn't good. If this week isn't good as well, they might not even see the grand finals.
Chances to get relegated. There's going to be the bottom 4 and not make it for the grand finals as we advance with only 16 teams. But at least they still have time here. That's the best thing about League. You have enough time to improve. You have enough time to build up the character of your entire team. How you work around it. How you want to work as cohesion as possible. And how to work as a unit. You can have time to improvise. So we're down to the second week. If they cannot make it for the team that didn't make it last week here, Cloud, when it comes to the second week, they cannot get in the middle pack on the first page. Hate to break it, they might not make it for the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't play the grand finals, that is it. Your campaign is done for the first half of the season or until the next PMPL, and then we'll see how that goes later on. But yeah, as a player, you don't want to miss out on every tournament, every prestigious tournament especially. It brings a lot of value not only to you as a player, you get more games to play, you get to show your stuff, you get a bigger prize pool, but it also brings value to the organization as well. You get more exposure, so it helps in terms of the economics for the team overall. So there are a lot of reasons why you still want to continue to play as many of these major tournaments as possible.
That's true. It's building out your portfolio, it's building out your profile, not just the exposure and not just those experience. It's going to give you sort of maturity by time. Because you've been meeting a lot of other players from other regions, their life story, how they've been an entire life playing PUBG Mobile, what they have to go through to be here. It just gives you a different perspective of life in a different angle. Make you feel a bit more grateful. So, you know what? It's good to actually have international tournaments in the major ones, big ones, like even Southeast Asia games in the future. It builds the bond between the teams and the players out there.
Yes, it does. It does. And it's great that now that we have relaxed legislations all around, so the players, the teams can come together. And during the countdown, I did see like they were break fasting together and how they bond together. So that's awesome to see. But that's outside the game. When it comes to inside the game, no one's going to show anyone mercy. And that's going to be the case for SLD against Sam9 as the Parajin almost getting on the Adils, and he will get it.
Wow, what a crispy spray. Beautiful one. Covered by Origin. Definitely not wafting, definitely not wasting. Taking their time to go for rotation. Come out from the back line. A lot of teams in the blue. We didn't mention about Godcom Mountains in the first few, but we might actually moving towards the left side. I'm not sure if we're going to move way further left after this, because it's going to be so minimal space of land remaining for this guy to play if a hard shift towards the left again. But lucky enough right now, I do feel like it's more than enough for them to actually share the corner. But at the same time, every single team right now exists in the Erangel map happen to be moving in the same direction, which could be left, which could be west. So you do know for a fact that Cloud, if ever be moving in one direction, it will be major clashes later.
Yeah, we did get a similar circle before, and we did see like how crazy it can get at some point when the circle is tucked at the side. So we can expect that to happen, especially for the teams that like to rotate from the right side of the map, and that's where we saw early on majority of the teams go through there. That's where all the fights will happen. Gig Slate, they survived fairly okay the last time we saw this kind of circle. They're doing a similar rotation this time around. So far it's okay for them. But of course it's a different grouping. So you get different teams with different mindsets playing this kind of circle. And so far what they did the last time is okay by themselves. And this time around, repeating it again, it's fine. So far so good.
So good. It's so calm right now. Nobody willing to give away a first blood except for Sam9 lost 2 against the side of SLD during the rotations. PBE now taking a fight against Pasija. Ranked toss out a couple of smokes just to make sure that he won't be ambushed by different angles entirely. But Procedure definitely have to push. They've been closed in by the blue. No more time here. He'll take it on Boom. At the same time, Procedure still hammering down PBE with those nades going in.
Oh yeah, PBE. Can they win this fight though? Because last round they were number 16. If they lose this against Procedure Evo, it's gonna be 2 rounds without anything, without placement points at least. And looks like Procedure's gonna start off with nading down Rankit. At the same time, Boom against Hale. It's happening somewhere else. But Procedure Evos, they might want to finish up this job.
PBE again feels like a total loss for them if they cannot wrap things up or even retreat or part ways against Procedure. They're trying to challenge for more, but I'm worried about their utility. It's not as well equipped as Procedure right now. Hale taking on Boom. Geek taking on TS. Hale with it at DBS finish off, but got 2 knock. Boom slowly closing in. Key mine bleeding out, being knocked. Where is the last player of Boom? We cannot spot him now. Yummy! It's Yummy alive!
Yeah, so Yummy is going to be the sole survivor for Boom Esports in the circle at this point. He's going to evade everything and play for placement points. But Procedure Evos, they're not done yet with PBE. They managed to get another elimination point. But Team Secret against Gig Slate. This is happening, but Team Secret, knowing they're not in the best of position, immediately retreats. Snipes tries to gun down. Almost getting it, but good thing Jumper is there to provide cover fire support.
Snipes from afar saw Team Secret, but Stuxnet wants to go for the push. He's going in for the rush alone. Is this wise? He made a big U-turn, just trying to scout things out. He wants to bait those shots just to know exactly where they stand. There's no way Gig can actually spot out the other side of a hill. They're trying to go for the flank side. Stuxnet spotted out. Players of Team Secret, Minx down. Finished off straight away. Yido Alliance on the other hand.
Oh no.
Team Secret cannot run nor hide.
Oh no. It's bad. It's bad for Team Secret being sandwiched between 2 teams. And Yudo Alliance, they want those points for themselves. So they're going in. And it does totally make sense for Yudo Alliance because they're on the outside of the circle. They want to get a good position. And now Jumper and Kid will need to do it against Yudo Alliance. They missed Jumper. Jumper behind. I didn't look, they didn't notice, so they're focusing onto the building. They want to clear out 1 by 1. And it's going to be Jumper alone.
Jumper to clutch out. It feels impossible right now. Team Secret again. Not getting any point here, Cloud. We're talking about 0-0 back to back.
Ooh, it's tough for Team Secret now. I can imagine the fans going wild at this point. It's crazy what Team Secret has to go through.
Yudo Lions are not done yet. Lucky enough for Kenny can actually just have a bit of a control over his situation. We try to get a reset, but they have to jump out. But Void are gatekeeping this. They're not letting them pass by easily. Yudo Lions were told to go back in the blue zone, denying the entrance. Yudo Lions have to take the risk here.
Oh no.
No chance has not been taken. Yudo Lions smoke our vehicle.
Oh, no.
They need to flee out. They found themselves a compound. That was a huge sigh of relief coming up from Yudo Lions. They were so close being blown up.
Yeah, I'm going to give the bad news now. So they only have 1 buggy, and we all know a buggy can only take 2 players. And they're still on the outside of the circle. That's going to be tough for Yudo Alliance, but it's going to be the challenge that they need to fix. Right now, Bacon Time, having the high ground position within the circle. Kenny will be gunned down by Snipes. Geek Slate, they were on top of Team Secret earlier on, meaning that Yudo Alliance moved into Team Secret's position, and now they need to face against Geek Slate.
Bacon Time, on the other hand, want to take down on both teams at the same time. But Geek Slate spot out Yudo Lions. They will not let this pass by easily. 1 knockdown. Damn good. Definitely thirsty enough for those kills. He wants to execute them. He wants to make sure he can end with a couple of eliminations. At least. But circle shifted again. This is what I mentioned earlier on, Cloud. If the circle shifted on the left side, there's so little space for all the teams. You still have 15 teams intact. The only team being just being, how do I say it? Not really decimated is too kind of a word. Being just obliterated was Team Secret for now.
Yeah, I know. Even PBE is somehow still survives. So they still have a chance to collect placement points at least. But for Team Secret, I don't know what else to say, frankly speaking. I don't know if Okay, I'm not sure if iShots is a registered player, but the last I heard he was. So maybe it's time for iShots to play. I don't know. That could be the next solution.
If maybe that's gonna be the last resort coming out of the secret. Just hopefully it's not too late for them to test things out. But look against once more, the first one to be hunted by the side of 79. All four of box him in out, but he got one. The DBS, can he pull a 2? If he can actually do this, is a huge clutch coming up from Long. I think this is the last member of Sam 9. And Lung have to fight his way, gritting himself up. Too much with that nade. Shunos will be picked up again. And Sam 9 again. Going down as a 0. Following pursuit to his team's secret path here.
Yeah, it's not in the good... Oh, but DVD now has a challenge against Alter Ego. Yen tries to fire upon. He managed to get a knockdown to Rosemary. There's only Fnatic and Potato left. Right now, this fight needs to end. They can't share this compound, but the DVD, they have the number, so they're looking good for now. Potato, the last man. Potato managed to get one, but DVD will defend the ground.
You do Alliance taking a bit of elevations, fighting against Void, shutting on one, maybe one more, make it 3. Void still have 3 remains. As you do Alliance, it's going to be 3v3 as well. You got quite a number of elimination, but here comes Alva from the flank side, pushing it forward with that buggy. Almost ran down on Luke, close enough, pulled over, but he got one shot from Keenan, covering Alva just now, but not enough. Keenan lost little of health. Void winning this slowly, but both teams are losing. Hopefully nobody coming in as a third party. The moment we mentioned Procedure Evils is dead. Goodness me.
Yeah, the moment you say it, it's happening. And now Procedure Evos going up against Void, but Void will be eliminated by Udo Alliance. Procedure Evos, they only managed to get Maxius. The rest of it will be given towards Udo Alliance thanks to Olio. And now Bacon time against Fox Gaming, sharing the same compound as that nade came from nowhere to take down Shunos.
Back to his own star. Low. Chug down hard. Bacon time spotted out as LD. They want to go for those limbs, but at the same time, Bacon time being returned fire. They have to be extra careful. FaZe is just breathing down their necks at the back line. For Bacon time, they have to be aware. There's so many teams around there at the same time. Different angles entirely. PBE round one. I think that's going to be the last player. Yep. You do lines, Leo. Just waiting for procedure pass by. They are trying to find every single wormhole there is for Leo. He's giving away his position. That's just it. There's no way he can survive this, right?
It's hard. And plus he doesn't have the circle, so it's going to be a full order here for Olio. One nade onto him, 10% of health left, and it's going to be Procedure Evos full squad. It's going to move in, and it's going to be an easy cleanup there by Zuxi.
Oh wow, Procedure talking about timing of picking out and making sure they are there to clean up the job. Impeccable timing, as always. But on the side of SLD, spotted out the last member of PBE. SLD secured 3 for now. The ones that's actually going on a rampage mode. We can call it for Procedure Evos. The timing, like we mentioned. They always know when to show up when everything happens to be very low. Nobody can actually go for a reset. They force it in. There's no time for the teams that have been fighting the longest time. Just Procedure Evos coming in and 10 It's just so perfect.
Oh yes, Procedure was very strong this round, and they even overtook a FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan is still in this with a full squad, so they have a chance to overtake Procedure Evos again, reclaim their #1 spot. But Procedure Evos, just look at them, they are not stopping. They're in the next compound with another team, and that's going to be DBD next. DBD only 2 players left. Procedure Evos, look at their spread, they have a support on their back, so DBD kind of pinned down.
Down to 2 players at that. RRQ on the other end splits it into a 2-2 formation as well. Also on the other end, I think there's going to be only 3 of them remaining and coming up from RRQ side. 1 knockdown, but lucky enough they're winning. But Hell Gatslow, you know Gatslow is really getting fast when it comes to those kills. But lucky enough, it's going to be RRQ for a bit of time, but the side of Hill not pushing out due to SLD coming up from behind. SLD save RRQ the heck out of it with those shots from afar.
Yeah, that was a beautiful one. But now we come back to the beautiful fight inside this compound. The Procedure Evos 6 loses the fight. 1 left from DBD, and he's on the 2nd floor. Procedure Evos in the compound within the circle. They just need to rush on to Jimmy and job done.
Jimmy OP. I mean, like, this is the guy we can believe he can actually clutch if he wants to. If he knows exactly where to look, but at the same time, it's not too convincing. Now he doesn't have any sort of grenades except for the smoke. How, Jimmy? He got the smoke, yes, but Kickslate waiting outside. The moment he tried to jump down, there's no way out. Yummy, there's going to be a last member of Boom. Still managed to knock down finish on Peko. At least he's not going down empty-handed, but it's going to be RRQ. Finish each other with Boom out. Now, living with only the ties remaining, and a couple of Malaysian team, and one Indonesian and one SLD. As always, Cloud. The ties taking over the race. Yeah.
I know, right? 3 Thai teams still in this. But let's see if Hale can be the next Thai team to survive, or he'll be taken out. He's the only one player left against SLD. It's going to be tough for him. But right now, Precision Evo's going in. They want to clear up this compound. Red Face comes in at the forefront. Red Face with a barrel in hand. Next room it is. Red Face spots him out. Red Face fires and Red Face wins.
Lane's trying to turn around the corner. Just tried to flip the coin over, but will not be able to do so as Geek Fam hammering them from above. Just across these hills. They're pushing in now. Mika hop onto those vehicles. Damn good as well. Crossing those streets. Snipes flushing out. Luxy down to only Rat Face and the side of Zuxi. But they're picking up their members here as Liz will be revived. But at the same time, where are the others? They're still top 5 here.
Looks like they are kind of busy in that circle. But right now, Geek Slate, they know they're pretty confident, but overconfident? No, they got the job done. They know what they're doing, and that is it. They just need to pick up snipes. They can head back to the circle because they have a player as a marker, so they'll be okay.
Bacon time, taking a team to fight against. It's going to be another Thai team. Phase SLB around the other side. It's going to be across the street. Now Bacon time, pull up the bridges of smoke and try to go for the rush. They're going up from the front line, straight ringing the bells of the side of Phase. But being greeted warmly with those sprays. Phase taking on another one. It's going to be one knock and one finished off. Phase taking a wrap around. Bacon, a failed flush and a failed attempt to just stopping or capitalizing to a sort of Phase compound.
Oh, Bacon time out. And now we have Face Clan, Geek Slate, and SLD. All 3 of these teams with a full squad. But SLD seems to be in one of the toughest positions. They're trying to take on to Geek Slate. Geek Slate, they need to reset. They're on the other side, so they are arguably in a better position for now. But we still have the next stage of the circle to determine whether it will still be good for them.
Stuxnet got himself an high ground, giving away those intel towards the rest of the roster, relay those information, and trying to have a bit of a brainstorm. They're damn good. Which one we should pick, which one we should go for. The one that actually coming over this side, that's going to be SLD.
Okay.
Gosu trying to go in for the rush, but Chuanju will be the sacrificial lamb. It's going to be another down. Face taking off the back end as well.
Ooh, I'm looking at Mela can steal it away, and yes, Mela stole one. That's going to be number 6 for Face Clan. So it's going to be SLD playing as a duo. Parajin and Throngzin still in the circle, but the next circle is going to be tough for them. They lack one vehicle at this point. Face Clan has a high ground, but it really depends because stage 7, circles could still go anywhere.
They're favored by the circle, you don't even have to watch. You don't even need vehicles to work with. If! That's a big if of that. But they're having the least man coming from SLD as a duo. Gig and FaZe having a full squad going on. And the airdrop happen to be favoring FaZe as well. But it's going to be on the open field. Gig on there then got clipped quite a bit. Mika trying to have a bit of luxury of a loot. Trying to see what are the things inside of those death boxes. Will be more grenade. Will be more mollies. Will be any first aids. He needs to use it. Strong's in on there, then running low. We're talking about them. Trying to clip down on damn good. God, I got shot from afar. Wow. The response was an instant.
Oh, wow. Yeah, beautiful shot by Throngzin. Counterfire upon him. He just needs to reset. He's all good. But he might not be good after this because Circle favors towards Face Clan's SLD with a duo. I don't see a ready vehicle. Okay, I see a buggy on the left. Okay, buggy on the right. Okay, they have vehicles, but as a duo, they need to cross the road. It's going to be tough for them. And Face Clan, they will have a clear shot onto SLD.
The worst part is the triangle formation from all these teams. all from different angles entirely. And the worst one is going to be SLD. So when they move out from there, it's going to be Gig Slate and FaZe Clan pushing out of it. They're trying to force them down off those vehicles and those weapons. No way out for SLD Gym, just biding their time, waiting for the opportunity for FaZe forcing the fight against Gig. But Gig is not taking the bait either. They are just staying on the top ground, waiting for somebody to push in. A bit risky coming out from Damn Good, but he's willing to try and risk it out.
But a good spread there by Geek Slate. Look at this. They have cover fire support from behind and they're opening up on the right. They want to finish off SLD before they focus on the FaZe Clan. And they can rightfully do it. Parajin knocked down Snipes. And now Parajin's moving. He doesn't have enough space. He needs to be on foot right now, hoping that smoke will give him enough cover. But the nade landed on the Parajin. 50% of health left. Damn Good tosses out another nade, but Damn Good will be punished before the nade could land.
Mika. SLD Parajin, the last remaining member of SLD. The ones actually winning this, it's going to be FaZe entirely. Yes, cannot deny that anymore. But last member of SLD being eliminated with 5 eliminations is a lot. FaZe don't want to give them a bit of a reset time. Straight away going on for the push. They know for a fact the entire team of SLD down right now. This is the perfect time for them to go for the rush. Here comes the spray. It's going to be 4 more in the bag. They got 7 already, making 8. And last one, it's a 9 elimination in FaZe Clan's hands. And we do know for a fact if they be staying quiet and SLD fighting against Gig Slate, they definitely got it for the win.
Yeah, we got 3 teams in that kind of condition. The general rule of thumb is that the team that moves first will lose. So FaZe Clan beat the team that moves last, just needed to be the cleanup crew, and they managed to secure that chicken dinner. Was a pretty straightforward cleanup for them. They opened up the flanks. Gig Slate didn't have any room to play with. Ventoras calming down. He's like, okay, chill guys, chill, we got this. And that also means with this chicken dinner, FaZe Clan will be back on top, number 1.
Yeah, and speaking of FaZe Clan, this is already a good start when it comes to the first half. They will not be playing tomorrow. And they are in Group C. And they trying to take out the numbers. We talked about last week was Vampires, but before they will have to give it an MVP to a sort of Ventoras. He got so much damage. I'm loving this. We haven't seen a lot more Ventoras. When it comes to back, there was always Mirama back in last few seasons. But in PMSL, this is going to be one of the first few Victorious showing off his face. They didn't have to move as much. They were actually in the same spot and kick as SLD. But you know for a fact the circle just favors them. They are the only one inside of the circle. Procedure on the other hand, I'm loving how aggressive they are when it comes to week number 2 here.
Oh yeah, their objective seems to be like, okay, we want to collect those elimination points, placement points. If we got it, it's a bonus. And then that formula has been working out well for them so far. We can see them going from area to area, taking out team after team after team. And I think like that kind of lineup that has a lot of firepower in them, they're utilizing it really well. They're playing by the rules, they're playing by the current meta, the current point system. And Prestige EVOS, totally agree with you. Loving what they're doing. If they can continue on, they could be the new champion of the week. But of course, it's still very early to tell. But I'm liking whatever they're doing.
But yeah, I mean, Prestige EVOS will be one of the top contenders. To actually, I feel like they are changing the baiting, right? Like they're passing baiting towards the side from Void. Now Void passing over Prestige EVOS. Vampires pass it over to FaZe for this week. It feels that way right now because we talked about Vampires. Yeah, they're not playing. Vampires, DX, Bigatron, Red Villains, and Genesis. This is what we're not be playing today. But Vampires nowhere near up there. And FaZe has been very consistent staying on the top since day 1. The CJE was definitely chasing up to the top 3. They will maintain up there. Feels exactly the same as last week, Cloud. How they're starting off. But the best part about FaZe is that they have a break in the middle of the week. So they will have the finishing later on when it comes to the end of the week. If they need to, change things up, they have the time. At least they're not like how Void being pushed down till the last day. And even though they got themselves number 1 the entire week, right?
Yeah, true enough. As long as you still play the last day, you could still put destiny in your hands, whatever happens. So yeah, FaZe Clan with that sort of setup for them and with the current performance of their own self, they seem to be looking very good. So I think right now FaZe Clan definitely the team to beat, but also Prestige EVOS is the team to beat. Gig Slate too, I can't discount them. You can't think about it too. They've been fairly consistent. Even in this round, they managed to get more than 10 elimination points and I think the overall haul of points in this match itself is good for them.
They have been very strong today. Very strong week coming up from FaZe. Just a very powerful performance. On the side of FaZe, again, they got themselves double-digit 20 points. We're talking about they've been very consistent with those numbers, Cloud. It's like nowhere near down there, but the one that actually really consistent as well, you have to give it to Secret. A different sort of consistency that we don't want to go there.
I mean, I'm starting to run out of like things to talk about Secret in the way that it's like, oh, if someone would ask me, oh, what do you think is wrong with Secret? I think I've listed down everything by now. The only last wild card is that, okay, iShots, you gotta play. And that is the only final wild card. If that doesn't work out, nothing else will. Unless the manager himself chooses to play, but that would be a totally different story. But
I think I know
Secret,
that manager, but yeah.
It's tough. Yeah, and I don't think he'll be playing.
But hey,
At
FaZe.
all.
I mean, that would be funny because we both know who it is. But FaZe so far with a good number, finish off 8 matches with total points of 88. Now that's very prosperous, I think, coming up from the Chinese side. Even Asian as a whole. But Persija E was chasing up with less than 20 points here. It's going to be, 14 points in between Persija and Gig getting on number 3. Now, this exactly feels like deja vu, but a different sort of a team. Back then, it was Void, and it was Vampire, it was Hale, and Sam9 at first, right? The same countries, different teams leading off the top 3.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's just that you change the teams, right? Yeah. But that's the fun part about week 2 so far is that you have different teams at the top, and you have different top performers too. So this time we got Mika, we got Damn Good, we got Ventores in there. We got one player from Hill, so it's a good mix so far we've seen. But what is still consistent is that the Thai region taking home chicken dinners. The first 2 chicken dinners today, both of them from the Thai region. They are walking the talk.
They are Thai walking. At this
Thai
point,
walking.
I mean, like, what else? This is like, I just want to know, why is it so different? Why? How can they be so powerful? After 5 years and having those same players for 5 years, you're talking about, oh, we need a new blood, fresh player coming up, very young, very responsive, very fast reaction. These guys have been in Bacon's Iron FaZe. They've been playing such a long time. Yes, they do have new fresh blood in it, but 5 years, Cloud, PUBG Esports, PUBG Mobile Esports, and they have been taking domination across those 5 years.
You know what? I kind of think that if you suddenly want to put G9 or D2E back, they might even perform still. It's how crazy it is, right? Retired so many years, but they're still like, I can come in and still win all
I
the fights.
think Thailand as a whole is just a different planet entirely. That's it. That's the best conclusion we can actually get the entire day.
Yeah, it is. But I think after this we should have an interview though. So, I'm holding my thoughts first in case we need to transition over.
Yeah.
But I wonder, okay, if we get the interview, okay, who do you want to hear from? I want to hear from Team Secret.
I still want to hear from Boom.
Okay, you want to hear from Boom. Fair enough.
I mean,
question.
did they change rosters for today? I mean, did they play? Yeah, they're playing. Surprisingly, we don't see a lot of the name changing coming up from them today.
Oh yeah,
that's news
for the first time. Yeah, 2 rounds, no roster change as far as we know. So okay, that's a record break
that we know of.
Now then, I even want to know more from the coach. Like, why?
Wait, we saw Keymine, we saw Yummy, we saw Boo Boo Hoo, or is it Razy playing just now? Definitely there's Pombit.
It was Hexas.
Hexas, okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be
Hexas.
Pombit, Keymine, Yummy, and Hexas.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track. We have to keep track. Are they being consistent or not today?
Yeah, it feels like they have like a 20-man squad. it's like more than a football squad itself. So sometimes I don't know who's playing by now.
It feels like you're cracking the safety, with so many combinations going on. Which combination you want?
Yeah, I think if we do the math right, they become to like, oh, we have like 1,000,001 combinations or something like that. Let's try 1,000,001 combinations to see which is the best.
And but when they're not swapping in and out too much, they are doing great. They actually in top 5, right? For Boo.
Maybe they should start to like, okay, let's settle down with this. Okay, let's make up our mind. Okay, stop doing that. Oh, where you gonna eat? I don't know. Do you want to eat sushi? I don't want to eat raw food. Do you want to eat fried chicken? Oh, I don't want to eat. It's too oily. You know, you gotta make a decision at some point. Right?
I agree.
Gotta decide.
That's what my life is every day when it comes to food. I think all of us, we're there. Well, I mean, like, you cannot say it's just female and male kind of gender stuff. It happens to men as well, okay? Because that's what happened to my life to decide whether to, you know, when you have too many decisions, too many choices, it's another problem. No choices, another problem. You have to be balanced things out. Now, in the case of balancing the skill right now, I feel like BT are not popping too much. They are in the middle, but we need more of them. Same goes for Hill. Surprisingly, Hill used to be one of the strongest. In Southeast Asia Esports Championship, I think they are very strong, right? Hill was there. But what happened?
Yeah. Well, they did well last week. So if you ask me what happened, my opinion is that I think it's not like they did anything really, really wrong or really didn't work out for them. I think it's the factor of other teams just stepping up. So like the example like what I talked about earlier on, it's like, okay, you can be maintained, but at the same time other teams go up that will naturally push you down.
True.
So that's the case for them.
It's like whether you're stagnant or not, whether you start to improve or not, because DX stepping up. But you know that we do have an interview. But let's guess. Now I get to play with you the guessing game. You guess.
I think top team. Probably we'll hear it from FaceClan or Geek.
Hey! You got it right.
Or Procedure.
We're gonna change it now. So hopping into Kairos, take it away.
Another interview. This time around we have Geek Slate Snipes. Hello again.
Hello, man.
It's been quite sometimes also we've gone through interview together.
It's been a long time.
All right, so first of all, almost a winner chicken dinner for you guys, but FaceClan steal it at the end of the show. What happened at the end?
Well, FaceClan third party us, and when we want to clear SLD, and of course we plan to prevent that, and yeah, it just goes wrong because I made a mistake also, and Dam just got picked off by SLD, and yeah, it just happened so fast, and FaceClan wins.
Yeah, but it's still a good game for you guys. You got a lot of points to bring into the table. So next question, how do you find the momentum to play so good compared to last week?
Well, as my wise analyst said, we need to remember how the winning ways and learn from how we lose, how we messed up from last week. And we got the structure, and we just planning to just follow our structure and plans.
Oh, good advices from your team analyst.
Yeah, of course.
All right, moving on to the next question. To those who say Lord Zillion in the past, do you have any words to those haters out there?
To those haters, you just heckling our bocha, our kid. He just 17 years old, so give him some time. Later, from Lord Zillion to Legend Zillion.
Oh, Lord Zillion to Legend Zillion. Can't wait for it to happen. Last but not least, Malaysian teams are always chasing for each other. Time to time again, we've seen from the games they've played. So, in your opinion, why does this happen? And is it a planned move for a team, or is it a coincidence?
Well, of course, we didn't plan that. It was unplanned. Obviously, we just focusing on our gameplay and playing fair and square like other team.
All right. Good answer there. Thank you so much, Snipes from Geek Slate. Good luck on your upcoming games.
Thanks.
And I think that's all for the interview. Passing back the mic to the casters. Bye-bye.
Now, you know for a fact that they're really picking their brains out for the sort of Geek Slate. When you see Snipes' hair just being so fluffy out there.
Yeah, he went for the 80s mullet there. I hope that's approved by his dad. Just saying.
Yeah, but
Well, I got the reference from Cairo. I got it when he said that. Oh, good advice from the analyst. I got it, Cairo. I know what you mean. I know.
Hey, do enlighten us with what he means here.
Because he's the analyst for Geeks League.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. I get it. That's why I get it. I get it, Cairo. I get it.
That's why the way
I know.
you know how Snipes look at Cairo just now. The way he's like, you're interviewing us when you know everything about us. Why don't you just interview yourself then, Cairo?
Yeah, I know, right? He might as well just answer the questions himself. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't need you. You just stand there for aesthetic purpose.
Oh man, but I have to give it a go. Kickslate definitely improved when it comes to last week and this week. There's so many teams out there that are just throwing out their bodies and not working out cohesive as ever as a team and not working as a unit. But when it comes to Kickslate, feels better now. You saw how they wrap around in every different angle, right? The confidence they have. How Damrit coming up from flank, being the front line. They're playing tag. They're playing tag come from Geekslate. Now, you know what? You're in the front. Next one, I'll be the front. But speaking of the next match, it's going to be the second last Erangel. Will it be a kind circle? Will it be a cruel one, Cloud?
Yeah, even if we want to say like, oh, previous circle wasn't that bad, it's in the middle. But the moment it pulls towards the left, that's kind of bad too. That's kind of bad. But if we look at trends, we analyze trends now. The circle before the break is always okay. Not gonna jinx it, guys. I know we said it before. The moment we say, it's okay, okay, and it becomes not okay. But I'm just putting out based on trend, okay? Just putting out there.
But that was week 1, Cloud. But when it comes to week 2, yesterday, the second map of Erangel always the one that's the hardest, and the kindest is gonna be the one after the break. Now, I feel like we might having a very hot circle after this. The previous one was a bit tough one as well because the flight path was contradicting. It was way off from where the circle were. So it's just a bit tough, a bit long journey for most of the team. Now I feel like this one gonna be even harder for some reason.
Frankly speaking, I kind of think about it, like yesterday's circle wasn't that easy. Yeah, we got a military-based circle, that's one. But whenever we get like a split between like Rozok and shooting range, for example, that is hard enough because you need to kind of decide which side you want to go. Oh yeah, just as we thought, like, oh yeah, boom, it's not switching players. They just have to do it. It's boom.
And Exos out is gonna be Razy this time, and you know what? It's not just one, make it double switch. I think it's always,
just double down.
I think Bubuhu and Razy is always work as a duo. Is it just me that I noticed that? And they're always on top of Erangel as well. But you know what? It's boom. I'm really not surprised they change every single map, even though it's the same map like Erangel, but it's still gonna change it anyway.
Yeah, if at one round we see the changes, like, oh, what the coaches are playing or the managers are playing, and then by the time I'm like, it's boom. You know
what?
Don't be surprised. It's
If they have more than one coach, I'm not surprised Boom will switch their coach as well.
Well, yeah, technically, if the coach is a registered player, he can play.
Yeah, but
so just putting it out there.
But if there's more than one coach, they're gonna swap the coach in and out too. At this point, I feel like everybody in Boom, nobody can stay at the same stadium, but different for ROQ. Okay. That broke me just now. ROQ, they're not doing great this week. But they have a slow start because they haven't played yesterday, right? But at the same time, when it comes to the first 2 maps, things are not going so great either.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was the first few rounds, but of course, I'm saying that because they are worse teams than them, frankly speaking. But of course, RRQ, we have seen their potential before in the previous Southeast Asia league, and they did really, really well. Player like Nabeko definitely popped off huge that time. So I think there's a lot more expectation coming in from them. And I can totally understand that too. We'll expect them to be like maybe the top 5 or something like that.
Before RQ across the board right now, they definitely don't have enough. But still way better than Team Secret. Been playing since the start of yesterday till now. Still not securing more than 15 points. So we're looking at them. Can they push themselves up? But Void on the then 2 maps They got themselves 10 points, double digit already. Such a big difference comparing the first and the bottom performance team. But we don't want to talk anymore. We want to get into the game. We're super excited for our second Erangel. Will be nice circle, will be a mean one. Are the players ready? Voins are ready for sure. You guys ready? Let's head into Erangel.
Okay, they kind of caught me off guard there, but Erangel before the break, ladies and gentlemen, and we're still looking at this beautifully designed aircraft that will bring out players, and yeah, anticipating the circle, frankly speaking. And if it's a nice flight path, good start, you know, the theory of feed the cows before you slaughter them, yeah, so that might happen this time.
But at least the flight path is evenly splitting the map into north and southern pop. But I feel like the circle might be an SMB again. I don't know why, but it's just a hunch. Hopefully it's going to be a good case for all the teams out there, especially those down there. We talked about the teams that are in the need, desperate for those points there. And speaking of the team, we'll be having a bit of a hot drop, so we do want to see Will Pachinki be battled again by the hands of Bacon Time. Out of hands of Bacon Time, by the hands of the Axe. But I feel like these savers, they're not playing right. I do get them sort of, yeah, they're not playing today. But we do have Bacon Time against Geek for now.
Again, Mika is always the one. But luckily there's a tree there, so he'll let that go for now. I mean, he has nothing else. He only has a vehicle. Job done. Just go and loot. Like, you can just avoid that. No clear view of him getting that splat anyway. So that's okay for Mika.
It's always Mika. Last time we saw same goes for Mika again against Bacon Time. You remember how he just not chasing an out against the play of Bacon Time before? And ended the entire cavalry of Bacon Time in a car, trying to chase out Mika, but cancelled it out due to no weapons. It's the same person, it's the same tragedy, but at least it's not a tragedy yet. Nobody died. You Alliance, so many teams this time, Cloud, taking a very long journey, taking such a slow turn to drop themselves down into Erangel.
Yeah, because it is, well, they kind of flat path. A little bit of a distance, but that's okay for them. And plus, maybe they're also aware, like sometimes these slow drops is also, one is you want to cover more distance, and second is that sometimes you want the strategy of like, you want to look at your surrounding just to be sure you're the clear, because it's not the first time that they had a history of being challenged inside of Novo. So I guess that's what they're currently, that's how they're currently approaching the game. Like, okay, at least we know, even though if our opponent drops first, we know where they drop, and Novo is big enough to spread. So if they know that the enemy drops in a certain area, they can go on the opposite, loot out, and still make it a 50-50 fight. So that's okay. But ever since the GE fight, we have yet to see any other team try to take over Novo. So far the record is that be good. However, of course, as a player, as a team, you don't want to let your guard down. So totally can understand that.
I agree. I mean, like, that's very nice for you coming up from your insights. I agree with the fact that it's actually not too bad when you're dropping yourself way too slow. In the cases where you have big cities, yeah? But not the small compounds. You're talking about the small compounds. So if you missed and you're late, you're done. We've seen that before, that happened. And the team that came in very late, forcing it out, including in, that was yesterday's match, GE, remember? They saw the fact that the player already dropped in early on, but they forced it anyway, even though they had a 4, it's against 1. It's not enough for a very small compound to equip the entirety of GE. You don't want that to happen. In this case, so far, no mistakes been repeated by the teams. For Bacon Time, trying to loot as much as they can and as fast as they can, as per usual. You ever seen... what's the most number we saw on grenades back then? It was like, what, 50s? I think it was 50s, yeah.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah. I could clearly remember that one smoke, and that's about it.
Boom.
But for the big numbers, we got tons of big numbers. But I do agree that I think the ballpark number is like about 50 or so.
We haven't reached ourselves at the 60-ish, because if that happens, usually they ended up with 20-ish sort of eliminations, right? We saw that with Vampires back then, I think. Or was it a different team? But it's definitely Thai teams for sure. We saw that happen for the side of DX as well, when they were in last time SEA Games, if I'm not mistaken. When they started going really on their monster mode, they're going on rabid. They start to push with those nades, with those smokes. Just getting those double-digit S20, not just the normal double-digit numbers. They're talking about getting those 20. It's so hard these days, Cloud, to see any team can secure 20 sort of amount of eliminations.
Yeah, 20 is the golden number, and I think it's also because like how the meta is right now, and if you kind of get all the teams playing by the meta, or get most of the teams playing by the meta, which is playing a little bit more aggressive, try to get eliminations for themselves, hence the number kind of drops because you kind of like spread it out a little bit more. So yeah, 20 is the golden number. In fact, it's the record 15 that we set in day number 1 until now has yet to be broken. Not even a 16 since then.
I think it just shows that how much competition we do have in PMSL, how the firepower kind of standardized amongst the team here. Nobody's weaker than the other, nobody is stronger than the other. It's nobody dominating over this side. Everybody have the equal field, equal ground, but we do have RQ Voldemort, which is going to be less than 200 meters away. Yummy definitely heard the audio cue coming up from this buggy. The rest of them being alerted, and they definitely want to take up the fight, the potato heels of Pachinki. Make a big U-turn for RIQ. Funny enough, it's always the same region fighting against each other early on. Malaysian versus Malaysian. Thai versus the Thais. You know, Indonesia versus each other. It's always the same start.
You're not gonna lie, that is the trend. Or maybe, I'm just putting out another maybe, right? And another maybe is like, okay, bragging rights within the region. Like, whatever happens, they want to be like on top of each other, just for the bragging rights. So that could be one reason as well. So they kind of like study each other and like, okay, we try to block these teams, that team, and so on and so forth, and that's what happens. It's just like how we saw yesterday, right? The bridge fight on the left, whereby it's Geek Slate and Team Secret multiple times yesterday, at least twice. But now, speaking about teams going up against each other from the same region, let's focus on the RRQ, and boom, first two nades been thrown out, and RRQ not interested.
Yep, I feel like RRQ know for a fact that it did work out quite right for them the past 2 games to engage too early on. Might just as well go for disengage, just part ways, retreat, find himself a different compound entirely to reassess. Because right now, I love how RRQ plays. They are very creative in terms of placing a bait. It's always a star playing the bait and trying to fish out every single team that is outside, and the others are actually just covering the angles or surrounding them from the outside of it. It's just how smart these guys can play, but at the same time, a lot of teams kind of can read out when it comes to the entirety of week number 1. Have the same sort of rotation for the players, so they need to change up the game here.
Speaking about changing out the game, PBE. Can you imagine this? 2 rounds without a single point at all? That is crazy for PBE. I mean, Team Secret in the same situation, but for PBE, because they're representing the wildcard region, so to a certain extent they have a lot to prove, right? They are bringing the wildcard flag, and we do hope that we do see a wildcard, a team inside of the grand finals at least. So PBE has a lot to do, a lot to prove on, and looking at the circle, at least PBE is within it, but it's going to be a nice circle this time around, so it's going to be okay. Finally, we see a good one.
Oh, what we see is Pachinki all day. It's going to be an urban warfare, possibly. If the circle happened to be shifted towards the potato hills, now that's interesting, Cloud. If it's right on top of Pachinki, very anticlimactic. We do know there's so many angles, so many buildings in between. It's going to be taking so much time for these guys to drop those nades, drop those bullets. But at the same time, talking about PBE, I mean, it's so apparent, it's so obvious. They didn't gain any point due to the 0 we can actually see through. We can't see as much coming up from Team Secret because they played for the entire day yesterday. Whilst for side of PBE, this is going to be their first day here.
Yeah, that's why. That's why if we do the math, right, like technically PBE is doing better to a certain extent than Team Secret. And considering that both teams have 0 points today, But PB, because they just started today, so the game ratio versus points is still favors towards PBE if we want to do that math. But inside of Pachinki, ooh, okay, Bacon Time, who took it away from D Xavier, they're very happy to hold this ground. And look at that spread all across Pachinki. This will make teams entering Pachinki very, very difficult. I don't think it'll be a focal point for now, but it's nice to see that Bacon Time able to hold Pachinki in that kind of position.
So many factors have to be considered if you're playing in Pachinki. For one, and the first foremost, you have enough utilities because there's so many corners. You have to clear the corners with those smallies, with those hand grenades. Just in case, if you even have stun grenade, it would be great. Gig taking it on one nade towards the side of TS. Again! TS! Having a stopper since the start. Nowhere to move, no point to gain. Having the IGL on the ground, even bleeding out. Feels like they are falling into pieces here.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I'm not a fan of the military drop because of this key issue. The choke point is very, very obvious. Gig Slate, they are just doing whatever they need to do to collect those points. They know Team Secret will very, very likely pass by here, and they're taking advantage of that. And so far so good in this round because Jumper, I don't think he'll be able to be picked up. Success will secure that elimination point. That's going to be first blood. Kid went on to Jumper. At least he has the smoke to cover him so he can get away. But overall, Team Secret losing one player early on, it's never good.
Oh boy, I feel like Gig will chase them the heck out of this as well. Not just that, if they are in the zone, they might actually try to force them to stay in the blue zone instead for the side of Team Secret. Hopefully it's not going to be running away from another team and bomb into the other. So far, coming up from the southern side is going to be clear for both Gig and Team Secret. If they decide to part ways, Gig moving on the right side, it's going to be a hell lot of crossfire going. Team Secret on the other is going to be a good sign for them. At least, even though they lost a man early on, coming up from the left side on the west circle is as clear as it can be. Very clear, sky blue, bird singing, whatever you want to put it in, it's there. But for the rest of the teams coming in very late on the right side, on the eastern side, it's a lot of work to be put in here.
Well, speaking about a lot of work, looks like a lot of work's happening as Hale Esports onto Boom. We got Team Secret on the other side as well. Get Slow will be naded down. Boom seems to be in control of the situation for now. As Yummy, as usual, he's always the last man standing for Boom. And Hale has 3 players to light. Alter Ego, wait! What, dude? Calm down, Alter Ego.
They are just rushing into the death here. Alter Ego was thinking about being the third party, but at the very wrong timing. The moment they rush in, they just started the fight. So they're more than ready for Boom to actually gun them down. Same goes for the other team they're actually fighting, which is going to be Hill. And Alter Ego walking straight into their death here. Both Indonesian team, Boom and Alter Ego, now losing in the hands of Hill. But Hill do have the numbers, but Boom and Alter Ego 1v1, v2. It's not really a problem either.
It's definitely a bigger problem there for Potato because he was the only one at the bottom floor. So he'll be the first one to go out. But at least he got 2 points. But for Yummy, ooh, okay, DPS gameplay. A clutch can happen, 1v2. It's just a matter of timing. And speaking about timing, they still have the time because they're in the circle. 1v2, Hale. For them to nade down Yummy in that position is not going to be easy because 2 windows are a little bit far. And even they toss out onto from the stairs, he has boxes to kind of like cover him.
Boy.
So it's not that easy to hit.
But he gave it away just now with those smokes. The moment he opened up the smoke, they know exactly where he was planning to jump away from. But he managed to give a response. Tiger on the ground. Here comes the DPS, trying to finish off the job here. And hoping for him to actually pick up. He goes in. He clutches. It's Yummy, boys. It's Yummy for Boom.
It was Get Slow nading. It was Sky only nading Get Slow. And that became like the opportunity for Yummy to take over the bottom floor. It was a blunder by Hale.
Was it really? I didn't spot that one out. It was... Well, we saw Alter Ego failing on that one. And we have another fail, which can be Hale. I mean, that's a fail spot for everyone there. Definitely Jinx and definitely Curse Place. But we do have Exchange Fire coming out on the side of Beauty Alliance, if I'm not mistaken, against the side of PBE. Now, surprisingly, PBE, they finished things off very clean just now.
Wow, they defended this ground against none other than Judo Alliance, and they maintain an entire squad. 4 points in the back right now. So if we look at only today, PBE is now doing better than Team Secret.
PBE now, Void detonates straight on top of Raimon Jimenez. Void it just a bit more ranked, cooking it up, but Cannon just reposition himself, avoiding all the snakes coming out from the side of PBE. PBE, they're resetting very fast.
Oh yeah, they really needed that. Void almost came in, but I think the moment that Void noticed there's a signal, like there's a lot of nades, meaning that they could be majority of them still active, so that's why they're like, okay, it's not going to be worthwhile to take this fight. Plus, this area is on the outside circle. For them to spend that time in that area with that fight, it's definitely not worth it. But within Pochinki, it could be worth it because we can look at the number of teams inside of it that's interested in Pochinki.
13 teams. Everybody know for a fact in that circle will be right on top of Pochinki. It's going to be urban warfare. But TS or Team Secret, starting off with the tree, they come out from the the west side of the circle. It was as clear as a day. There's nobody else to contest against. So those come out from the east. That's going to be really hectic and still going on right now, including Void from the southern part against the side of DBD. There's going to be another team across them as well. The moment they start to fight, those come out from the top, which is going to be SLD might actually jump down into this. Void trying to play around the terrain, trying to look down those nades, forcing out DBD players. But Zix, lucky enough, he got himself a smoke, but a slither of health away. Finally knocked down by Procedure. Never mind. Geek on the other end.
Ooh, okay. Geek not interested with this because they know that they have a better spot to be in. PBE, on the other hand, being shotted down by Shirley. Rankid will be knocked down by Shirley as well. So PBE looks like they're in trouble on the outside of the circle. But DBD, also another team on the outside of the circle, going up against Void. Void tries to come in, but Void, are they going to go in all out onto DBD? They have the advantage though.
They have to. They want to. They are desperate enough. They are just craving for those blood. Talking about the kills, they're getting on a 11 points. 1 more point of eliminations by now. But you're trying to get for more. They're going for the rush. Jimmy OB couldn't fight against those rifles going in straight in their faces there. They have more than ready coming from Void. Definitely cover them every angle possible. But we do have a next contender. I feel like it's going to be Gig Slate scouting out on Void.
I'm worried for Team Secret. Just as I want to say that Mince is the last man, but they got eliminated 3 rounds without a single point for Team Secret. This is a disaster moment for them.
It's a tragedy for them, literally. Entire week 2, day 1, day 2, not working out so well. The one that actually pushing up the ranks here, Gig Slate, and nonetheless Void, the most consistent teams when it comes to performance. Every single map they're playing is like their last day or last map in the entire career of PUBG Mobile. Such performance, such fierce showing off these guys. Getting on so proactive. Every single map they will have at least double-digit points. If less than that, maybe even 9 or 10. A Gig Slate, this smoke up buggy, I'm not sure about how much longer you have to be on this for both of the players.
So he'll depend on the high ground. If not, couple of shots and that buggy will explode. But Semna against Gig Slate right now. So it looks like it's going to be them again, repeating their Sanhok fight. As Lung moves in, Lung will be shot out by Mika. Beautiful by Mika. Such a nice off-angle shot there by him. But right now Mika, unfortunately, is the last man. Lung will be shot at still. 10% of health left, needs to retreat. Sem9 still can reset as a full squad.
Mika, he needs to get a bit of a space there to just reposition himself. Link spotted out the players of Sem9. Kick on there, then bleeding out, leaving only one remaining on the side. I'm not sure how he can actually try to pick up all the rest of the teammate, but Mika, that reposition definitely got him so much space. Lucky enough, Sem9 actually bought them a bit more time than Procedure Evos to push them forward. Now, Procedure Links, on the other hand, they want to go for the push, but at the same time, they have no clue what's happening outside. They have to reposition themselves inside the compound because it's too much of a risk. Because the point is up there. Low, you open up for the team. Getting on Keenan. But Lapa shot down there, a bit of more trade. Avoid, they are immortal. They are like zombies.
Wow, Mika, last man, let's go. Can he do it? Vito passing by Mika. He's the fight against Pasija Evos, but just too much for him to handle. The splat will come in. Giggs laid this out. 5 elimination point. So now it's going to be Indonesian region against Indonesian region.
Back to Giggs late side. Didn't manage to revive on the side of Mika in the last minute just now. They have to go down at the 10th place. We're down to 9 teams here. With Lynx is going to be a bit more hiking to do. Around 20 meters. There's going to be a flat plane on top of it. Lynx trying to calculate the distance between Voin and himself. Can he make it enough time for him to just loot up all the boxes around there and give himself a bit of upgrade of loot? While Voin, on the other hand, wants to know exactly where are the other teams. They know Pasija Evas for sure, but at the same time trying to eye out for SLD and Box, which is way far and the furthest one away from the rest of the others.
Ooh, and for Voin's position as well as Pasija Evos, it's a little bit difficult if the circle moves into the Pachinki town. Coming in will be a bit of a challenge, but what's for sure is that they need to fight with each other. And look at town, all right. Pretty much most of the teams are in there. Even RRQ taking the church on the northern side of Pachinki. It's going to be a good position where they're at. But of course, it depends. If the circle moves away from this town, ooh, it's going to be really fun.
It's going to be a massive one. It's going to be... I feel like it's going to be ended up on Gut Cup field or Pachinki field. Let's go for it. Let's just go for it. There's no way it's going to be ended up on top of the urban area because that's going to be the least... You know what? The places where the least players do have, they're going to end it up there. It's always like that. It's like the circle blasting the unfortunate or the players that feels a bit lonely or a bit lesser than the others. It's going to be only one team taken over by the circle. The others have to grind their way through. Point goes coming up from the southern part. We have a lot of fields to cover themselves from. Good procedure, having one trade down. Zaxi taking out another. Almost knocked down entirety. Yep, 1-1 trade for now. Procedure and Voin both not willing to go down.
Oh, this fight has to happen now. Lapa coming in from the left. It's going on to Zaxi, but Lapa is super below with a mini 14 in hand. That won't be enough for him. And he'll be gunned down. Zaxi tries to secure the elimination point, but for the rest of Voin, they're on the other side. Right now, Voin, what is Keenan going to do? He's all alone going up against the rest of Pasija Evos. The nade might start off that nade, but wait a second, it was Zaxi naded out Lin. A little bit of a blunder there, but the good thing they still have the rest of the numbers to clean up Voin. They will be able to reset as they move back into town.
Still quite consistent coming up from the top 10, placing themselves at 9 and 5 elimination for Voin. That's more than enough when it comes to it's their first day in the first 3 maps. That's quite a number compared with now they already cut across Team Secret. But PBE on the other hand, they have a better run this time, but are they losing? It definitely feels like left, right, center to be pinned down by 2 teams at a time. PBE losing a lot of men, living with only 1 remains, another knockdown. SLD playing the trenches of the chopsticks. They have very little space to go, but RRQ just finished the box gaming players. They place themselves at 1 point and a couple of points with those ranks, but RRQ also kind of still have full roster in. So FaZe, Procedure, RRQ having full roster, they might have the most advantage because on their own compound.
Oh, I'm liking the spread from RRQ. Look at that. Because of the spread, Shirley couldn't do anything. The moment he landed into this compound where Valdemort is at, he got eliminated. RRQ, what a nice position they're in. But SLD is going to come in from the other side. The rest of RRQ need to come in to give backup.
RRQ, they're barely actually hanging on in this circle. We're talking about they are just at the rim of it. Is it worth fighting for this compound for the longest time there is? But SLD, the rest of them are pushing forward. Bacon time moving this way as well.
Ooh, Voldemort evaded that nade. That was a close one because he's the only one in his compound. If we get knocked down, there's no one else to save him. But speaking about knockdown, Voldemort down. The rest of RRQ, unless they choose to rush in, there's no other option for them to save their teammate.
SLD need to wrap up fast, really swiftly and quickly now because Bacon time are pushing from the back line. Noise being tagged down. I'm not sure by who, but I think that none of this team is actually claiming them from right straight off the bat here. But Ghost is spotted out, Voldemort finish it off. On the side of Ghost, still pick the fight against Bacon Time on this side. Noise and the side of Touch do have some more smokes to go, but Gosu does have mat kits, but nothing else when it comes to throwables. Nothing left.
Oh, Gosu, at least he has the position, but he does have the circle. The circle moved away towards FaZe Clan, right on top of the circle. But Bacon Time will not go down without a fight. Now they're moving in. Nandos with the DBs in hand, going up against the 3 from SLD. They're on the second floor. And they be spotted out as the 3 touch. Nicely done against Strongzin.
Getting on 1. RRQ slowly losing men now, dropping like flies. Picked off 1 by 1. Lucky Vasa trying to save his mate who's being a bit split apart from the rest just now. They are on across the side of a road now. They can get back into this fight if SLD a bit too busy against Bacon Time. But pushing with a DPS. We have a cease first. Gets on 1. Noise getting on another maybe. But he's stuck. He's stuck in the corner. Wait, what? How? He's stuck there for a bit. But Parajin on the other hand trying to counter fire with those smokes. Buy a bit more time. A bit more safe. To re-counter Bacon, who's having a duel to force a push, but RQ being knocked down from afar as well. RQ have to pick back on their feet, but Porridge is not going down. He got still a lot of fight in him against all the teams down there.
Ooh, RRQ need to get across, so the smoke bridge is being created. But Parajin, the moment he sees the smoke bridge, he knows that someone's going to get across. 3 touch wants something for himself as well by tossing out the nade. But all these teams, they are already outside the circle, and look at this, the blue is going to put pressure onto them. Parajin needs to move, Bacon Time needs to move, RRQ needs to move.
Oh, these are going to be a losing team right now. We're talking about FaZe waiting at the other end and taking on RRQ from afar. Now this is the start of the FaZe clan taking the advantage. Same goes for Procedure. Parajin, the moment he jumps down, it's going to be burning him off quite alive. There's no room to jump down. The moment he jumps, he's just going to die. Ventores and the rest of FaZe taking advantage. Just matter in their hands. We can get 3 kills. Well, same goes for Procedure. None of this team actually winning yet. Parajin down to the last first, and that's just it. There's no way he's going to give away the points. He's just going to deny himself, but might try to secure a couple of more points before he goes down. But it's down to Procedure versus FaZe Clan.
And because of Parajin doing that, he survived onto a top 3 finish, so there's extra placement points for him. And like what you said, he would deny himself to the blue. Definitely not going to give that point away to anyone else. But now, 2 heavyweights, the number 1 and number 2 team, Procedure Esports and FaZe Clan, going to duke it out for the chicken.
FaZe, not sure how much they secure for those eliminations, but for Procedure Esports, it's already a double digit, 11 for now. For FaZe, they're splitting into 2-1-1. The 2 support fires at the back line, the other 2 is going on the rooftop, spotting out, while Procedure Esports responding by spreading across. You want to go for the support fire at the back, we're going to spread it out to just fish out your position. FaZe secures a 4. Procedure is actually on Rabbit. We're talking about there being a monster. You just let the beast out now. Procedure keep on hammering. I love how they just spreading out, dominating of this circle. And look at how slowly and surely they're pushing to the side of FaZe here.
Yeah, I'm liking how they're trying to take control of the circle. But if we look at this, I think that by Procedure, they have an open space, or they open up nicely. But I still think that FaZe Clan, they seem to be in a better position because of this rooftop that Onzen is at. But the moment Onzen goes down, this is it. This is the moment for Procedure to move in. They just need to take out that player with the highest ground position.
Now FaZe being paralyzed, their limbs taken out. It's going to be the front line down Victoria's zones. And there comes the run. Zaxi going to be the trade. But the rest of Procedure still have a tree. Zaxi willing to be the front cover, throwing his bodies for the sake of the entire team to push forward. Legs, they secure 1. Luxy on the sideline. Moment still standing up. How this happened? Procedure Esports still having a 2 now. Fair fight, equal ground, 2v2.
Oh, that rushing could have happened the moment they took down Onzen, but now Mela is up, back on his 2 feet. Onzen is up back on his 2 feet. Taken by Mela. Now they're going to move in. They want to secure the elimination point to Zaxi. They're not going to stay by the edge of the blue because the blue is going to put pressure onto them. Now it's going to be open field between these 2 teams. Red face sprays on the Mormon. Mormon's still alive.
FaZe, trying to spot out the rest of FaZe. FaZe were having a 3. They had more men before Procedure Evos. Zuxi willing to toss himself in the open field to be the shield for the team. Was dying down and bleeding out in vain, but at least FaZe making sure he can do a bit of damage control. But will it be a bit too late? Down to only Mela and Moment on the side of FaZe, but everything is down to the last twin here. Luxy, can he clutch the 2v1?
But check this out, Procedure Evos has 13 eliminations. If we can get these two, it's going to be 15 eliminations with a chicken dinner. But it's not going to be an easy feat, of course. He's depending on this one bunker made. And that means that FaZe they know that as long as he can aim their nades onto this bunker, Luxy will be in trouble. But Luxy not going to go down without fight. But finally, that's exactly what happens. And FaZe Clan 2 chicken dinners today.
Wow, the entire day has been taken over by the flags of the ties when it comes to those chicken. FaZe secures another. After Bacon, it's going to be FaZe. And it was FaZe before. It was Bacon. It's going to be, feels like the rinse and repeat. Are we looking only 2 teams here in the PMSL for week 2, day 2? Because you don't see too much of the other teams. But when it comes to overall in this map, I feel like definitely, you know for sure, the CJ Evos will take the #1 spot due to how much eliminations they got themselves in this round.
Oh, again, Ventores, 2 chicken dinners today. And he's like, okay, I can't translate Thai language, but I think he's saying, okay, calm down, people. Stay chill, stay cool. We got this. Calm down.
Well, what a play coming up from Victoria's here when it comes to week 2. We don't see them too much. When it comes to week 1, it's always Mela and Onzen. It's always Mela and Onzen. Always when it comes to week 1. But Mormon stepping up the game, and Victoria's definitely up there here when it comes to day 2, week 2. FaZe has I mean, like, we've seen MR5 swapping in and out with Onzen depending on the situation. But so far, they're doing okay.
Yeah, they are alright. And this time around, it was tough for them too. Considering that circle only favors towards FaZe, especially towards the end. But they're still able to stand up to it. So that's great coming in for them. But Chu, you mentioned about Procedure Evos on how aggressive they are today. It's at least a 13 elimination haul for them despite not getting a chicken dinner. And because FaZe Clan, they had a comfortable circle, meaning that they wouldn't get as many elimination points. Procedure Evos, looking at this graphic, I think they would have collected more points than FaZe Clan.
You mentioned it's such a howl today. We're coming out from the side of Procedure. I mean, like, they are just roaring out there from Procedure Evos. They are not showing any sign of stopping. But I'm not sure if the momentum will be reset when it comes to the long pause, long rest, or long break after this. Right, you're gonna have to wait and see. So far, when it comes to the time, they're consistent with the positions. You can give them that. When it comes to the numbers of elimination, you have to give it to the Indonesian teams, right? They have been going all crazy out there. Talking about Void with the first few maps early on with so much elimination. Same goes for the side of Procedure Evils. But when it comes to rank, when it comes to chicken, it's always the ties. So there's 2 different objectives here by 2 different countries.
Yeah, very different objective. I do agree with that. Especially we can see the Indonesian teams, they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive than the Thai teams. But Thai teams have a very different play style. They focus on the positioning and try to get elimination points from there. So it's slightly different. But both ways, nothing wrong, nothing right. As long as you can get the points on the board, that's absolutely fine. But I really want to see now how far is the gap between FaZe Clan and Procedure Evos. Looking at these 2 teams, they have different play styles, at least for what we've seen so far. But here are the point difference. Only 1 point different between them. So FaZe Clan will still be on top.
Oh wow, FaZe actually secure another 8. The last time I saw him, just a 4 when they're having a down to top 3 teams just now. Just making sure that they can get and secure all those points in the last minute. Now, FaZe, that's quite a play there. But back to it, the side of the teams down at the bottom. We don't want to even mention it anymore. At this point, I'm like, they have to fix. I mean, like you mentioned, if you have different objectives, there's nothing can go wrong as long as you can get any points right. But in this case, everything is wrong. Yeah, I agree with the chat right now. This feels like this is the weakest of Team Secret. This is their downfall of all the season that we witnessed them across the entirety of PUBG Esports.
Uh, yeah, I am starting to lose points to talk about them right now, just because of it's the same story almost every round. Think about this. Even okay, Voin, great team. RRQ, no disrespect, but a great team as well. But they are already above Team Secret when they just started their campaign today. Alter Ego, 4 points difference than Team Secret. PBE, if even PB can catch up to Team Secret, I don't know what else to call. It's no longer a disaster. It's like an Armageddon now.
What a catastrophe ending for the side of Team Secret. But FaZe, on the other hand, taking #1 spot with the difference. They were talking about 13-point difference. Feel very similar when it comes to start of the day when it comes to those gaps. But again, the ties, the Indonesian will love to just battle it out, dig it out, and brawl. The first top 2 spot. Gig. It's exactly as last week, but different teams we mentioned. And back then, it was always Sam Nana third spot here. I feel like it's going to be stagnant for a bit due to the gap between Gig, Slate, and SLD. It's quite a bit down there. So Boom and SLD will actually have to fight themselves to get themselves in the top 5. Hill actually having a tie with Boom. So I'm talking about the point across the board up to the 5th place, possibly. The gap is just humongous still, the top 5.
Yeah, I think as compared to last week, right? Like this time around, the top 5 is interesting. Last week we saw like the gap is a little bit closer, but this time around it's a little bit further than last week. We see number 1, number 2 close enough, less than 10 points or so. But when it comes to number 3, there is like, oh, you have like a 20-point gap starting from there.
Yeah.
So we can see that how consistent like some of the teams are starting to get. And that's scary for a lot of them.
Yeah, I agree. And the best part is the team that actually up there, none of them actually on the top last week. And plus they were the team that's actually on the top 10. They're not really high up there, right? Like we're talking about Persija Evos, they were in the top 10 definitely. But when it comes to the other teams, so you know what, we're gonna have to wait and see if they're gonna make a comeback on the second half, because we're gonna head into the break. Will Team Secret having the consistency and the streak of 0 points? Hope not. Let's just straight jump into the break. Hope you guys have a good breaking of the fast in Ramadan. And Cloud, we're gonna have to go for a break too. See you guys after this.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Downward. Downward. Mute. Mute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montong.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi Jumper, see you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high. But the only time that I be by. Said I only love it when it's
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates. to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Libet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Go, go, go!
Hematite metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Erangel has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the minimap. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, We've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Sanhok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Pew pew. Pew pew. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Damn good. Mute. Mute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yuhai or Fredo?
Yuhai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
Ararkio Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetot Esports.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh, durian Musang King.
Okay. Thank you, Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Locking in just like that.
Hi, Jumper. See you soon.
Keep on trying to hide it, but your friends know. I only call you when it's high.
ikatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। लाफिज।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back after our break. Hopefully everyone is well replenished, just like our players. This is the PUBG Super League. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo Choo. We're back at your teller, so we're gonna start back inside of Erangel, and we always talk about how Erangel after the restart is, especially the sun.
Yeah, when it comes to the last Erangel of the day, we're going to go back, and that's going to be the wrap when it comes to day number 2 of Erangel. And so far, FaZe got himself a back-to-back chicken dinner, and that's a huge one coming from FaZe, and Bacon got themselves secured. So far, it has been, I agree with you guys in the chat, PMSL ties all over again, but don't disregard the fact that the Indonesian team is getting one of the highest volume of eliminations too.
Yes, also got the most chicken dinners today. So again, PMPL time. I mean, the teams are just going all the way. But I'm sure we will have an interview after this.
Waiting for the interview while we're talking about this. Speaking of some of the teams that will be performing, also when it comes to the entire week too, FaZe Clan have to be one of the most fortunate teams down there. They not just getting themselves in number 1 spot, they even have a break after day number 3, if I'm not mistaken, or after in between the entire week. They have another finishing at the end, so if they need to push up the numbers in the last minute, they still can actually do that.
Yep. So they're in a good position right now in terms of how it's arranged for them, and they have control of their destiny in the last day in case any other team caught up, and the point difference is not that far. So yeah, it's really down to them, and so far they're doing well. But let's not forget about Procedure Esports too.
But before that, we're gonna head into the interview. We're gonna bring it back to the host, none other than Cairo.
Yep, they're back on top again. But moving on with the interview, right now with me we have 2 players from 2 different teams: Persija EVOS Luxi and FaZe Clan Vin Torres. Alright, so for Luxi, you guys played very proactively on yesterday and today's game and got a lot of elimination points. Could you share with us, is there any secret that makes your gameplay in these 2 days performance so good?
We just follow what Zoxy said. Whenever he whenever he mark on the map, we just go to that mark and sesuai aplikasi, as on application.
Oh, El Capitano. So everyone listens to Zuxi apparently. Alright, second question. What do you think about FaZe performance on these 2 days? Is there anything to say to FaZe Clan? Since Vin Torres is here, maybe you can say anything to him.
We are really looking for FIFA fight, and we hope for the next 3 match we will meet you and we will beat you.
Oh, alright, strong words. Looks like they're very confident to beat FaZe Clan on the future games that they're playing. So, last and final question for you, Luxi. Since today is Persija EVOS birthday, so happy birthday to you first. I mean Persija EVOS. So, do you want to say something to your team and fans out there?
Pertama, selamat ulang tahun buat Persija dan Persija Esports, dan semoga di turnamen kali ini kita mendapatkan piala lagi, karena udah lama gak dapat piala.
Alright, so what he mentioned just now is a happy birthday to Persija EVOS, and hopefully they'll win the title for PMSL this time around. Alright, thank you so much, Luxi. Okay, so FaZe Clan, Vin Torres, can you hand in the mic to them? Oh, yeah. Alright, so hello Vin Torres, how are you? Are you feeling good? Good. You're good. Alright, so first question, congratulations on winning back-to-back winner chicken dinner on 2 Erangel games just now. What is your learn from last week to keep your performance on the same level since today you guys still playing very well?
ก็คือจากเกมที่ผ่านๆมาเนี่ยถ้าทางทีมเฟสเนี่ยน่าจะได้อะไรมาเยอะมากเลยนะครับเพราะว่าเห็นวันนี้ก็กินไก่ไป2 ตาติดอยากทราบว่าได้อะไรมาบ้างจากเกมที่ผ่านๆมาครับถึงได้ฟอร์มดีแบบนี้
ก็ผมก็ได้คำแนะนำจากช่องแชทนะครับก็ผมก็เลยเอามาปรับใช้นะครับในการเล่นเกมต่อไปนะครับผมต้องขอบคุณช่องแชทมากๆนะครับ
So he said that he's been receiving quite a lot of constructive feedback from the live chat. So yeah, it was quite useful for him. So yeah.
Alright, continue to support FaZe Clan. Looks like
you guys are helping out there. They're doing good in game because you guys out there supporting them all the way throughout the PMSL. So second question, which map do you think you have a better chance of getting scores next since Erangel and Miramar? So which map do you prefer the most?
มีแมปไหนที่ถนัดเป็นพิเศษไหมครับที่คิดว่าเราจะสามารถทำแต้มได้
ก็ความจริงแล้วก็ถนัดทุกแมปนะครับอยู่ที่ว่าจังหวะการเล่นแล้วก็ทามมิ่งข้อผิดพลาดว่าจะมีมากน้อยแค่ไหนครับ
So he said that any maps is fine for him. So it's all about timing and the circle pattern. Yeah.
No wonder you guys are dominating now. Looks like all maps are FaZe Clan's map. Alright, so last but not least, final question for you, Vintores. Currently you guys are the only team that have 3 winner chicken dinner in 2 days and got more than 100 points. So is there anything you would like to say to the other teams that are currently chasing you that is on top right now?
ก็ตอนนี้ฟอร์มทีมของเราก็ดีมากๆที่ผ่านมาก็กินไก่รัวๆเลยแล้วก็มีคะแนนสะสมอยู่ที่เกิน100แต้มมีอะไรจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆไหมครับ
ก็ผมไม่ฝากถึงทีมอื่นแล้วกันฝากถึงน้องๆช่องแชทนะครับว่าฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับผมไม่ว่าน้องๆจะพูดอะไรพี่อ่ะ2 MVP ติดนะ
So he said that he's not gonna say anything to other teams.
Oh.
But for the fans, especially through the live chat, he said, please keep supporting him and keep rooting for him. He will be doing his best throughout this tournament. Thank you.
Alright, that's a humble and safe answer from Vintores. Alright, I think that's all for this time around for this interview. Good luck on your future games. There's 3 rounds left. And passing the mic back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that was
Well,
it coming out from
well.
the interview. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, that's a deep work coming out from FaZe Clan, talking about how constructive criticism actually helped, even though it's in the live chat, even such, talking about community. I have to say, Thailand have one of the best community out there.
Yeah, we can see the amount of support and the reaction thanks to the fans. But I also want to say that our translator, he's suave, looking good with how he dressed ever since yesterday, icons and whatever. But of course, we're going to put in our predictions again. Let's see, PB, Boombox. I'm still waiting for them to really kick things off.
Yeah, when we do mention about the Thais coming out from the predictions, apparently the Thais are taking over the reign when it comes to the chickens of the day. And also a good time, like how Cairo, our host, mentioned before, they got himself the most chicken dinner out of all the other teams out there. And not just that, they're taking it back to back as well. I'm not sure if they're going to score another one and the next one.
Yeah, so I don't know. Could this be an entire Thai day? That would be interesting if they can pull it off, right? Because we haven't got like a single region taking the entire this yet. Every day it's different. Of course, it's a very difficult feat to do that, but they're already halfway there. And if they can re-pull it, whoever did last week, whether it's Stone and now it's like Vintores and all that, they are just walk, and that's where it all matters.
Yeah, I love the fact we got an interview from Vintores, which has been quiet when it comes to first week. Now coming back really strong when it comes to the second week here. I'm looking forward when it comes to the entire day, even Miramar. And so far, the Thais have taken over even Sanhok and Erangel for now. But I'm waiting for another flock to come in which is going to be Indonesian team. Because right now, as said by the side of the two, and I think it was Sakti or Luxi just now, either one of them, pretty much almost the same. But he mentioned about how long it has been since Indonesia actually take over for that championship or holding the trophy by themselves. So it means a lot for them. They have been really pushing themselves when it comes to week 2, but it's just having a bit of difficulty when it comes to the closure with that chicken.
True. Looking at how they're performing, it does look like it's a matter of time till they get the chicken dinner. Now, whether they get it today or not sure, but if they can get it today, they'll be like, yeah, then he would have been the one that he would be the one that comes out and say that, you know what, I told you guys, we'll take it away. And if they can get the chicken dinner, there is a likelihood that FaZe Clan would drop down below them. So they'll be definitely looking forward to that. Although it is just day 2, and what matters is who will be at number 1 at the end of the week. But it will read the race hard. So this is where it gets all interesting at the top.
When it comes to Voin, I'm waiting for them because right now Voin, they starting off today as day number 1 and they have been securing quite a consistency. when we mentioned about who is going to be the best of the best, it's always down to survivability plus those eliminations. And Void delivered every single match, even though they're still down there. But put in your mind the fact that they just played 3 maps the entire week 2 here. If you compare with some teams been playing 2 days back to back. Now that's another wave that coming in from the Indonesian team.
Yeah, it's only 3 games though that they played, but so far it's all rounds for them. It's not like either one of those rounds they got eliminated early. In fact, if we look at like the first game is Sanhok, they were the ones who eliminated the PBE, and it was a challenge for them. I wouldn't say it's easy. It was quite a challenge, but yet they still managed to eliminate them. And through the 3 rounds that they played, they even overtook teams that played since day number 1. Secret, look at you guys. So so far they're okay. As they just started on today, they have a lot more games to play as compared to teams who played yesterday. We can expect that they can still be a threat later on.
Speaking of the teams that have been playing for 2 days straight, I think there's no more statement they can use as late bloomer or not warming up, because we played over a week for now, and the team is starting off day number 1 if they're not in the first page yet, but most of them actually do, except for the teams down there. It's just really rough for them if they cannot make it in week 2, because week 2 we call it judgment week. If you cannot push yourself to redeem what you lost in week number 1, it will be punishing when we walk into week number 3.
If we look at like previous experiences as well, if a team that is like bottom 4 in 2 weeks in a row, the 3rd week must really be like on top, maybe like top 5 or something like that. That really depends, right? Be like top 5 or even higher than that in order for them to qualify onto the next round. And that also depends on what happens to other teams. And because we're only calculating the bonus points, so placement matters. It's not the total points collected that matters. The placement matters. So that makes it difficult. So for now, we do see that there are a couple of teams that was last week, currently still bottom this week. DVD, Team Secret, still looking to make that mark. Can you imagine that? If anyone to just tune into the show right now, like they didn't watch the first half, Team Secret has 0 points today.
It's a huge statement, yeah. When it comes to is this their worst season ever yet, we have to still wait for conclusion of the entire PMSL, because we still have 1.5 weeks to go, where the top 16 will be getting into the playoff, while the other 4 will have to relegate. Now, one of the teams that having a really tough spot, like you mentioned, Secret, and also those who didn't actually perform well when it comes to week 1. Surprisingly though, usually Team Secret always late bloomers, but the thing is they always come back in week number 2 of all the past season. But right now there's no even the light by the end of the tunnel for them. I'm not sure if they can come back a bit too late when it comes to week number 3, or it's just gonna be gone by that. It would be really devastating for the fans out there to have such a big orc as Team Secret not being able to make in for the playoff. They have to reconsider about playoff, because playoff, the points coming out from each bonus point of every single week will be reduced to 50% as initial points in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the 50% isn't really that significant. It's just a number. And what I mean by that is that because everyone faces the same 50%, so it's just a matter of putting a number as a starting point there. So I think that might be the most the biggest factor. I think at the end of the day, it's still about you just start collecting those points at this moment, and then that 50%, which is just a number on the board, which is actually still the same for everyone. It's just that it doesn't look that big, so it doesn't like shock anyone who like, oh, just tune into the show. It's like, oh, why do they have big significant number? But actually, it's the same because everyone faces the 50% cut.
But at the same time, make me wonder, is the grouping actually affecting all the other teams as well? When it comes to every single week, the grouping will be scrambled again based on the positions of the overall ranking when it comes to those weeklies. But again, here we do have PMSL in and out of player making. Maybe 2 players in a row, they're going to swap again, or just one of them. But definitely it's going to be boo-boo-hoo. But on the side of the grouping back there again, it just feels like if you guys happen to just tuning in here, every single week we do have a scrummer. It's a different grouping when it comes to week 2.
Oh yeah, it will be. It will be different grouping week 3. So that's the fun part as well, right? Like the moment you're like, oh, I adapted to week 1's grouping. I know who are the 4 teams I will see every single round until everything just changes like that. Snap of a finger. And when it comes to the next week, all of a sudden it's like, oh, now I'm group different 4, and I would need to at least know what the 4 teams do because you use every single round. I'm just looking over at Boom Esports. As usual, they change players. But Team Secret, going back to Izin, so Min's taking a break. So far, his debut for the past few games have not been impactful, so they're going back with the Izin lineup. Hopefully, with this original lineup, they'll come back up.
It feels like Aizen do have more chemistry compared with Minx. I don't blame him. At the same time, Minx are not actually being played as the main roster for now, but it's actually a good exposure plus a good experience. Not just that, he got a bit of a gist in case they needed him. Now they know, and now he knows as well what to expect coming out from Team Secret. But BBE today has been a lot of forcing fights coming out from them. Those brawls were being a bit forceful, a bit too early.
Yeah, they like to start it hard and fast, right? So it was the one in Sanhok that they started it fast, and it was against Void, but unfortunately they lost that fight. They in one of the rounds in Erangel, they managed to stay up a little bit longer. I didn't even want to fight against Udo Alliance too. So it's perhaps like in certain positions or in certain conditions they'll be a bit more comfortable, especially like when they're stocked up or when they are in a position that they are more comfortable with certain range, like what we saw the one that they won against Udo Alliance was they were on the high ground. Udo Alliance had come by with a vehicle, a little bit of an open space for Udo Alliance, so they have that information. Some other team's going to come to them, so they're a little bit more prepared. Maybe in that kind of condition they'll be fine, but for a starting condition to win a fight that is 50-50 seems to be a for them. Probably something that will change in the next round.
Speaking of the other teams here, I am still waiting for Hill Esports to come back. But if you guys just tuning in again, we don't have Group A for today. So there's no Vampire Esports, D Xaviers, Bigatron Red Villains, and Genesis Esports. These 4 teams are not in when it comes to day number 2, week number 2. There will be a rotation between the 5 groups. It's going to be 4 groups playing. Each group will be having 4 teams as well. But we're heading into our last Erangel of the day. What are your expectations?
Well, my expectation is that probably Thailand will still continue to do well. Persija Evo do well. I would expect with the change that Team Secret, they would play a lot better than the previous rounds. You cannot be 0 points in 3 rounds, and with this swap, you're not getting anything at all. You have to get something out of it. So I do expect Team Secret at least get something. Will they really be on top? Looking at the trend, might be a little, but they can start to like collect points over this round. At least you still have like 3 more rounds to really prove it back to the fans as well. So without further ado, let's go into our final Erangel for today.
Love this flight skin. This airplane skin is just as cheery as it can get because our flight path is a nice flight path, dividing the map into 2 parts equally on north and southern part. Do have a bit early alter ego dropping, might be on top, might be on the bottom, who knows, but we're gonna have to wait and see if there will be any hot drops early on in the last Erangel.
Yeah, well, in previous Erangels we haven't really seen a hot drop yet. For the one that it's not really a hot drop, but Mika went to collect a vehicle, and then he saw a place for bigger time, tried to run them over, but it didn't happen. So yeah, it's not really a drop, but it was just an early event. We might see that again because they happened for 2 rounds in a row. But for a hot drop, considering the flight path is kind of nice, kind of clean, this maybe we will see a good start for all these teams.
Speaking of which, Milta Power, Milta be taking over a sort of PBE. They definitely don't want to force the fight this time. But Alter Ego happy to drop themselves around Mansion. I'm not sure how much longer they'll be actually dropping there. They're splitting themselves into two parts. Their Octa is very widespread, but the Circle happen to be popping itself on the northern side. There's going to be a lot of team coming up to its the side of Salvo due to its elevations, but Savannah is a great place to have another checkpoint as well. Those come up from the southern, Team Secret, and all those down there will have a bit of a long journey. I'm expecting them to actually rotating very late.
Yeah, because the further distance, of course. But I did notice as well that Euro Alliance didn't drop inside Novo, so be curious to see like exactly did they drop. Couldn't really see where they towards, at least before we switch the screens. Hopefully they'll be fine. If they do switch over to another location in the middle, it's normally populated, so they might meet other teams. But okay. Oh, so they switch over to Ferry Pier instead. Going to be an easier access for them up to the north, so they don't need to worry about the typical bridge camping.
Euro Alliance negate themselves on the problem state from off the bat. And not even that too far off when it comes to the circle. Even got himself a couple of motorbike and maybe trying to find himself vehicles straight away. Knowing for the fact how important it is to get those vehicles going, because there will be a lot of a rush. The wave of the player coming up from the southern part will be tremendous. They have to be prepared, and they are more than ready to take up fights in case things happen going really south for them. PBE on the other hand dropping around Milta Power and Milta area. Taking themselves a bit slower than the last few ones, but forcing a fight quite early on, but this time taking things a bit slower. TS on the other hand will have a very long rotation. Speaking of them not getting into fights and being chasing down by all the teams, it's best for them to actually play a bit low profile for now and just focus on ranking and one thing at a time for the mistakes to be fixed.
You know what? I kind of worry a little for TS this round after looking at how the drops. So they might need to face Euro, might need to face Geek Slate in case they do move on to the right, and then Bridge Cam, and you will have two teams to deal with if they choose to do that. Even having one team there is tough enough. Imagine having two teams at that bridge. Oh man, it's super duper tough.
We've seen that before happen when three teams trying to take over the bridge, but on the side of Geek Slate, going to take their own time. They have more than enough loot to be shared in this compound by the entire squad here, provided there's not going to be another entry coming up from the others on the other end of the bridge on the left side. Speaking of Geek Slate, they have been doing great so far. It's going to be top 3 for now, but for how much longer? Because there will be rotations of groups playing for tomorrow and the day after for the entire week. SLD, the only Vietnam team, is still consistently getting themselves in the top 8 of first page. So far, not so much coming up from DX, but we don't have DX for today. But when it comes to Box Gaming, I have to say they've been giving a lot of improvement based on last week's performance and this week.
I'll put in a record as well. So for FaZe Clan, now they got themselves more than 100 points. It's actually faster than Void last week. Void took like almost at the end of day 2 before they got there. This time FaZe Clan, by the half of day 1 and day 2, they're already there. So statistic wise, they're doing better than Void.
Side of DBD, nothing is going great for them. Taking a bit over towards the side of the map, making sure they have enough. 7-9 on the other hand, not engaging. So far, all the teams having their own respective territory to be marked with. And everybody seems to be respecting those agreement and line not to cross over it. A bit of a truce for now, a bit calm before the storm. But the moment it hits on the second stage, at the moment it hits into the third stage, that's where everything gets a bit messy, a bit of Royal Rumbles going on. Due to the blue zone start to shrink in, forcing the player to get into the zone as fast as they can. Shunos happen to be alone right now in this very particular house. Not sure where are the others, but he's closely behind to another team right across him. Has to be extra careful. Box scouting out DBD. Some of them even mark themselves on top of Gatka Mountains. They're just trying to open up the map and having a bit more control, better than the other teams out there.
Because the circle is like on the other side, right? What's going through my mind is that why is Capone up here alone doing the scouting work? So the logic that I can think of is that because they want to anticipate like how many teams go up north and teams remain on the main peninsula. You can't cover everything, but at least there you can see like, okay, a good number of teams, and they can kind of make a decision whether you want it north and try to challenge other teams, or you want to like go to another area and try to avoid those fights. Now, not necessarily up north will be a lot of teams. It could still be a 50-50. At least with that decision, it looks like they're going to use that info. They're going to use that data to actually make a decision on where they want to go from there.
Face on the other hand start to move and compound hopping for now, trying to go as fast as they can to be in the center. We know for a fact the Thai teams love to play the center of the circle, but the ones in between the circle, it's going to be the outer or slightly in the inner rim of the circle. Usually it's going to be sometimes Indonesian. PBE being charged by the side of Hail Esports.
Oh,
Pulled
wow.
down, gets low still. We're getting on those DBS. Ranked came in very late. Tiger tried to flash outside of Raimon. It's going to be a lot of windows there. Raimon managed to dodge it out, climbing up to the rooftop, but Core will nowhere be saved in the shortest amount of time.
Yeah, no way for them to become cool unless they win this fight. But they got to do it fast. Sky only gun by Rankin, but the UMP. Rankin's on the other side, and Rankin gets a double knockdown. Beautiful by Rankin.
Counter fires.
Wow.
Another on Hill. 2 down on Hill. The counter fire make it 3 down to Tiger to make the clutch. Can it do it with the DBS? Trying to find Raimon first, but the ones that are dying are those outside. Ranked running down those players coming up from Hill, splatting them from one to the other. Now the rest is leaving down to Tiger's hand. 2 angles of an Hill.
Ooh.
The flush was a fail. They got one at first, but PBE, the counter fire, is just amazingly well done.
Wow, all hail PBE. Look at this. So they're stocked up. They got in the position that they're comfortable. Another piece to come in, try to take over the compound, but they know what to do. So this guys, it doesn't like to be a trend for PBE. They need to have a good start, in other words. But hey, it's been a long time since we last saw this guy's circle. So it's going to be Starber. On Starber, we already got like 2 teams. Alpha Eagle seems to be interested to go there. 7-9 as well, LD as well. It's going to be an interesting fight up there.
Already mentioned early on, Star will be the main circle. A lot of teams already crushing themselves to get into the center. We're talking about the high grounds of Stalber. We'll actually have such a prime view up there. Paramount for the teams to actually get themselves the most comfortable position and spot when it comes to getting those eliminations from above. So that's a terrain where there's a bit of a hilly side of it. Now, even though you got yourself a high ground, it doesn't necessarily you can see through what's going. There's so many vegetations in between. The structures are not even as well. So Sam 9 thinking on the way round, but Face on the other hand do spot it out one player while Box on the fly tried to butt in, but never mind. He's just going to pass by Eaton's on, so giving a bit of pressure to the side of Levy. Mormon chasing the hack of the players coming up from Box in.
Wow, okay, Mormon taking off that very bold move from him, but Capone tries out to Mormon. Mormon realized that he's not in a good position because Capone is on high ground, so immediate treats. It's a good move from him there, but more, wow, 6 of 5, 9.
Now Pecco slowly moving forward. They heard the gunfires before. Now Sam 9 will be their target. That going for the furthest flankers away, trying to outplay or outflank RIQ. On the other hand, RIQ in the middle ground. They have to figure out whether to fight those actually beneath them or those actually above them. Right now, RIQ will be spotted out by Boom as well. Razy just coming into this one, sorry, and then they have been playing quite okay for Boom so far. Still got himself at the top 6. It's just always the execution, the closing, coming a bit of a difficult coming from Indonesian team. But Sam 9 managed to squeeze in this very small apartment, taking this low compound. PBE on the other hand, still lurking around the edge of the circle.
Yep, so PBE coming in a little bit later. That's okay. They'll be part of that whole party happening at the high ground of the circle, so it's okay to be down here. And plus, they are comfortable in this way, right? Like get to something comfortable, probably compound, or probably something open that the other team's coming into them and they can defend it very well. But for Geek Slade, okay, in onto Saverni, just on the right. Not interested to take that fight, but RRQ is interested to take the fight with Sam 9.
Pecco managed to finish on 1. Send 9 don't have that much anymore on their side. Only 3 to work as a whole. We're talking about still second stage. Moving into the third stage in less than 5 seconds. Now, on the Pecco and RAQ having their tunnel vision down to the side of Sam 9. We do have another team lurking by, which is going to be Boom coming up from above. Pasija Evos coming out on the other side. Box got themselves in the center. Face coming up on the left side on northwest. DBD, Kick, and PB having to share at the same side of a rim. We do have Bacon Time just leaving out. Yes, Naya Apollinaire Singers for You-Do Lions. But You-Do Lions, they can be the game changer whether on the south or the east side of a circle.
Yeah, they got themselves there quite fast, I must say. Just dropping like quite far from the circle, but they straight zoom in. If we take another cousin like Team Secret, it's also far from the circle, but yet they're still taking their time. Get out the blue. The last we saw them, they're just on the outside of Roshog, so they're switching it up a little. Probably sometimes it's also affected by the confidence level that they have, considering that it's points after 3 games. But You-Do Alliance, full of confidence, wants to take this away from SLD.
You-Do Lions have to cut across SLD to get into the circle. Now their first and foremost mission will have to take the compound. And when they're done, it's going to be CJ Evos waiting on the other end. SLD definitely heard the audio crew coming up, starting as a trio with the M4s and all the rifles already ready on the top of You-Do Alliance, and they have to be careful about 2 ways, 2 angles differently. Armstar giving away his position with those vehicles. The buggy can be heard on the side of Olio. He's a bit paranoid right now whether to focus on what's the front or what's at the back. Splitting into 2 You-Do Alliance. Decided in a split of time to focus on those coming out on the front, and the other 2 going to be on the back. As on the other end, having chased the tracks of RQ. Asa being shot from afar by who knows who.
Ooh, Pasija Evos it is, because he took down Trong Zin. 1G gotta get away. Looks like he's still A-OK for now. Pasija Evos actually shot lower ground, so that's a good position there by Pasija Evos. Secure their first elimination in this round. So, good start for them. We know that they're the right moment to just dash in and take those points away. And look at this, Pasija Evos not stopping.
Olio getting on Bacon Time. Sherty down. Now Chuan-Ji. SLD open up the smokes to avoid Void for pushing forward. He's trying to bail this one out, reposition himself with the rest of SLD, trying to have a bit more space to work with. But the problem is they're not right on top. There's so many teams up there. The entire team of Boom will take dominance over Starber. Void playing at the ledges, playing around this terrain to make use of what they have. At the same time, such confidence portrayed by the side of Void, taking one big flank coming out Alva. If he can swing that side, it's a huge one for Void.
Oh, speaking of swinging, let's see where will the circle swing to. It looks like it's going to be somewhere in the middle, so that's kind of okay. We got Geeksley there, 7-9 in there, Q's in there. Huang Ji survived it. The last time we saw his vehicle, his buggy tire was punctured, the back tire, so I wondered if he switched a vehicle or not. He has done that, because right now he's all alone, going straight into the circle, hope to play for placement points instead.
Cell deep, last player there is, plays in the center, alone. As mentioned before, but Rosemary knocked down. So going to be the entry Fragile. Volta Ego knocked down on his knees. Box wrapping things around. Octa have the furthest flank, but will be outflanked by Shunos. They're trying to outplay inside of Volta Ego. Box confusing the front line. And Octa have no clue where to focus on. He's being charged by 2 sides at the same time. Capone and Levy of Box finish on Octa, trying to compress. Alter Ego now being cornered.
Ooh, Alter Ego, Box Gaming on the outside. And at this point, Alter Ego will receive the blue first. So Box Gaming has a slight advantage, but there's another team just right below them. So their options are limited into the circle. But Luxie being knocked down, I believe that's a long range shot. Capone smoked up, girl. Taking a little bit of a risk there. But I gotta be careful on top of the hill. There's another team, but Team Secret is in the house now against Pasija Evos.
Trying to flash out and trying to take over the Mushroom Tower. But they have to be extra careful. The moment they pop themselves exposed too much, they will be knocked down from afar. It's not just Damir. Jumper trying to reposition, but such spotted out. Isaac finish off in an instant. No way for Team Secret to even pick or even try to flush. As Pasija coming in so strong this time. Again, hunting for those kills. 1-2-1 trade, but they're definitely winning this one. Pasija already secured this one more kill here. Pasija down to 2 men. Secret as well. Spotted
Just
that
when
boy,
teams-
giving a bit away too much information, but Red Face heard the audio cue coming from Bacon time.
I pointed out that just when Team Secret celebrated their first point in 4 games, they got traded back to Alter Ego and Boss Gaming. This fight is inevitable as Octa will go Dado as well. Fnatic, what can he do against Boss Gaming alone?
Shunos, Winnie, reposition, trying to get himself a better view, but Rosemary, as always, delivers. He got one, knock onto down to his knees even, but the rest of the team is not there to support Rosemary. Winnie, can he close the touch here? But never mind, Rosemary is still pushing forward. Capone giving an extra hand, going for front line, but Capone didn't manage to close things up. And Rosemary, what a responsibility you have to shoulder by himself. We're not done. We do have Udo Lines versus Boyne next.
Oh, here we go. Udo and Boyne. Looks like Udo is winning this fight. Adilu needs to be picked up. Player from Boyne behind. But, and that's going to be Lapa. So Lapa, going for it. He is alone though, but Udo is not in a comfortable spot. I think there's another overlooking them. It should be RRQ. But for Lapa, what's he going to do? Wherever he goes, there will be another team.
It's going to be also on the southern part. Team Secret, Boy just charged to his side of Bacon time. But that's going to be the last member of Team Secret. A bit reckless with that push on the southern part just now. And again, Secret being eliminated too early. But we're talking about Circus Shifted again. Bacon time, PBE, Pasija Evos coming out from the south. Udo Alliance still having a go against Void for the longest time there is. And RRQ happened to be butting into the fray, into the mix. DBD next to be eliminated. We're down to 10.
Oh, whatever it is, at least Team Secret got themselves 3 points and before they go out. So slight improvement there for them. But PBE, wow, already 5 nations. They'll be looking to catch up to Team Secret and still look for them. But they only have 2 players left. Let's see how they can make the most out of it. And RRQ, with the high ground advantage, they can definitely come into the circle. Shouldn't be unchallenged. They just need to be prepared for the next phase with Boom right in front of them.
Boom waiting for Napeko to start fire, and they're just going to counter fire and respond to it. But the other and Bacon time is just so close with Luxy. Armstar climbing up. Rank it to the side of Sam 9. Southern part is just too saturated. Luxy finish off with a bang just now. Bacon Armstar will be bowing out early with the rest of them. And for the rest of the team, we remain with 9, but Pasija keeps it going. They are the team that don't have the closure of chicken, but they are going strong with those numbers.
I know, right? It's like no chicken, no problem. They are catching up on the FaZe. But this time around, FaZe still has a full squad. PBE, just when they got themselves 6 elimination points, they got eliminated at number 9. At least it's a round for them, but not enough yet to catch up to Team Secret.
But Pasija, Evos trying to finish off Gig Slate on the other end, but they have Sem9 on top of them. To be extra careful about giving away this position. Luxy jumping down. The DP28 going to the side of Gig Slate, sliding down again alongside with Zuxi, the twins. The only one that remaining on the side of Pasija Evos right now, trying to make big plays. They've been carrying their backs almost broken right now with those numbers of eliminations. But without the support fire, now nowhere to be seen. Luxy and Zuxi have to face the entire Gig Slate by themselves. There's FaZe on the other end, but damn good. It's just too near now.
Ooh, damn, this is Zuxi though. Oh my goodness. So damn good, prepping up the nade. He knows Zuxi behind the tree. Tosses it out. It should land on the Zuxi. Yes, it does. Not to take them down yet. And now Zuxi will counter fire on the damn good goes down.
Zuxi going for the eliminations, but not going to be enough. They knocked 2, but did secure those numbers to be translated into points, but Gigslate having a bit of reset time. Very, very short. We talk about Mormon already giving the pressure. Mormon on the other end, on the outflank, off angle entirely. See through what's happening to its side of Gig versus Prestige and Evils just now taking advantage. Sam9 saw that through as well. They might actually try to take advantage of Gigslate. Gig stuck in between, hand down sandwich by two teams that's bloodthirsty.
FaZe not only take advantage of the Gigslate, but they'll take advantage the fact that Prestige Evils was eliminated. If they can eliminate Gigslate, it'll be double down for them. Damn good. Taken out, and it's going point towards FaZe Clan. And Gigslate, they are out. So now FaZe Clan on to collect points to open up the gap.
Comes another spray. Assad taking part of Sam9 too. Sam9! Both Malaysian teams in such a sticky predicament. We're talking about them barely hanging out. Not even peeking out from where they are. And they were just being finished off by all the other teams. Now we're living with only two Indonesian teams. FaZe again, once more. Can they get a hat-trick? Can they get this and get triple chicken back-to-back in PMSL?
Ooh, could they break the record? So far, the double back-to-back has been done by get a triple. That's going to be set a new record there. So far, they're looking. They have a full squad. They have a couple of members inside of the circle as a marker. The rest of them can follow up, and most of their other teams are on the other side.
RQ still have a full squad, Boss Gaming as well, but the one that kind of stuck between SLD will be the game changer. With those two players, they can actually make wonderful turn-off event coming up from backstabbing. More exchanging nades. Less than 5 meters apart now. Too close for Yummy right now. Across him with a DBS. Yummy! Almost clutch it. It's going to be 1v1 more. It's just left. That was 0.5% HP left.
Wow. Just need to blow a wind onto him and he'll fall. But looks like he's somehow survived. But they're not out on this just yet as Boom still wants to fight onto the high ground. Boom currently still on the circle. We can see Pombit there, but Yummy confirmed elimination. But stolen away by Box Gaming.
Nothing can go wrong. Whatever works for the team is going to work for the numbers too. RRQ Modern also have to flee. The Blue Zone closing in. They have to move slightly forward. And that's it. RRQ took domination about the elevations. But the rest of them playing a bit of lower ground. Boom in the middle ground. Hex has been spotted out. Being sprayed by Mod straight on the ground. Pombit trying to make damage out of it. But he couldn't see through those smokes. He tried to cover himself. But at the same time, are those smokes giving away his position? Because Napeko will not change his vision yet. The crosshair right on top of where Pombit is. Did not living Boom to let it live another day or another round for now. There's no way Pombit can get out from this sort of corner. They're being stuck in between.
Beautiful spray from that. And now Boss Gaming moving to the circle. They have FaZe Clan to deal with as well. So now FaZe Clan, they have Boss Gaming too. But Boss Gaming also a full squad. Kind of like a 50-50 fight here. Let's see how FaZe Clan deal with this against Boss Gaming as Venturas gets shot at.
Moment. Found it out. Box play possibly right across and Winnie just now. Mela on the other end building up the bridge of Smooth. Trying to advance forward. Levy and the rest of Box definitely heard the audio cue. The stats coming up from FaZe was too loud for them to ignore. They're definitely so close. And Mormon just getting to exchange those snakes to the side, giving off a bit of a Winnie pressure on that side. But lucky enough, he got himself Winnie to take covers from those rocks. But for how much longer? Mormon focus on Winnie. Only the rest of FaZe very segregated amongst themselves.
FaZe Clan opening up. Just look at this. Look at the open for FaZe Clan. It just shows confidence from them. Doing somewhat of a 2-2 split, and now SLD is at the crosshair of Flores. He's keeping an eye on them, but Mela being shot at by Kwangji. Mela! Close one, almost down.
Multiple times, such a close call coming up from these guys. FaZe now have to reset themselves, still having a fourth to work with. Working as a 2-2 formation, two focusing onto a side of box. The other two have a bigger, more responsibility to fight against RQ and maybe Boom on the other end. Even SLD in the mix. Ondens trying to just keep tapping and try to bait out all the shots coming out to see their positions, but RQ making it hard. They spot out Ondens giving away too much of his position, but Voldemort have to flee as the Blue Zone will burning are burning him. Quite painful right now.
Oh, time to go. Mom's calling you home. Now RRQ rendezvous with each other back in circle. Look who's in the middle of it. Still going to be SLD. Playing as a duo, but they managed to overcome a lot of odds to be in the top 5 now. And be in the top 4 in fact, because Boom is out.
I have a feeling the time we close up the entire day here today feels like so strong right now. Even for FaZe, they're like zombies. So hard for them to be knocked down and just being translated into 1 point here. Just pick themselves back up again. It's 2-2 formation again. Victoria's pushing while Ghost is taking a fight against RRQ in this very small shack. If they got themselves nade, they can loop a very long one to the side of RRQ Asa. It's going to be the end of SLD. Living with only 2 men there, but Chonji is not too far either. You've been circled left, right, center, all around. SLD, cornered every way possible.
Oh, Box Gaming, base there, getting closer and closer to each other. They're forced to move by the circle. And now RRQ putting focus on the base level. Counterfire upon Asa needs to retreat. Asa needs to reset RRQ. They don't have base clan though to deal with. They have SLD still, but look at the circle. And where SLD is at, only RRQ really needs to move.
Northern side crowded with 2 teams. Not really, 1.5. Look at how FaZe splitting themselves into 2 parts here. And now reunites one zone. Make it even a line. How they're taking half of circle by themselves. RQ, yes, they still got their elevations, but not in the circle anymore. They have to make a move. They have to cross the street. There's an airdrop in between, but Chonji is next to it. The moment RQ start to push forward, SLD, the first one, will be charged and ambushed by 4-person squad here. Coming into the frame, but Onzen and FaZe. Mela, as always, opening with the deliverance of those grenades. Ghosish stuck in the shack. The whole team of RQ took a bit of a toll, but Mott is just too far. He can still revive. Never mind. But last member of SLD, a bit too far of Chunji. Can't even pick out.
Right now, base guy got to focus on the Box Gaming. They got to clear their sides. And with that, Gaming is only left with winning the last man. Baseline know exactly where he is and charge upon him. At the same time, RRQ gets 10 elimination points. Unstoppable Monash really gets to knock down the Winnie. 50% health. Can't get a good clear shot onto him, but from the side, on 10. Good tap Winnie. Almost taking it out. Winnie is super duper low.
What a support fire coming up from both players of FaZe just now, but Onzen's have to go for himself right now. Couldn't be too protective of his teammates. The DBS coming in! If they got burned down, but it's still a trade. Valiant effort by both teams, but here comes Ventura to wrap things around. Asa on the other end, Moment still alive, but the nade just clipping her too much. Mott can actually clutch. Finally, we got Indonesian teams coming up strong. RRQ, what a battle. What a closing and wrap around. The team coach was remarkable. Displayed to us in front of our eyes. What a just impeccable timing of teamwork and everything else when it comes to teamwork is just flawless from this team.
It is amazing timing for RRQ. The moment they come in, it was just when kind of busy with Box and they were almost done or pretty much done with Box. RRQ come in at that timing, no hesitation, take the rest of FaZe Clan out, and that that was so good. But that Molly, there was still a trade happen, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. RRQ chicken dinner. It was almost, you can't think about it right, it was almost FaZe Clan getting a triple chicken dinner. This is how consistent they are. Speaking about consistency, Nerpeko, the MVP for RRQ. He is.
But I'm loving how the teams to watch is going to all 4 different teams. 4 different teams and 4 different flags. And it's going to be coming up from each different country. I'm talking about Indonesian and Thais when it comes to week number 2. Yeah, they're super strong. We're talking about how much aggressive being shown here, how much of displayed of their prowess throughout the entire 2 days in a row. Box slowly climbing up. The Malaysians start to creep into the last place there. But at the same time, speaking of the Malaysian team, the only team quite consistent today is going to be just coming up from Gigsley. The others not so much still. Down there. Just still in the slumber. I'm not sure how much time they need to actually progress. But feels like they are in a stalemate down there. Stagnant.
Yeah, I mean, we even down there we do see like a couple of teams starting to catch up, right? Starting to improve, like PBE. See them starting to improve in terms of it's not only one round. It's like they're starting to be a little bit more distant. So those teams are like what you say, stagnant down there. Gotta be careful. If teams like PBE who just played today can catch up, it's a big statement.
Not just that, just remember how much FaZe was actually leading off the chart. We're talking about within 2 days, you already secured 100 over points. Like we mentioned earlier on, they've progressed way faster than last week, and they got the triple digit way faster than Point last week. It's definitely a huge way coming from the side of DICE. And not just that, speaking of this week only, the gap between the top 3 and top 5 is already huge enough. Put aside like the top 10, there's gonna be a half, like 50 points and above from the first place down to the 10th place. Not even the 16th, the 10th place.
Yeah, I think the top 3 teams in the overall, they have been pulling a lot of points at the top. That makes like number 4 onwards having lesser points. We get Precision Esports, they get those elimination points, they get the overall points in the bag. Face that of the Geek Slate as well, they're not too bad in this round. So I think they will be pretty decent just selected. We'll see the calculation very, very soon. But here's it's because of those 3 teams fairly consistent. That is why we see, yes, I want those points, but it's so hard because the top 3 teams, they are just singing it away from every other team.
For the side of RRQ, today is also the first day they're playing alongside with Voin and also Alter Ego and PBE. Now they got themselves chicken just now, plus those eliminations, quite a number there, huge volume of 14 kills. But how will they fare when it comes to overall? They're still down there, but I feel like the moment they push themselves up, it's going to be here right now. It's still in the second page, but it's on the upper second page instead of the lower ones. Here comes overall weekly rankings.
Okay, here we go. So looking at the scores, Alter Ego, not a usual position for them. Now they're at number 20, below PBE, but PBE only 2 points difference than Team Secret. Looking on the other side, looking at the top, FaZe Clan opens up a 22-point gap. If I got my math correct, 22-point gap with Prestige Wars. That's almost 1 round's worth. And then you have a 19-point gap with Gig, and you have a 20-point gap with SLD, and then it goes all the way down. You can see how many points have been pulled up at the top, making it a little bit difficult for some of the teams in the middle of the catch.
But I love this head-to-head for now, Nepeko and Mormon. This is just incredible. Nepeko never failed to deliver. He just knew exactly where and how to breach into certain compound or even in a brawl, in an open field fight. You know exactly how to do an opening. He just always the one pushing out for RRQ. Even though Asa is always the outflank person who just being the bait sometimes, just they call it in the trap. When it comes to throwables, definitely on the side of RRQ is way more, including the damage. That's why they have more damage, possibly because they actually managed to utilize more on those hand grenades. But when it comes to team contribution, Mormon more of a team player if you compare with the side of Nepeko.
Yeah, we can see how he always is together with this. Nepeko is like the Antropagger. He plays on his own pace and so on and so forth, and he is kind of like give him that support. But speaking about support, because of that as well, our the chicken dinner. So the first non-Thailand region team to actually break the streak from the Thailand teams and break the streak of potentially FaZe Clan to get a 3 chicken dinner in a row. And they almost got it though because they were at double, so it was close for them.
Yeah, and speaking of even our Mirama top performance, yeah, and we do have FaZe again up there. Now, when it comes to Vampire, they're definitely not playing here today. So Voin, on the other hand, this is going to be the advantage as well. They have been performing quite stellarly when it comes to last week. They have been very consistent and still bringing that consistency when it comes to week number 2. Sam9, on the other hand, having a bit of been choking week 2 so far. So it's just really difficult and struggling for them to actually survive till the end. But for FaZe and the Indonesian team so far, I have to say, even though we're looking at FaZe number 1, there are a lot of ties getting those chicken, but the one chasing for those eliminations is going to be coming up from Indonesian teams.
Yeah, we can see that Precision Esports, actually, they want to steal everything away. Speaking about stealing, RRQ did some of that as well in that previous round. Know what they're doing. They already know that in fact, I'm sure they know that but from before, starting to really kick things up in terms of like prioritize eliminate points. Rank points can come as a bonus instead. So we can see happening with PBE, one of the other teams. They got 6 elimination points, but no rank points, and because of that as well, they ranked higher than a lot of teams somewhere in the middle in that particular round's points collected. So we can see how much value it is for elimination points are, and I'm sure these teams notice that. It's just a matter of executing it, whether they can do it or not. So far, the best I can say is Procedure EVOS.
But for the teams down there, I mean, like, yeah, we praise is quite high when it comes to teams up there. But the teams down there, on the side of especially Team Secret, again, being eliminated early on, is definitely not a great week again for them. I mean, they need to go back to the drawing board. Something definitely must have gone so wrong. Because this is like... We're talking about the team that's veterans enough and very experienced, and has been in PMPL since the start of PMPL. So... if you compare with all the other teams, they are going backwards right now.
Yeah, I think we don't talk about this team that much, but you kind of think about it. Alter Ego, not really that big. So something needs to be fixed with Alter Ego. We're going to put out our predictions again just to remind what we think of today. I'm happy with PBE because they are showing consistent, so they're pretty good right there. Boom, they had a round, and then after that it was like, okay, they still need to find that level of consistency. But somewhere in the middle.
RRQ so far just scored himself chicken. Again, I scored another for the chicken prediction. Yesterday,
yeah.
All 3 of them. Back to the side of Box, I mean, this is going to be a wildcard one, because for Box, they do have the firepower. It's down to the communication strategy to approach those brawls. You do Lions, they definitely have what it takes. They are in the middle bracket. I mostly will predict for those teams actually in the middle bracket for now, because I do know for a fact they need to push themselves up there, but at the same time they're not in dire need of it, as all the teams I counted in here right now for myself, they are the ones that actually perform quite okay in week 1, so they have really little to none chance of getting relegated when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think they did not much wrong, right? Sometimes if you lose a fight, like, that kind of happens, but if you talk about like, do they get themselves in the top? Do they take unnecessary fights? Not really. I think they're a very well-balanced team, and as long as you're a well-balanced team, I think you will definitely see the grand final. Don't see them dropping into the bottom 4, and considering like how they performed even today and how they lost last week, they are looking like a decent team. Now, of course, I think the bigger question will be later on for Euro Alliances, that how will they perform the grand finals. I think for the league, they'll definitely be okay. We'll probably see them like somewhere in the middle bracket.
Speaking of the grand finals, down to 1 and probably half, because we still have 3 more days to go when it comes to week number 2, an entire week of week 3, and that will conclude the league itself, and then we're going to start into playoff, which is going to be 3 days straight. So mark your calendar down, because that's going to be the dates until April, if I'm not mistaken, where we do have the PMSL playoffs. And so far we do have the players getting ready up right now, including Boom and SLD. SLD have been not too shabby today.
Oh yeah, not bad. Even I was kind of surprised that in the previous round, with those 2 players, they somehow managed to survive up to like what, top 5, top 4, which is pretty decent. They got any elimination points at all, but if you can take home those placement points with only 2 players, I would say that's pretty decent for them. So SLD actually looking pretty good. I guess we don't talk about them that much, because like they are somewhere in the middle. So it's not like, oh, they did explosive or they did really, really bad. Like, they're okay at the end of the day.
For DBD, not so okay. Really breaking and crushing down their dreams right now. Performance-wise has not been the best, but still make it through in the middle bracket. They're going to be the middle pack here, who'll be chasing down those top 8 for now. Hill Esports has been quiet the entire day. We're talking about them quite a number last week, but so far still secures themselves in the top 8, but not for long. If they haven't got themselves quite a number of eliminations, and the rank have to be balanced out as well. If they can maintain those, it's going to be quite consistent for them to be in the middle pack, and they don't have to worry about going into the grand finals.
Yeah, Void is quite a different performance for them as compared to last week. Last week they were like first 2 days they were hard, and then up to the end they got like a top 5 finish. So it was a good showing for them. But this time around they are on page number 2. So you wouldn't expect, like, if you want to talk about like, oh, how Thai teams perform like last week, you wouldn't expect that from Hale Esports. And of course they have shown like really good stuff last week too. What about me build
mean,
that?
like, yeah, but there's gonna be a new ear accessory coming out from the side of Kixley just now with a phone cover. Interesting ear accessory.
Oh yeah.
Boom. What is happening? I think it just doze off. Oh, there's gonna be something that are usual for us. Boo Boo Hoo coming in and pumping out this time, and we do have Keyminer Hexa swapping again. They're still trying to find their synergy on the side of Boom, but so far they have been quite consistent when it comes to performance. When it comes to they not changing the roster, things were great in the first half. When it started to change, and now it's going to be going up and down, hot and cold.
Yeah. I think we were even more surprised if they didn't do any change. When the moment they did a change, like, oh yeah, they're changing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, pretty normal for them. But like for Prestige EVOS, we can feel like the fatigue is sinking, right? It was Team Secret. 3 points in 4 games. That's an average less than a point per round. Oh man, it's good enough for Team Secret. Okay, but not gonna lie, right? That's a increase in performance by those 3 points, so it's still not too bad. Oh, Void. We don't know if we're going to make a change, but yeah, finally we see one.
Vince, I want to see how he would actually perform this time. We did see him once, if I'm not mistaken, last week. Only one time. Same goes for the swap with Maxius again. But that was a bit last minute when it comes to last week. But when it comes to this week, week number 2, they're going to have a bit of early rotation between the players. I want to see how Void will execute this. Maybe they want to see if this is going to be impactful for the overall rankings. Because so far, it's very different if you compare with week number 1. They got a bit of elimination. They got quite a number for the ranks, not going empty-handed so far, but it's not what they expected it to be, not reaching out their standards.
Yeah, it's not booming showing like last week, right? It's fairly different. Despite it not being too bad, you gotta give it to them. It's still okay, but I guess because they set the benchmark, like, and I think we did talk about this topic as well. It's like yes, they are a new team into the Southeast Asia region, champions of PMNC, second place in PM Indonesia, and then now in Southeast Asia. And we based on like what we like for this kind of new so-called new teams in this certain stage of the tournament, certain stage of a pro league in the country respective as well. Like there are some teams who do really well in week number 1, and then when it comes to week number 2, maybe it's because of maybe it's because you're not used to the format of playing so many games in a day, play so long, so many days in a week, and when it comes to the second week, you start to see that things start to get a little bit difficult. But at least the good news for Void is that because they got second last week, their total bonus points is pretty decent. So for them to fall into the bottom, it's not that easy.
And all the teams, so many factors affect them when it comes to week number 2. Their physical, their health, their mental being, teamwork, even the rumble of the team itself when it comes to grouping definitely make a game changer for this guy to have it another go in PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. But PBE, will they have it another go or not? Because we're heading our next map, Miramar, and Miramar is going to be a different map, Cloud.
Yeah, Miramar is going to be very different. Void loves Miramar, the stats don't lie. But FaZe Clan loves it as well. So statistics in current stats, FaZe Clan does look pretty solid. And Victorious did mention in the interview, is like, oh, we don't have a favorite map. We take every map as it is. And that's a good mindset to have. And you'll see it if it happens in Miramar.
We are back here in the sandy dunes of Miramar. FaZe not willing, giving away their first position anytime soon. And I'm loving the flight path the entire day here. From Sanhok to Erangel, now in Miramar. Just splitting the map evenly into two parts, crossing San Martin on top, down to Puerto Paraíso. Map will be comprised of two parts of south, west, and northeast. We do have early droppers here, box going into the northern side. Same goes for PPE. PPE again trying to challenge box this time.
Yeah, dropping side of ruins. Team Secret used to drop there as well. I believe it was yesterday, but this time around not. They're going to go to somewhere that they're pretty familiar. It's going to be San Martin. Looking over at El Pozo will be there. So Xavier, they're not playing today, so pretty much unlikely that anyone's going to challenge them. I think the next interesting part will be inside Lost Zonas. A couple of gunshots there. It's just more of like PvE taking vehicles. So that will be fine for now. But the circle, that's the first time we have a Chumacera centered circle.
Trailer parked down to Los Eagles or even Chumacera. Whoever trying to get himself on top of Chumacera as fast as they can will be a huge advantage to farm those eliminations. Winnie trying to flat the tires across him just to make sure PBE cannot have any sort of mobility. Smart, but in the need of the use of vehicle in case they're shot for box gaming, it's going to be punishing as well.
Hopefully they calculated that or they've secured enough for themselves before that happened. If not, it'll be like, dude, why did you do that? Oh, sorry, I thought we had enough. There will be a whole communication problem. Hopefully that doesn't happen for them because they are rather far from the circle. Yep, north circle's down south. So vehicles inside Miramar, irregardless, is necessary. Hopefully that's not a blunder for them. But I think they'll be okay.
Boo-Boo spotted a monster truck. Razy taking on pickup truck. He got himself secured two vehicles. Vehicles is the most detrimental, the most compulsory gears that you actually have to have in this map. There's no way for you to move yourself through the entire map of 8 by 8 kilometers. Very dry land. 90% of land, and we ended up a circle right on top of Los Eagles. What are the odds? But we do have this circle for quite some time a bit now. It's not surprising anymore. But if it hard shift towards Los Eagles, there can be trouble for a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That means it goes all the way down south. Despite it look like a Chumacera circle-ish, goes all the way there, then it's a big scammy circle. But if we do to focus on like current circle areas of Chumacera, since it's the first time we got this in the PMSL, I would say that high grounds of Chumacera, very key points. If you're late to the party, then you might not want to challenge it. But if you're early, if you drop somewhere nearby, if you're close enough, areas of is still kind of okay. Areas of let's see, Picado is kind of okay. Then you can straight, do a fast loot. Or maybe you can't fast loot because you need stuff to withstand that long range shot up there. So maybe you can loot and you happen to drop close by, straight go to those high grounds on top of Chumacera. That would be a position to be in.
But it's not too bad for DBD as well. Not getting those high ground of Chumacera instead of going for the low grounds is not really a bad strategy either. We've seen that happen before by the side of phase to take the low grounds and going up in case if only they need it. Like when for a fact everybody will be fighting for these top grounds. Everybody fighting for the mountains. Might as well just to go for plan B, playing it slow, playing it quiet, and just pop up when you need it, because it's always about the survivability in the Royal Rumble. When it comes to this Royal Battle, when it comes to too many players out there, you have to be extra careful and you have to think out of the box. Play at the places where nobody think of. Sometimes the open, it will be a good strategy. Yes, it's in the open, don't have barricade, but sometimes nobody can think of that way. Nobody actually try to look for you. It's not really a bad strategy either, but for Ranked and Raimon, they secure each vehicle for each of the player of PvE, and they're just gonna have it to go on the down south, moving as fast as they can.
Not the fastest vehicle, but it's about tankiest. But you gotta think about it. If you want to go say like, oh, okay, think out of the box. I'll be interested to see which player actually takes Lost Eagle, go all the way down south, and then the circle happened to really pull itself down there. Now, it'd be mind-blowing. That would be totally out of the box. And a lot of teams, I really won't think that way. But if that one team who does that and so happen that the circle drops down, I'm done. I'm done for the day.
For Los Eagles, quite a challenging part to cross over that side. Too many valleys on the southern part of this map. Al-Azhar is quite far off, but it's not within reach. So far, if they don't have vehicles, it's going to be a bit of a problem. FaZe, on the other hand, trying to get themselves. They're going to play the high grounds, definitely. FaZe going for the hunt. They're just going to secure those high mountains, get those views, and trying to pin down. They have more than enough. You know for a fact, the moment FaZe get themselves the high grounds, they have more than enough utilities that they need to use. But for Onzen's, a bit of a slipping moment there. Gravity just pulled him backwards. Not sure if it's going to stay alive for a bit, but definitely he got chipped down quite a number of damage from those flips. But he got himself enough first aid to have a bit of a HP reset. But for Mormon, not enough med kits. We're talking about no first aid on Mormon yet.
Yeah, I guess they decided to make a fast rotation, right? Because they want to take those high grounds that we talked about. So FaZe Clan, obviously, they have a lot of evidence. They're up there for a reason. So that's why they were like, okay, we know we can do it. We know we can do whatever it is. Let's just go straight up, take those high grounds, take the prime position. If anyone wants to challenge us, we're ready. We're confident anyway. And you can see that that's also a measurement of the level of confidence teams. Like, you dare to take those prime positions? Great, go ahead, but be prepared to defend it. And you say that, hey, yeah, we can do it. We're all good. By all means, take it. And FaZe Clan being the top #1 team, if any other team knows that FaZe Clan there, they might think twice about challenging them.
For teams in the blue zone, Boom, Box, TS, and Alter Ego. Now, Team Secret showing a sign of something is wrong. Manifesting when it comes to across the board right now. For Team Secret, they even take things slow. Back then, Team Secret loved to play in the mid zone. Right now, it just shows how much a level of confidence they do have. Not that much. When it comes to playing it very slow, every single map that is, they're playing towards the side of a blue. Box on the other hand taking things slow. They are quite far from the circle. Hill parking towards the side of DBD. Now this is a very close range combat. If we're talking about Hill and DBD, happen to be sharing a same compound. I'm not sure Gatslow knows exactly he's being eyed out by the side of Jimmy, but he's been careful. He's not stopping his car yet.
Yeah, supposed to try and like just move around just to bait up any shots. In case Jimmy chooses to pull the trigger, then at least there's a signal towards here. It's like, hey, someone's there. They would have done their homework to know that DBD would drop into Chumacera. It's just a matter of like, okay, once they drop looting, where would they go? But because like this kind of circle, the prime positions will be on the ground, naturally you might want to anticipate that there's another team there. So it's a really good move from Hill. And the circle, okay, no surprises, no Lost Eagles. So it's going to be at the Chumacera Mountains. You can see a couple of teams out there, those with good confidence. FaZe Clan, we got Beacon Time on the other side. Jig Slate wants to come. Void in between two sets of Jig Slate players. So interesting to see what's going to happen behind.
As per usual, the Thai always take the center and all of them crowding, concentrating the center of the circle with all Thai banners right now. Box and Pasija Evos playing at the blue zone, at the brink of it. One knockdown coming from Box. They will revive his teammate, but Luxy wants to finish him off. They're going to go in for the rush. Levy with a spray, not connecting, but spotted out. Red Face still missed. Bold and brazen. Levy trying to go for it, but Lynx fighting really a close combat, and the car happened to just knock out of the way. His cover's gone. Oh, even the car betrayed the player just now.
Oh man, that was super duper close there. But hey, Snipes getting knocked down onto Alphas. So that's going to be a good start there for Gigsley. But for Boston, oh no, pressure over the blue and Pasija Evos. Some players on the outside, so they won't be able to save Lynx, unfortunately. But Box Gaming, they try to trade it back. Winnie secures that elimination point. Box Gaming, hopefully they have vehicles though, so they're side away from the circle.
Shinos will not be safe here. It's going to be one-to-one trade. Pasija don't want to take any part of this anymore. They want to go for the center. They want to go for the safe zone. You're going to leave by. It's not going to be worth it for them to fight this anymore. Vehicle sliding down just now was really detrimental on the side of Pasija Evils. But Gig Slate, on the other hand, spotted out Void. They want to keep them at bay. Will not allow Void to cross over the other side. Gig making sure they deny the entry of Void as much as they can. But Void knows what's going on. They definitely already tapped early on. How Mika being so aware of this definitely just shows that he's gave away with those couple of shots. Bullet, Snipes, and the rest of Gigslate trying to cover every angle, wrapping around the corner, and Void being clustered by the side of Gig. How to get out and how to pick out.
Yeah, look at them being surrounded by Gigslate, and plus Gigslate eliminated Alva thanks to Snipes, so they know that they have the advantage. So with that, yeah, they can send one person out, go scout, just until the next circle, find the next location, while at the same time overlooking Void. Void with the lesser number, it's difficult for them. Definitely they know that, obviously, the thing with 3 players, everyone else is 4, so confidence that's slightly shattered by Gig.
Mika trying to just burst the door open, making sure they can see any way possible to what's happening inside. Now Circle shrinks again, right on top of Chumacera town. Those having the high grounds, praying the next circle will favor them. If not, it will be a tough climbing down from those hills. Those are indoors. We're talking about Sam 9, RQ. With an SLD climbing down and playing themselves alongside the valley. Those coming from south now have to move north again, and it will be a bit of a clash. With Gigslate decided, you know what, Void, I know for a fact they're going to wait for you guys in front, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to just outplay them first and reposition to be more closer, but Snipes got one on Keenan. This is going to be it. Gig can actually obliterate the entirety of Void. If Snipes want to go and commit to this, why not? But Damn Good is there as well. But the rest of the teams leaving Snipes behind, just making sure Void get a very late start to march into the safe zone.
Snipes is going to take the circle advantage instead of overextending all alone there. So right now he will rendezvous together with his teammates, and totally understand why they Gigslate. They move really fast, because for them to get into the circle, it's not like you can draw a straight line, you can go in because of the routes. But right now, we can see the movement here by Gigslate being followed out by Bob. Mika, ooh, got away with that.
Oh, Gig got 2 eyes. I mean, like 2 set of teams that they have the eye on. Pasija Evos now have to face a bit of a counter fire to sort of Gigslate now pushing in. Damn Good. Need to reload that. You need to reload that magazine before pushing. There you go. Going backwards instead. Still not reloading. That magazine is 0 to 465. But Stuxnet crossing in between the Box Gaming team. Got away and not being punished.
Oh yeah, that was a safe one there, but he needs time to reset though. So Box Gaming is moving out. Gotta do it quickly. But at least Box Gaming are kind of occupied with Pasija. But look at who's behind Pasija. It's gonna be damn good. He could take advantage of this. Yes, he will. Damn Good with the knockdown to red space, but he has to secure the elimination point before Boss Gaming takes it away. There's gonna be a counter fight from Succeed from above.
Rifles making so much work, but Void closing in on the back as well. Gigslate not going as they supposed to have planned before, and now losing so many men along the process. It's going to be one of the main fragger finished off straight away. Gig down to 3 in the blue zone with Pasija Evos. Very punishing. They're starting off as only 1 player left, and this is going to be stage number 3. We're talking about blue zone will be hurting them from here on. Less than 10 seconds to go. They have to make a move, but do they have enough vehicle? Mika managed to reset, but it's going to be entire cavalry of Team Secret waiting at the other end.
And somehow he got split up from his teammates because of the route that they need to take. You can see that Snipes is just beside Weekend Time at the left side circle. Mika, for him to get to Snipes is going to be tough. There's SLD there, there's Team Secret there. He's going to join back with his teammate. Mika, he has only 1 first aid. It's going to be a tough rotation for Mika.
Snipes got finished off, now living with only Mika. I'm not sure how he can survive with not much of utilities alongside with him. Bacon Time on the then. The next target is going to be Team Secret. Now Jumper definitely gave away his position with those moves. Here comes Void, and the rest of the team now stuck themselves in the valleys. Knocked down straight on Jumper. I'm not sure what they're thinking of and how the team comes off Team Secret going, because Bacon Time just fires shot just now. And they still get into it. They still cross by. Maybe being forced to do so due to the blue zone shrinking in. But Shirty and the rest of Bacon got 2 angles to God. Team Secret and Procedure Evils is trying to flee, but will not be passed by the rest of Bacon. They're splitting into 2-2 formation. Both sides having eyes on set and locked towards 2 teams.
Ooh, speaking about 2 teams here, Ego and Udo Alliance. Udo Alliance must take this fight. They started off and knocked out the Octa, but they come off there. Looks like it's gonna be Yen from afar onto Udo Alliance, but Udo Alliance, they are going in.
Fnatic pretty low when it comes to his HP. Taylor spraying over Canny. Flax nowhere to be saved there. Too much alter ego players inside. It's too much of risk in moves to do. But Voin coming up from Vens. Spotted out Shunards. There's going to be Lavi on the front line. But Lapar being shot from afar as well as Vens. Lavi will counter fire. He's retaliating and spotted out Lapar as well. But nowhere near. Voin is just a big of a threat. The entire box placing himself at 15. But at least they didn't go empty-handed.
Oh, not at all. This boss game got 2 points. Udo Alliance, unfortunately, this round will be an empty round for them. Stuxnet still alive somehow. The last player for Gate Slate, but for the PBE, the vehicle might be exploded soon, and that might take down Stuxgetter. So, you gotta pray. Okay, has a distance between his exploded vehicle. He's A-OK for now, but stuck in the valley between 2 teams. Not the best of position.
Bacon time saw that through. They heard the gunfires. They want a bit of Pool still spraying to the side of Stuxnet, but they have to be extra careful. It's not safe either. The entirety of Bacon time still hovering their contact with his side. They might caught themselves in a trap. Stuxnet slow to health, and there's no way out from here. It's going to be another nade being tossed right on top of him. The explosion almost chipped him entirely, but he managed to cover himself a bit more longer. It's going to be a bit of a reset for him. I'm not sure how much medkit he does. Definitely don't have first aids anymore, but I'm still see through that silhouette. It's just right across him.
Yeah. Probably from the players, the smoke is just too much. But I am amazed that he survived the second nade though. But didn't take too long. And finally, Bacon time has secured that elimination point. That's one in the back for now the circle. A lot of empty space in the middle. And that means that that's where the circle go. And that empty space in the middle is really, really open. So it's going to be free if they have to play there.
I love how Boom Razy making a rotation at the back line just to scout the perimeters. Is it safe enough for the entire team to push forward in case they've been backstabbed or being followed or tailed behind by another team? It's better to be safe than sorry right now for all the teams out there, and that's displayed by the side of Boom. Alter Ego, on the other hand, to have to cut across RRQ. RRQ, again, a wide spread coming out for them. Can they have another shot? Rosemary as a frontline, as always. Having a 4 for Alter Ego do have the upper hand, but RRQ having a 4 as well. They're not going down easily. They're trying to outplay every corner possible in the Peko, as usual. Been the opening for the team. Dropping Kobe on Rosemary. That's going to be the main fragger down. Voldemort slowly pushing forward. Spot out Octa. Octa heard the audio cue. Trying to prep the nade over this side, but cancel it out in the last minute.
Oh, that's beautiful there. Octa, gun down. Okay, looks like RRQ is winning this fight. And they'll finish up Potato. And that is it. Alter Ego eliminated. But not empty. 1 elimination point, but that means that they still haven't broken the 2-digit mark.
DBD going for 2-1 formation. The other person, I'm not sure where they are at. Hill. Too close to share this compound. Less than 100 meters apart them from DBD. SLD having a bit of a brawl on top of these mountains. There's so many valleys in between. The pits and the slakes will work so wonderfully well if they know how to use it efficiently. Paragin kept the pressure on, hoping it will flush out anybody in the shack, but nobody's in there. Drongzen got caught off guard. Boo-boo-hoo, there was a clean spray coming out from Razer and Boo-boo alongside those duos. Chuanji and Paragin trying to counter fire, trying to push them back, but they will not back down as Boom climbing up. SLD have to go for a retreat. They need to reposition themselves.
Yeah, they got to reset quickly. And plus they're on the circle. So not in a good position. Not in the position that they want, but Yummy sees his top, blows up the vehicle. More taking down Sam 9. Wait a second. 7-9, D as well. They're stuck between two teams. Oh man, it's not easy for 7-9, but not easy for Parjin. Where's he gonna go? If it goes down, it's gonna be Team Secret waiting.
It's gonna go sideways, and SLD decided, you know what, there's nobody actually
Oh,
shooting
no.
us from there, but never mind. Got dropped down on his knees straight away. Team Secret on the other end know exactly where to pick. It was a perfect angle at it too. Chuanji managed to flee, but he barely make it in. And now he's prepping up the nade, trying to exchange to the side of Team Secret, but it's going to be double nade dropping on the side of Team Secret as well. Chuanji stuck in the corner, in a pickle. He needs to get out, but how? There's no way out from him. Left, right, center. There'll be eyes watching out. He's definitely stuck there. It feels like a slow death, biding his time. Chuanji trying to buy a bit longer time for LCLD, hoping for another team going down before they do.
Oh yeah, not only they're stuck, but the circle fighting us right now, not too far, but they still have a lot of teams to deal with. But Par and Firm knocked down by the zone. So right now that means SLD only has one player left. But he has Team Secret to deal with. But he's moving away from them. Smart move, gotta get away as soon as possible. Team Secret can come out. They can come out a little bit later because they still have a full squad. The circle is not away, but that also means that Kwanji don't want to get in their way when they do so.
Oh, you got yourself a Nepeko with AWM. Now, can he showcase to us the best of AWM in the map that can be used the most? Chuanji, slither of health remains. The spray come out from Razy, but Momboy from PBE stole it away just under the noses of Team Secret and Boom as well. Now, Boo Boo Hoo will give the pressure on the side of Team Secret, but at the same time, they're not in the circle. They have to push in. They don't have that much room to play. The moment they step forward, it's going to be Team Secret right in the eyes of them. Boom, stopping RQ from advancing. Asa got himself an upgrade of loot from an airdrop, but will be worth it. The Peko still have the AWM in play. Plays and finish off Sem 9. They got himself in the center for RQ, but PBE not so much.
Ooh, but PBE, at least they got the circle and they just arrived in it. But now, DBD and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan 2 off. DBD seems to be winning this fight, but this is FaZe Clan that we're talking about. That one nade. Chase away DBD behind, but DBD has a nade of their own. They got to toss two nades back to back, but Pasija evolves the button.
Down to Venturis again to make the call for the team. He's been MVP for the entire day. Sucks being finished off by Bacon Time. Touch from behind. There's going to last member of Bacon Time. But DBD close into his distance. Venturis visited them. And it's going to be greeting with a lot of sprays. But Venturis, he needs to reload. And Bacon Time finish off. But CJE was last play. Breakfast from the back line. Phase of them been charged by DBD. Ambush from the front. Boom, taking a fight against Team Secret. The fight is everywhere. And nobody is stopping from shooting here.
Oh yeah, especially Boom, who wants to secure those elimination points. And they're going towards Team Secret, rushing into the compound because they know that they're the advantage after that knockdown. Boo Boo Hoo comes in, the nade being held down by Jumper. And that is going to be an easy knockdown for Boom as they will compound away. But the rest of Team Secret, there's still a couple of players on the other side. And Boo Boo Hoo is going for...
They're going to go for the push. Boo Boo coming up from the flank side, but there's PB on the other end. They have to be extra careful. Bacon Time is watching this area as well. Razy gonna go for the front line as well. Boo Boo is still on his vehicle, not willing to get down just yet. Worried there might be shots coming up from afar. But Razy, you just want to secure those eliminations. Yummy bleeding out. RK pushing in. Boom, we have to downplay the teams. It's gonna be coming up from the back line. They didn't expect this to happen, to have another team come up from the back. Because definitely they tried to scout out those coming up from the back number Razy before, and they have no clue that RQ closing in the distance. Nepeko pushing in. And don't forget about the AWM. This is going to be a perfect view for the side of Nepeko to see what's going on down there.
Ooh. First it was Boom onto Team. Now it's RQ onto Boom. With this high ground, but Bacon that's on the other side, so AWM. This by Nepeko will not connect, but the circle moved away, so RQ needs to move as well. Boom. Ooh, they are also away from the circle, so they're kind of big because RQ is on top of them, but they're going to go in a different rotation, but it's going to be on the other side.
It's going to be Lung, Sem 9 player on the other end, the moment they got himself on the high ground. Boom, the other two pot will still have to fight against PBE. PBE barely getting themselves into the rim of circle here. They got very few structures to take covers from this shooting up from afar. It's going to be RQ being the Bane later on, but Momboy definitely want to finish off Boom. But at the same time, the time contemplating. It's just too much coming from PBE. Razy got back on his feet. Boo-boo opened up the smoke trying to advance, but Pego and RIQ, they're eyeing at both teams there. I feel like both teams might be losing this one if they just extended this fight way too long.
It's even worse for Boom because the blue is just right behind them. And now let's see what P can pull off here as Boom tries to get away, but Boom, they try to evade PBE, but if RRQ on the other side is dead, and now PBE managed to put out a little bit of damage onto Boom. And now right now, Boom is still on the outside though. Despite those few shots, M9 eliminated, and that means we have our top 5 team.
RRQ and Bacon already secured themselves a chicken for today, but they're still having full squad. They want to score another one. Noise coming up from flank, spotted out 6. And here comes the push, but Noise got punished by Echo instead. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade between DBD and inside of Bacon time, but RRQ is moving forward as well. Omsar trying to wrap things around, but Echo playing around the smoke. Spotted out Shirty, but Bacon time shutting down on our DBD. Bacon being saved by the hack of Bacon time from across.
Ooh, my goodness. DBD, they had the high ground, but unfortunately they couldn't defend it. And now Boom. Victoria Boom. A little bit open there, but they're trying to stop RRQ from coming in as RRQ. They managed to get one knocked out. Zero, we can't find a point. And that is going to be it for Boom. They failed to secure that decision point before they go out. So they're going to be taking home 4 in this round.
Shetty got clipped from afar. It was a very long shot coming out from these guys from down below to upwards. RQ now making their way crossing. But Bacon time trying to place himself as comfortable as possible, but RQ make it impossible for them. They come out from the flanks. It's going to be a triangle war here. 3 teams remain. With PB still have a full squad, but they don't have the grounds. They do have the circle, but it's going to be a bit of lower ground on their side. Cool trying to open up the space, going for the first and the furthest away for the flank side. But M16 here, trying to spot out Bacon time. Cool trying to push forward, but he cannot spot anybody from this angle.
Oh yeah, it's a tough angle there. Plus they are on the lower ground though. RRQ definitely has such over PBE, but I can't think about it. PBE now top 3 with a full squad still. That's his call improvement, ladies and gentlemen. But the next mission is to take down RRQ. And RRQ has the advantage against them. Right now PBE getting into the circle. Monboy is still behind. Monboy still on the outside of the circle. RRQ will try to stop them from coming in.
Back to square one with all 4 players back up for each of the teams there. We're down to top 3. RK and Bacon time already got himself the chicken for today. PBE dying to get for it, but they don't have the best place possible. Just so hot. Middle ground hole by the side of RQ. PBE and Cool Raymond trying to pray and just hoping that nobody will stop them from getting the next circle. But the circle will not favor anybody for the next one. Bacon tried to push in and wrap things around, but it's just so hard to see between the valleys, between the pits. Now Pekka going for the right side, the furthest flank on the left, Trying to spot out on Bacon, who got himself a bit of high ground to play with. But no loose end from the side of Bacon. They know exactly to stand.
High ground does look sexy for Bacon right now. You can see that the next phase of the circle is going to close entirely. It's pretty much 50-50 for everyone. The same amount of manpower. But Bacon time, they have the high ground, so they don't really need to manage the road. But they need to manage the 2 teams. But Bacon time taking the move.
Ooh, what? Finish off. Asa, 2-way one for RQ. They're clutching it. They got both teams down at the time being. But Voldemort for exchange. Asa going very left forward by himself. Asa, can he do this? Clutching against PB, not enough. Nepeko tried to help, but Cool secures those kills. He wants those eliminations. He doesn't have a care in the world anymore. He doesn't care about the other remaining members of ROQ. He needs to translate into a point, but PBE, do they have time for reset? Nepeko on the ground. Star Bacon taking the advantage to swipe the floor clean, but now unstoppable Bacon. Elimination at 10. ROQ mod down on his knees and last down for ROQ members, leaving only PBE. This is yet the best performance coming up from PBE, but Bacon time. Can they get another chicken today?
Oh, Bacon time chooses to reset. That allows PBE time to reset as well, and now they're up on 4s. But Bacon time has a high ground advantage. PBE at the lower ground. They lose after winning against RRQ. PBE opening up the space. They're trying to spot out where Bacon time is at. This could be the moment for PBE, Juju.
Noise prep out the nade. Gonna drop right on top of Raimon. If that happens, it's gonna be air for PvE. Here comes Bacon. Pushing in full force. Cylinders out. Noise. Exchange fires. What Raimon's winning. Noise down on the ground. Living in 2v3. Touch going back in the blue zone. But the blue zone is killing him. Down to Amsar in the shack. Can he do this? It's 4v1. This is it. PPE coming back from the dead. Closing in with a fashion. And they got it! They got secure with numbers of eliminations, and they don't lie when it comes to the stat with that chicken as a close.
And welcome Wildcard team to the PMS, the PvE, taking home the first chicken dinner for themselves. And as a representative Wildcard region, they will be the first one as well. PvE that we saw had a lot of potential in the Wildcard series. They are finally here on PMSL. Today has been an amazing day. At the top of it, of course, is this chicken dinner for PvE.
This is what we've been waiting for the side, for the Wildcard region to actually showcase their prowess with those gunfires, with their strategies when it comes to their timing and teamwork. Impeccable. If they were in disadvantage, they were in the lowest of ground of all the other teams, but the timing was just too perfect. Absolute flawless win here with all 4 men well in live, and one boy got himself the MVP. Well deserving.
Oh, well deserved, that Mon boy. I mean, we did see that he was the key player during the Wildcard series for PvE, and he's showing that the moment they got the chicken dinner here in the PL, he's the MVP. He's showing again his value for PvE. They cannot not have him in the team. He is shakeable now. PvE first chicken dinner. Wow, it's a great and seamless.
Bacon time showing what a consistency here when it comes to day 2, week 2. Same goes for RQ. They are fighting for this top 3 positions. DVD, this is actually one of their best runs so far. And this is definitely the best for PvE. They never secured a chicken before, and this is their first ever chicken, and with a style. I'm talking about it was a flashy ending for them as well. They have such a tough spot to start with, but managed to secure even though they were against the odds. And that was a remarkable play showcased by this team. On the side of the ties though, Bacon, they got themselves chicken today and they secured themselves second place. Same goes for RQ, the top 3. Now they definitely put themselves up there when it comes to overall rankings later.
Fair enough. Bacon time, great job. It was kind of tough for them, right? They got a couple of knockdowns because of RQ defended their ground really well. Oh, PvE, they were at the lower ground. Not that they were in a good position too, but they managed to win that fight against RQ. RQ arguably was split between teams, so they were kind of distracted, but it was still PvE at the lowest ground possible, but they still managed to do it. Like the terrain wasn't on their side. If we look at this again on the highlights, you can see that they were at the least advantaged position.
It's down to who's been closed in by the blue circle first, because it's down to last one as well. We talked about this normal circle by the end of it, and the last one definitely would not favor any of the team. Whoever actually been closed in by the blue zone, they're being forced to push in. But 7 eliminations, total point of 17. This definitely will push them up to the second page still, but at least it's going to be on the upper bracket of second page. But inside of Bacon Time RQ, they got quite themselves a number of eliminations. 11 for Bacon Time. DBD, this is going to be one of their most aggressive plays ever with 8 eliminations alongside with RQ.
Yeah, DVD also doing fairly well, at least double digit in terms of total points collected. Team Secret 2 points, so I'm counting now. So it's 5 points today, an average of 1 point per round. Ooh, it's a little bit tough for them. But let's look at the overall rankings, and this is where it all matters. The top open up a significant gap, or enough gap there. That's why they don't really change. But on page number 2, PvE with that chicken dinner, they leapfrog over Vampire Esports. Can you believe it?
But what I worry right now for the teams up there, they cannot be comfortable just yet. RIQ just played the least amount of matches compared to Box and DBD right now, and they got only 5 matches played. Today is their first day. They're already pushing up to number 10 within just a single day, and they have 1 more map to go still.
Oh yeah, that point. But yet they're still like on page number 1, so they're the best performing team who has played the least so far, at least for today. But so far so good for RRQ. But okay, let's look at the top performers. Of course, with performance, you got to have one player from RRQ that's going to be Nebeko. Bacon Time, that was a good for Bacon Time. They got a lot of elimination points, and after a long time, I think this is the first one that we see a DVD player coming as one of the top performers. Echo.
I'm glad they're waking up from the slumber for the sort of DBD. I just hope their momentum right now here will be dragged into the next week or even the entire week of week number 2, because if they keep this going, DBD can be more than happy to know that they will not be relegated, because last week was a disaster. Back for our map here, we do heading towards the last Marama map of the day, so it's going to be a wrap around for the team. So far, we do have a lot of ties coming up on the top 3, even on the chicken dinner and a FaZe and Bacon Time have been popping off the map the entire day of day 2, week 2.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Even like the RQ chicken dinner round, PB chicken dinner round, you still see a Thai team at the top 3 or top 2 even. You gotta think about it. Number 2 when the RQ round was FaZe Clan, and number 2 during the PBE round was Bacon Time. So they're still like top. It's crazy how consistent they can be as a region. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's all about like if we can see other teams step up to the challenge. I'm liking the fact that P gets a chicken dinner. It's great. That means my prediction today, I got one right. PBE. Clap, 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 clap.
Congratulations, finally hit your spot there, Cloud. But back to our last Marama of the day. So far, surprisingly, no chickens coming up from the side of Thai still, but they got themselves second and third spot. So keep your eye out for these guys, because they're aiming for the kills. They're aiming for those numbers of eliminations. You don't care that if you got yourself a chicken, it's going to be a bonus. But we're talking about the teams that have been quiet last week, including PBE. I'm waiting the rise of the other teams, including Box here. They do have what it takes to get themselves a chicken, but it's just so hard for them to survive till the end.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If we just look at that previous round, it was more of like they were caught on with a couple of teams. They were gate capped as well. They choose to come in a little bit later, so it was in a tough position for them. But you're right though. A team like Box Gaming, we do like they have a level of consistency last week. Not to say that this bad for them. They can be better because we've seen that before, and they have that potential. However, it's not like they were like above average consistency. Like average or slightly below average consistency. If they want to through to the next round, they still need to step it up, because looking at how some of the teams like PBE is doing, like how even let's see, Pasija is doing and all that. So the bottom 4 fight is going to be very interesting next week.
And also, speaking of PBE getting those chicken, it just portrays how much they get used to Mirama Southern Circle back then in the World Cup League. They definitely have more of a better grasp when it comes to working around the southern part of the valleys and the high grounds, even though they were in disadvantage due to the league having so much Southern Circle in Mirama. I have to give that also for PBE.
Yeah, it's the first time we saw this kind of circle, at least in MSL, right? The Chumasera-ish circle. PBE, great. And you gotta think about it, right? It's not like they drop into that area. It's like they came somewhere on the bottom right or somewhere like that. The last time we saw them, they like to drop on the southern side of Los Lunes, so they still had to travel a little bit. They still need to go through teams who already took those key high ground positions, and they're still able to make it. So it just shows that they are going up against the odds, and they're making it happen.
And before we're heading into the game here, definitely the players have a bit of a reset and discuss among themselves, among their coach, about what's happening. Well, I'm just going to drop a prediction here as well. We did mention about RRQ getting themselves okay today. Box, on the other hand, didn't work out. Our first prediction all working out quite right today, Cloud. We're waiting for Box to do something. You do Lions and Boom. Boom so far has been consistent, but you do Lions not so much. On the side of Sam 9, they're hitting a brick wall here. Look at how devastated the player is right now.
Yeah, it's not their top performance as of last week, right? Yeah, last week they were hot. It's just that they also fall into the fact of like they didn't play the last days, so a lot were out of their hand, so they kind of drop a little bit. But it's still an overall okay performance for Step 9. But this time around, it's fairly different for them, so they're looking for their footing here. But speaking of our team, who's looking for their performance, Outer Eagle, what are you doing down there with still a single digit?
There comes a hurdle. They need to push. They need the motivation to keep it going. Have a bit of a refreshed mind. Start off. Move on from the last loss. And get another go for the last map of the day. Back into Miramar. Yes, Box Gaming. Trying to chill themselves down. They have the composure. They are one of the most veterans players out there as well. But definitely having a bit of stamina running down for the players. Kick Slate is still in the top frag. Still in the top tier teams for now in week number 2. But Hill losing their group here.
It's very, very different hail that we can see here. It's as if they are going through a hailstorm now. We don't see... and they got eliminated fairly on a lot of times. So that's why we don't get to see much action for Hail. We saw them got eliminated. It's when they just lose fights. As simple as that. I mean, simple, but it's as straightforward as that. So it's maybe something that they need to think about, right? If they go into crashes, they need to win those fights. And how do they do it? Maybe just relook at their entry points. Who goes in first? What do they do first? Coordination and stuff like that. Because most of their fights that they lose is inside the compound. So it's something that they need to work on again.
If you compare right now the other teams that has not been performing and underperform when it comes to week 2, including Voin, it's so different if you compare with their last week. Where last week were credible for their start here. And the first week was way aggressive, way more outcome, way more results and numbers going up. But when it comes to week number 2, it feels like they're being tamed down a bit.
Yeah, I guess it's also a shift, right? But for entertainment purpose, that's great. Just like how DBD is doing the previous round, it's a big, significant improvement for them. So for entertainment purpose, it gets the race started. Like now we're still kind of like, okay, who might be in the bottom 4? There are some unexpected names and some unexpected performances as well. So that will make like week 3 like super duper interesting. And that's going to be the fun part. Week 3 is all about the bottom 4. Not so much on who's number 1. That's great. Yeah, we celebrate that. But the bottom 4 is going to be key on week 3. I'm still worried for teams like Team Secret though. It's still very little points today. Only like what, 5-6 points today?
Now RAQ definitely nearby, right on top of Team Secret when it comes to overall league standing. With Alter Ego closely behind at 17, Team Secret plays themselves at 16. They barely make it in. They're being pushed down by Box, RAQ and Alter Ego. That's it for Team Secret. This is going to be their season, will not be playing in the playoff, being relegated during the league stage. They have to work their way through. They want to come back in the final week. It's going to be a rough one because everybody will push when it comes to the final week.
Oh yeah, that's why we always talk about like some of the teams that maybe they think that, oh, we got nothing to lose anymore. We just play it as whatever they like playing, right? And that will be really dangerous to a lot of other teams. That if you can, teams will go amok and just crash in anywhere, challenge compounds, hard drop and all that. We can expect that to happen like in week 3. Week 1, towards the end, we can still see teams that are disciplined because they know that they have things to play with. They know that there's still opportunity like in week 2, week 3 to come back. And that's why we can see that they play fairly disciplined still in week at least. But for week 3, definitely. If they can throw thing onto the board, they can throw the kitchen sink, but they would do it.
But for the one that's really hungry enough, I'm quite concerned for TS, Alter Ego and RRQ. Are they hungry enough for those top 16? Because right now, PBE, they were in the 20th place last week. They barely scored that much if you compare with all the other teams up there. But they have the drive. They know exactly where they stand. They know for a fact week 2 is so important for them. And they take it very seriously. You saw how they portrayed for today's. They're forcing the fight CQC first few rounds. Didn't work out. You know what? They impromptu, on the fly, fixing their mistake. And it just being fruitful. It just shows a good result. And can they keep it going? Because they cannot afford to lose anymore for the teams down there. DBD and PBE, they are in the trench of... They are in the red zone of being eliminated before entering the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. The indicator is that if in week 1 you're like bottom 4, you're down there. In week 2, if you're still somewhere down there, bottom 4, ooh. Week 3, it needs to be like a superb performance, and also kind of that other teams don't catch up. And it's not as a straightforward calculation as, oh, you all the points and all that. You got to see the bonus points. So in theory, based on what we said previously, that used a similar format, is that the teams that are caught in that situation, they need to be like top 5 or something. It needs to go all the way up there. And that is the hardest part, considering looking at who has better potential getting top 5. Like the Thai teams, for example, even Vampire has the potential of being in top 5. You got Void, you got like Persija Evo, all these big names. So, and they would still want to play their best to be on top because they want as many starting bonus points in the grand final. So they won't let go.
For you guys who just joined us when it comes to week number 2, I'm just going to refresh your mind a bit when it comes to week 1. So far, all Thai teams getting themselves in the top 5. We're talking about top 5 out of 4 teams of Thai, all of them getting a top 5. Vampires were number 1 in week 1. FaZe was on 3rd. Void got himself 2nd. Hill on 4th. Bacon Time on 5th. Now, they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all. Came up from all the Thai teams. What makes them so different? They have those motivation. They have the discipline. They know how serious things can get, and they got their focus right at 100 and not lesser than that. Maybe even more, but never lesser than 100%.
Yeah, maybe 110% performance from all these teams that will be demanded by their coach as we head on to our final game today. Final game of day number 2. And get the teams that have a good performance. FaZe Clan, very, very happy. They'll be like, yeah, it's just another day. Yeah, we'll collect those elimination points. We'll collect those points, and they'll be ready for it. They'll be happy. So far, it was a good performance, even though it's an earlier exit for them in Miramar. But based on how they position themselves, how they take the prime positions, I'm really liking what I'm seeing still from FaZe Clan. It's hard for me to see them slowing down.
For the other teams, though, it's quite tough for them to start to break through. We're talking about the Thais taking the reign, but the others start to fight back. But will it be too late for them? On the side of SLD, they've always been in the middle bracket. It's so hard to see them down there, but it's such a rare sight to see SLD taking the reign as well. Hill slowing down for a bit, but they're still on the top performance of the team.
Yeah, the top 5 last week, this week, even though if you go down a little bit, you're kind of okay-ish to get into the grand finals. But we're still just day number 2. Tons of play. Let's head on to our final game for today. That's going to happen in Miramar.
We're back for our final map of Miramar of the day. We're ending with another tie, or will be another team triumph. So far, we've not seen any Malaysian flag waving for those chicken dinner, but Indonesian got their RRQ. Same goes for Vietnam, no waving of the flag yet for today, as PBE just closed off the first Miramar of the day. Now, who will get it when it comes to the last map of day 2, week 2?
Oh yeah, good point. So far, 2 regions had to get the chicken dinner today. Even the wildcard region, PBE got it today too. It's going to be to see if that changes in this round. But look at the current flag path, because it's a little bit down south as compared to earlier on. So we might see a clash of teams or players trying to get their own vehicles. DBD, as usual, they like to drop inside of Chumasera. They are going to drop straight up there. Team Secret, however, they'll be changing their spot. Some point was like Trailer Park. Some point was like around San Martin. But now they're going to drop around the areas of Chumasera. So they're just adapting to how the flight path is. And this is absolutely okay being a nomad team, as long as they know that they've done the holes on the clear. But the circle on the other side, water treatment is center.
Oh, the flight path make it so hard for the players to reach up there. They definitely are running amok for those vehicles. They are trying to snatch each other out from those vehicles due to how everybody have to move into one direction, which is going to be north. Now, some teams will take it very slow. There's going to be we're talking about team like DBD. Most Malaysian teams playing as slow as they can, while the Thais getting into the center as fast as they can. We do have Indonesia is the one that actually in the middle ground. They play in between. It's very different based on their regions here. For the World Cup, they are going well as always. They are unpredictable.
Hopefully we'll be able to see PB go wild today, this round too. If they can go wild, and assuming that the DBD Box Gaming, they don't, that's a possibility that they would jump above them. And DBD Box Gaming, they have yesterday to play PB, they're only playing today, and they can leapfrog over those teams. It's going to be big for them. But it's going to be out. Oh, Team Secret. Oh, man. Yummy. Going to get it over here. And even our boy is not safe.
That's the only thing that we can actually just give it. No words can portray at that point. But I do agree when it comes to PBE Philippines, well, I think the word call it balakbagan, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. But you guys know how to fight and you get in dirty, and it was really one of the best runs there is. But I want to see if they can secure another one this time. The circle is not on the southern part like how they used to love it. But for Alter Ego, they have a bit of a scouter skirmish or brawl. A boy with a pistol. I'm not sure if this can actually works well. We've seen this before. It definitely will not fare well and ending for side of our boy. Team Sick already lost one man early on. I think our boy is best to actually sit quietly right now, not even moving an inch of a muscle. He will give away his position. He got only one helmet, no vest, nothing else.
Oh yeah, it's tough. Okay, he tries to get the back exit. So far so good for him. Fanatics expecting him to come out, but our boy back it, and not sure if this building is looted. Okay, considering that there's a first aid there, so this building still not looted yet. He got himself micro Uzi, but going up against the entire Alter Ego squad, or at least two of them, one with an AK, one an M4, and now we have Potato coming too. Oh man, this is not looking good for our boy.
Such commitment shown by the side of Alter Ego. How much they want this 1 point, how much it will reflect on their overall rankings. Every point is a dime now. Now boy just stuck in the corner. Cat being finished off by Alter Ego, Rosemary as well. Losing men, losing one by one, picked off. Team Secret falling like flies here. Down to only two players, with Izane being hunted down by Rosemary with an AKM even. It's going to be Thompson versus AKM. But if he knows how to play the angles well for Izane, he can still do it. But for Rosemary, these guys is ruthless.
Oh, they're going in onto our boy. Our boy 10. Probably a micro Uzi. That's about it. Not his favorite weapon. Be an easy cleanup here for Alter Ego. Team Secret. Only one left. Rosemary. Okay, we can see Izane winning the fight. We saw him clutch before. Can he do it this time with an M16?
Izane. It's down to him now. At least secure 1 point. 1 point is more than enough. We're at that standard for Team Secret. They have so many zeros before. Brick by brick, they have to plan it out. But at least he can secure 1 more point before he goes down there. The rest of Alter Ego, they will not willing to contribute the point to the side of Team Secret. Rosemary will be alive. It's going to be no point again this time for Team Secret. Starting off the entire day with a 0, ending the day with a 0, secure the entire day, only 4 points in total.
You know what? Team Secret is at the point of I don't know how to describe it anymore. It's like at the point of heartbreaking. It's like what you say, right? If they were able to secure that elimination point over Rosemary, will at least be something. But even so, the moment he got knocked down, the Alter Ego comes and take him out, and he managed to reset. No job for Team Secret. I'm already lost for words and ideas of what Team Secret should do. If we get an interview with anyone from Secret after this, please, I want to hear from them themselves.
Alter Ego, that team cons was perfect timing. The perfect timing of not giving any point to a side Team Secret. You have to give credit to that. The team cons was solid. Compared with Team Secret, they were all over the place just now. Definitely punishing, devastated for the players. Waited the game for such a long time, the entire day, and just get to play a couple of moments in. But on the side of FaZe, cornered himself by the rest of Voin. Voin closing in. They are trying to flush down Mela. Got a couple of bandages to work around, but I'm not sure how much Voin want to commit to a side of FaZe for now. Because so far they're still trying to gather their loot. If they want to go in, they're quite separated for the side of FaZe. It's the perfect time here, but do they have enough?
Yeah, it's still okay because there's still a lot of place to play. Even like for those teams who drop like for the Alter Ego, there's still a lot of space to play. Then there's still good timing. I don't know, Choo Choo. I don't know if you can tell, but like I'm at the point like I don't know what to feel about Team Secret. I'm already like I'm just gone.
For Alter Ego, they still not having that much points as well. They were in a trench just like the other teams down there. They need to have a bit of a push. And so far their points is not portraying as they hope it would be. They secured 9 points across the board for today, but at least they're playing the first day here if you compare the other teams down there. But so far they got themselves 3 elimination points thanks to Team Secret, and on the other end, Gig and Boom taking very slow rotation. We hardly see any Thai teams playing in the blue zone.
Thai teams, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, okay. So then, like what you say, your theory is that they like to play the middle, and so far we can see all of them in the middle. And with that, they will get that circle. One is going to be the key point, and inside water treatment, Bacon. I would say Bacon time on the high ground on the treatment. That's great. They'll probably be challenged by Prestige Evo, something they need to be careful. If not, inside of the compound of St. Martin / water treatment, that will be the best one.
This is going to be the place and the compound where a lot of players know this like the back of their hand. I'm talking about the center of a map here. Water treatment used to be the best, one of the most crowded teams, dropping themselves an initial drop spot. But for RRQ, definitely saw how the transition happening on the side of Prestige Evos. But they're not willing to open fire yet, not willing to give away the position. They want to have the risk to be exposed there. They got the high ground, yes, but do they have enough when it comes to if things needed to exit out? I don't see too much of a smoke on the side of RRQ just now. PBE, they're playing alongside with the blue zone. They take it as long as they need. They're not playing too much into the blue zone, but at least enough for them to survive.
Yeah, I think they're a fan by the side as well. Even like we saw during the time where they got the chicken dinner, they came in a little bit later and they played by the sides. But yeah, previous song, I understand because they don't want to deal with the hounds. So that's why they came in a little bit later. That's okay. But they kind of stick to what they're confident. That's fine. And PBE, we know that they are able to show good potential if they stick to something that are comfortable. Something like, okay, you got yourself stocked up, you don't take those early fights, get in position, they have potential to win fights. That is
snipes.
how I would summarize PBE's
They just passed
gameplay.
by. Prestige Evos links knocked down. There's definitely open fires on the other end, but Gig Snipes being left behind by the rest of Gig Slate. Lucky enough, we're not being discovered by the side of Boom just now. That's so close of being discovered there. Only a small shack to take covers, but Lynx, I'm not sure what happened. Maybe a couple of tap from afar. You do Lions definitely saw a cast going through, but they're not gonna giving any sort of greeting just yet. You do Lions around 300 to 400 meters apart from Voin. Sam 9 still taking a go, but even got himself an upgrade of loot. Now there's no way you cannot get yourself a good number of elimination with this airdrop, right?
Yeah, it's already given to the level 3 helmet for sure. AUG A3 with low U, that's a good weapon there. And speaking of PBE, wow, okay. Got knocked down to Yen. I'm curious to see what's happening between them and DBD. That'll be an interesting fight.
A lot of Malaysian teams being finished off by the teams actually securing and gatekeeping the blue zone here. DBD just came out from those blue zone. Boom actually stay in the blue zone for a bit longer. They might going in very late, but PBE scouted out those coming into the circle. They start to gatekeep bit by bit. They got one of the plays from afar. It's going to DBD before, but thing is, it's going to be like 400 meters apart from them. It's so hard for them to close up the combat. But they are walking straight into Void or even SLD. They might crash halfway through. SLD on there, then get into the middle fray as well. We're talking about Hill getting the low ground, Void taking the highs, and Udo Lions taking the middle ground. Alter Ego just came in from the southern part. Boom coming out from northeast.
Our positions. My favorite position is Geek Slate at this kind of circle. I'll talk about that later on as the Udo Alliance might lose how they look. Oh, okay. So it's a long range shot, so that's going to be surely can be picked up and reset himself. But speaking about Geek, one thing that I like about their position is that they have elevation to play with, not too far from the circle. They might get the next stitch of the circle, and they also manage themselves close enough with the junction of the road. So because they're still stage 3 and still enough space, and if they need to move to another side of the road, they can quickly do that position.
I have to spot out on Alva for Udo Lions. They got knocked down early on. I did look nowhere near. They're trying to revive him. Took them quite a bit long time there. Boom on the other hand. Mika trying to fish out any sort of spray, but that's not the line of sight you want to be in because Yami can actually bring him down. But they made a bit of a U-turn. Exposed too much. Boom reposition. Yami and the rest of Boom know for a fact there's going to be an entire team right across them. If they want to go across, they have to be sure they have full HP to charge in. But or not, they can actually go the other way round. Just go around them instead.
Oh, but Haley's wish they went around instead. And one of them got knocked down. But it was by a mini 14. So I think normally it's like long range. Yeah, so it's going to be launched there. So that's okay, that's okay. And let's see, this is the area of water treatment. Yeah, so they're still within the circle, somewhere in the middle. So both teams are kind of okay. It's just they're trading warning shots.
I'm loving the Mini 14, the best DMRs to actually work around their armor right now. Can tap, it can spray mid-range, long distance. It's the best weapon to equip with for these guys. But when it comes to box gaming, they're kind of stuck in this patrol station. They know for a fact they have to move later or not. But they don't want to be too late now because there's so many teams hovering around the crosshair on top of them. DBD, one of them taking the edge of the circle. It's always the debate about inner or outer circle every single season. But it's down to the players and teams which one they're most comfortable with, how they can actually keep their strengths on their side to play at their best. And DBD know for their best, it's not in the center, it's going to be guarding and gatekeeping. But there's nobody there except for SLD. But the circle shrinks more and do have Boom lost one of the members. They're scouted in the front. Finished off by Gig if I'm not mistaken. Even FaZe and Sam9 is there on the northern side.
So in Geek in one of my favorite positions in this kind of circle, and they still got the circle. So very well met by Geek Slate. And yeah, I do agree. There's always this debate about like, oh, you want to play from the outside, you want to play from the inside. But today we see two variants. They got the chicken dinner. PvE likes the outer side or the rim by of the circle, yet they still get a chicken dinner. FaZe Clan like straight in the middle, but still get a chicken dinner. So I totally agree. It really depends on what team is comfortable with playing. I think if PvE plays like how FaZe Clan play, as in position wise, they might struggle. So if it works out for them, they like to play by the rim, play a little bit slower, that's okay.
DBD, well, definitely they are playing the outer circle, spreading quite thin with 2-2 formation right now. Procedure Evos scouted out RRQ. But the moment they know for a fact they've been found out by Procedure Evos, they just leave. RRQ don't want to be any part of it. It's just too early. Still so many teams, 15 teams intact. They don't want to be jeopardizing the entirety, but the problem is the moment they move away from the pan, it's into the fire because it's going to be Boom on the it's going to be another team on the end. Procedure Evo's taking an exchange fight with RRQ. As always, it's going to be the same region, having sort of same rotation here. Void against SLD. This is going to be a bit different when it comes to regions. This time, SLD got himself in an open field, barely make it in.
Ooh, I managed to finish my Alpha, so Void now need to defend the ground. Well, we have seen Keenan how he supported last week, so we'll probably do it again. Strong's in, long range of the DBD that into the circle, but Jimmy OP, a player that they cannot lose. Unfortunately, knocked down on the outside, so Echo, too much of a distance between him and Jimmy OP. Jimmy OP come to the zone.
Blues are shrinking, no time to waste for this, guys. And RRQ being gatekept by Procedure Evil. They're denying the entrance into the circle. Both teams are actually at the same rim, but Boom just walks in from the back line. They charge in the center. Oh, Boom happy to be in the middle of crossfire. Procedure Evo spotted out. Yummy straight away, make a big hit into the back line. RRQ a bit paranoid from that. Gig Slate is there as well. Mika and Yummy will be the game changer for RRQ. Will this save them, or will they actually hurt them from the back?
Ooh, yeah, it's gonna be tough. Well, okay, but Mika chooses to lead this, so looks like it's gonna be okay for them. But it's okay for DVD as Hale Esports is in the house as Echo counterfires the ball, but Echo traded back. Echo goes down to Yen. Yen super duper low, and Hale Esports. But hey, where did that come from? It's gonna be. Where did that come from? Waiting for the elimination feed. They were shot from afar.
And Box coming up from behind as well. Hill. It's going to be Box closing in, not that too far off. We're talking about less than 100 meters apart. Box already in the compound, the bridge in. They're primed for more kills. Persian, open up the smoke. SLD needs to go for the rush. They need to take out both teams at the same time. A Box not making it easy. The compound they have, only warehouse taken by SLD. They have the high walls, yes. The moment they pick out, it's going to be an open field. A bit of exchange of nades between Hill, Box, as well as SLD. And Voins want to join in too. Why not? They happen to be passing by there, but you the Alliance giving the attention to the side of Voin. Voin have to be a bit busy. They will try to get into the center as much as they can. Not many teams inside of Circle right now. The Circle shifted. CJ Evo's taking on RRQ, and next is going to be RRQ eliminated from the highs to the lows.
Oh man, 3 teams in the same compound. The Circle. This is going to be tough. It's going to be super interesting. Now with the name from Zunos, he'll talk to the other side where SLD is at. But will it connect onto anyone? Looks like the answer is not. Paradigm up. Capone waiting for the right moment, but because of no knock, that's going to be hard for him to go in. They know don't have the numbers. It's not easy for them to. It's easy for them to counter upon, but then nade on the Capone. Wow, nicely done.
And Shunos out with all the team of SLD players here. All about the numbers, yes, but if you can outwit them, it's going to be a different story. SLD pushing in, Shunos both and being compressed. Hill shooting from the back, SLD from the front, being cornered. That's going to be side of SLD, still pushing on the stairs. Couldn't see through the smoke, but the flare giving it away. Still not clipping. Shunos, why as long as time as he needs to, but Box finally have to settle down. They're placing themselves at 30, not going empty-handed for sure, but at least got their one elimination secured.
They didn't have the numbers anyway, so it would have caught them. But Hill on the other building, looks like SLD is not going to spend any more here, and rightfully enough, because the zone will arrive. So they'll start to move in. They send a scouter, but the scouter is going to be caught out in between a couple of teams. He will overextend it, but with the Gig Slave versus Bacon Time.
Mika will be the victim in this case right now with Bacon Time. Split again into 2-2. Omsar on the ground. Shetty cannot revive him. As the nade's been dropped by Snipes, it's going to be a perfect 1-2 in a discount of 1. Snipes got secured 1, then Shetty down on the ground bleeding out. Now touch 1-2, return fire, return the nade, return the favor. But can they do it? Stuxnet slid off valve, remains Snipes to play around the elevations here. But Procedure was the ones dominating for now. But on the side of Bacon Time, they're losing man here. 2 traded with 1 on the ground for Mika. Is it worth it for Bacon to extend this fight?
Okay. Is it worth it? It's probably not going to be worth it because Sam 9 is coming in from behind. Oh man, Bacon Time, and plus they are not in a good position. They are in the trench. But Gig, they cannot overly focus on the Bacon Time. They need to be careful of Sam 9 as well. Sam 9 is going to come in front onto Gig Slate first before onto Bacon Time, and they are moving in now.
Honestly, the trench is perfect for them right now. Bacon Time got the valleys covered. There's no way for anybody to pick them out for now. They have the smoke. It's going to be surviving for a bit longer. Thanks to Sam 9, they have a breather right now because Gig, big stab from behind. Snipes got himself a bit of a reset, but damn good will be the Bane. And that's it. Bacon and Boom, both back to back down. We remain with 8 teams there. Gig have to deal with Sam 9. Not even a breather, not even a reset given to them.
Oh, but now Gig, they managed to secure those eliminations onto time. They need to focus on the Sam 9. And the best part is that They have the circle advantage. It's going to be onto Sem9, but Sem9 has a man advantage instead. They fires onto Stuxnet. Stuxnet managed to return to his teammates, and now they will play within the circle.
FaZe having the attention on the side of Sem9 here. They're just giving too much attention with those shots fired before. Too loud. And all the unwanted attention attracted to them. Hill, on the other hand, having this very small shack. They're eyeing out to the side of Voin, having a bit of a tense between them. And U2 Alliance spotted out Hill as well. There's no way out for them. Then got one down for Sky. Olio, what a crispy spray. Not even whiffed at that one out. Still needs to secure on one more. Captain, the moment he picks out, it's going to be the end of Hill. You have to buy time here. I'm not sure you've got any more smokes left on the side of Hill, but the blue zone is definitely ticking down their brains. We're talking about it's going to be burning them off alive. They don't have much time.
Hill's position is the toughest to play. Right in front of them is such an open position. And they just walk out, that's it. They'll definitely be down. Speaking about shooting down, Alter Ego, they seem to be winning against Precision Evo. Else Alter Ego got 7 elimination points right now. Make it 8 by eliminating Precision Evos.
5 out of 8 by Rosemary again. Rosemary, oh my god. Back to the side of U2 Alliance. Looks still bleeding out. The last time we saw him, he'd been knocked down. Again, we saw him knocked down for now. But Rosemary! Rosemary!
Wow. This shows that you gotta keep this guy alive and how important it is. Alter Ego now on the roll. They managed to take down a number of players from Geek Slate. And Geek Slate is eliminated. We're now having the top 5 teams in this round. U2 Alliance, Sem9, FaZe Clan, Voin, as well as Alter Ego. Most of them still with a full squad. Alter Ego coming in where Sem9 is just next to them.
FaZe and Bacon has been alternating getting those top 5 every single map. Such consistency coming up from both teams here. Sem9 having a 4. U2 Alliance as well. Voin and Alter Ego. Voin losing man. Lot of eyes onto them. Ventura is tapping out at it like from afar with a mini 14. Fnatic pushing to his side of Sem9. He's been long, but Fnatic couldn't even pick out. Dips and Loyu giving support from the back line. Dep wants to save long. But at the same time, Fnatic from Alter Ego making it so difficult to close in. Here comes a shot. Picks a shot. Remarkable spray and just finish off with one more elimination point.
Well, get a total of 11 for Alter Ego now. The best performance today so far. Let's see how eliminations they can get, or maybe even a chicken dinner. As for Voin, it's going to be need to manage the road. Got to get across. And we only have 3 players, and they seem to be pretty low on utilities because they're not healing up now. No vehicle as well for Voin. The toughest position to be in as Keenan goes down as well, and now the blue will arrive.
No time to revive here. Not both of them going down for Voin. Dap just making it harder for them, even though the Blues are shrinking on that side first, but Dap want to take any point possible. Sem9 starting at the trio right now. Loyu getting on La Part again on the ground. Vince barely make it out alive. Less than 30 seconds, the Blues will close in from their side first. They need to make a move. They have to play for the positions now. There's no time to revive. In an open field, the moment is they're out from those trees. Sem9 not going to give away this positions easily. They're just going to keep on tapping. They don't even have vehicle for Voin. There's no way out.
Yeah, it's the toughest position right now. That is Voin. Going to be number 5 for them in this round. Sem9 still have the terrain to play. They can just slide into the circle. It's just that they need to be prepared with Alter Ego, the top performing team as of now. Nate will be tossed up by Dep, but it will not land. It's going to be hard. So right now, Alter Ego, look at their position. They have the high ground.
Taylor spring over U2 Alliance. Rosemary follow up. Fnatic pretty low right now. Octa keep the pressure on U2 Alliance. FaZe on the other end, taking advantage about what's happening on the other end here. Rosemary got returned by Web Flags. On the ground, kneeling. Mela joining in the fray with Voin knocked down. And Voin kind of stuck Laporte. Just pruning down. There's no way. The Blues is faster than you. You need to stand up. You need to survive, but how? Fnatic and Sem9 just closing the distance between each other. U2 Alliance taking down Potato. Potato keep the pressure on U2 Alliance, but have to have 2 ways here. Sem9 and U2 Alliance, which will they pick? But Lopov managed to cross by. Never mind. Rosemary.
Smoke Doom there. Point number 5, 2 elimination points now. 7-9 fighting up against Alter Ego. That cannot be evaded at this point. Alter Ego on the other side. 7-9 on the other side. It's going to be a 50-50 for them. As Ade tosses out a nade, will not connect on anyone from Alter Ego. Ego still trying to find a good angle. As 7-9, they need to deal with the other side as well.
Okta playing the ledges now, pushing forward to the side of Dab. Dab having full HP, cannot even help
Here
at
you go.
him. But slow slither of health. And he tried to reset, he got himself full. But the moment he got full, he being charged down. Then 7-9 down. It's Alter Ego with Rosemary again. Finish off. Rosemary secure 10 out of 17. This is the highest elimination by a player and by a team at the same time.
Yeah, they're already breaking records here. They can secure this chicken dinner. It's going to be a perfect round for them. And they're looking good so far because it's 4v2v2. Next is going to be Alliance. Base stands on the other side. And with this kind of terrain, look at this outdoor high ground. They're overlooking Yudo Alliance as well as Faceland.
Oh, Rosemary. What a guy. What a player. His game sense in critical moments just so on point. He didn't waver. He's not even shaken by these guys. Okta trying to give information towards the rest of Alter Ego. Their team play was remarkable and still is remarkable. Potato come up from different angle. Look at how they cross fire to the side of face. They cannot even pick out. Same goes for Yudo Alliance. Dominating and have total circle control on Alter Ego. There's no way they're losing this. Just hope those mistakes don't happen right here, right now.
And also, if they got all 4 eliminations, they couldn't get 20 eliminations in total. Earlier today, you were wondering when we're going to see the 20 and above. The opportunity for Alter Ego to make that happen. And if they do, they get the 21. It's going to set the benchmark. It's not going to be an easy benchmark to break. As they start to look, there's going to be one knockdown. Next phase will not have any circle. So they need them all out. But Mela, to come to the zone, will deny himself.
The opening coming up from the side of Volta, it was incredible. Now Yudo Alliance in the same boat as FaZe. There's no way out. The pixel shot will hit them by the end of the day. All they need is just finish things off. One knockdown, leaving only Faction OP behind the haystacks. And Yudo, look! Trying to pick out Okta, got it going. They're going to go for the rush. Potato taking in front now with the micro Uzi. Going wrap around the corner, and that's it. They want to secure the point. Did they secure 20 points? I feel like they just hit the 20 points just now. And Rosemary, what was that? That was a beast.
Oh, absolutely 10. No doubt he's going to get MVP for now. Alter Ego coming from the depth. I believe the maximum they could get is 17 because 2 players from FaZe Clan, they denied themselves to the zone, so maximum would have been 9. I just want to see that whether the zone denied Yudo Alliance's point to Alter. We got a confirmation later on, but Rosemary, man, you keep out to the end. This is what he can do.
What a good play. Giving himself a bit of a selfie there is where I win this game. And this is going to be it. This is going to be our MVP here for Alter Ego. What a player from Rosemary. The moment he put his glasses on, that's it, you're dead. If you take his glasses off, you might actually have a shot at living. But the moment you put it on, that's it, guys. 10 by one guy. 10! We're talking about 10, the normal elimination by a team.
Yeah, got it all on his own. Right? Well, I like to think that that's a... Oh, okay, yeah, so that's what? 18, 19. So it's 19, so no denial there. Well, I like to think that that's a selfie taken by themselves, but actually that's their GAC, that they need to take a selfie for purposes, not for fun purposes. But anyway, if they took one while they do it, that's great. Wow, okay, I am amazed because they only used this amount, they added 19 eliminations. This amount of utilities.
They were rushing in instead of clouding those smoke to make covers. They are going in for the rush instead. That's just how scary Alter Ego is right now. For Sam 9, the smoke's mostly being used due to so many teams around them. FaZe got caught themselves in a corner again. It's down to the circle. They know exactly where, and they were stuck in the shack. Yudo Alliance and FaZe both played valiantly, but at the same time, the compound was not in favor. It's just a small shack, no covers, only haystacks in between, that's it.
Yeah, a lot of people are not really a fan of that, but sometimes because of the rotation, because of the hard circle shift, you have choice, and that would be the best place to be at. So can't really say that, oh no, they shouldn't be there in the first. It's just down to circumstances sometimes, and they did the best good. But irregardless, right? If you can't think about it, the entire day, top three, you will have a Thai region team inside of it.
Same goes for Indonesian team, they're always in the top 3 as well. So today has been a lot of ties in Indonesian, but PBE squeezing in as a wildcard. I'm loving that already. When it comes to day 2, week 2, this has been, you know what, it's a good day because the teams have been leveling up as we speak. If you compare with last week, it's so different. And shutting down a lot of teams down there. You realize getting quite a number of eliminations too, but at the same time, they have a way more knockdown than those eliminations.
I suddenly have a thought, right? Like, remember, like, during the start where Altigo versus Team Secret, they almost lost Rosemary. Didn't come fast enough to come and save it. If they lost Rosemary, we will be in a different universe that Rosemary wouldn't be the MVP, and it could be a way different result for Alter Ego. Maybe not even the chicken dinner. So, keeping Rosemary to save in that time, perfect. That was French kiss decision making, right?
Like meant to be for them to get this chicken, and now they got the most number of elimination. 10 out of 19 is by Rosemary, but you have to give credit for the entire team. October being, he's just outplayed a lot of players down there. He's going in for the rush. Same goes for Potato and Fnatic. So much intel to finish off by Rosemary, but Unit Alliance secures a 6. The rest of across the board, nobody else getting those double digit because they eliminated 1/3 of the population of PUBG Miramar by Alter Ego.
Yeah, and there were a couple of them being taken out by the zone now because the circle was way up north. But when you mentioned about down there, looking literally down there, so Team Secret 0 points. This is probably the worst haul of points in a single day for Team Secret. Only 16 points in total. Everyone else overtook Team Secret. Right now, they are the only team with less than 20 points at number 20.
But for Alter Ego, even though they won themselves a huge round just now, but they need to keep it consistent. Right now, they're still in the second page with a lot of matches being played. But today is their first day, so cut them some slack. Those teams that actually played 6 matches by now already outplayed Team Secret, who finished off 12 rounds, 12 maps. Box and DBD will be next to push down. And the only team got 6 matches played on the first page is going to be RRQ. Now, that's a number by RRQ only. But today we have Thai teams taking all the banners out when it comes to our players to focus.
Oh yeah, it's the same faces as yesterday. Yesterday as well, it was Mela, Nikkei. Today's going to be the same formula. So that means these players, they exit but Tony K didn't play. But for Mela, he ended his lead in terms of the stats. But the fact that Tony K didn't play, he's there. So think about it. It's like, can you imagine like how much gap between the others by the end of yesterday? It must be quite significant for him to be on there despite not playing.
Yeah, I mean, like, today has been an amazing day. I'm talking about the teams taking over the reign. Back-to-back chicken dinner by these guys. Bacon and Face have been so consistent today. Can Vampire, even though Tony K is up there, I mean, like, Vampire is not playing, right, for the day. So we're going to have to wait and see, can they overtake the other Thai teams? Can they try to take down on the momentum of the Indonesian team? They have been really going hectic today for the kills. We're talking about those elimination numbers. Are the only thing that they have a care about in the world for the Indonesians. They don't care about those chicken dinners anymore because they do know for a fact this season, the format definitely just heavily towards the side of eliminations.
Yeah, it's very, very clear now. Vasija EVOS is playing by that rule, and it did work out really, really well for them. I forgot to look at that stat, but I think that they are the team with most eliminations. If only the most, if only eliminations. If the most, it should be behind. It should be behind the Base Clan. They should be somewhere up there.
We're gonna have to wait and see when it comes to the end of second week to conclude, because right now every single team have their star players shining through and it's shining bright. The only team that I'm looking at working as a whole is gonna be RRQ, and also as possibly so far it's gonna be RRQ and Bacon time. But we do have an interview coming up, so are you guys ready? Because right now we're gonna have the unusual interviews coming up from Karo. Take it away.
Interview session of the day, and here with me is one of the long-awaited team from Philippines, Playbook Esports, Monboy. Hi, Monboy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
All right, so let's start off with the interview, shall we?
Yes.
All right, so congratulations on your first winner chicken dinner for week 2. We expect more from you guys from Team Philippines Playbook Esports for sure. So could you tell us how do you feel right now as a team?
Very happy and to call this very scared because this is our first time.
Mhm.
And I don't know, like excitement, exciting, something like that.
It's okay, it's okay. It's a roller coaster of emotions, of course, for you guys. And then until now, Team Secret haven't got a winner chicken dinner for this week. So do you have anything to say maybe to Team Secret?
Better next time.
Oh, better next time.
Yeah.
That's a safe answer. Looks like Monboy is very humble. Okay, so which team do you feel like is the biggest threat to you? Is your rival in the game?
Maybe Thailand.
Thailand, who?
Indonesia.
Thailand and Indonesia, okay.
Face or Voin.
Oh, why Face?
Face is very strong.
Mm-hmm. And then Voin?
Same them.
Oh, looks like Face and Voin is your biggest rival in the game. So, last but not least, for you, Monboy, what would you want to say to your fans out there and for Playbook Esports fans?
Can I Tagalog?
Yeah, sure.
Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa Playbook Esport at sa iba ko pang team. Sa isa kong team pala. Maraming salamat po sa pagsupport. Itatry namin nung kung ang aming best. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Oh, you sound so soft. Looks like you very love your fans lah. So maybe you can translate in English for
Okay.
us.
Thank you everybody to supporting for PBE. And forgot lah. I forgot Tagalog.
It's okay. But I know you must be feeling very excited for your first winner chicken dinner. But then I think that's all for this time for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
you
you.
so much for you guys that are watching from home. That sums up our second day of week 2. There's more action to come tomorrow and the next day. So stay tuned. And that's all from us. Thank you. See you again. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Salamat po. So cute. Maganda po. He's so adorable. Monboy is just a gentle guy. If you compare with Damigod, you should put in Damigod, rank it up there.
Yeah, very, very different. I'm curious to know like what's the jacket. Like he kept putting his hand like that the entire time. It's like I thought he wanted to pull off a gimmick. Like, oh, I want to show you like.
Just
That would be
showing that
cute.
he's speaking out of
I was
his
expecting
heart.
that.
He's such a nice guy. But PBE well played today. But when it comes to the other teams, though, this is going to be the rise of Indonesian team when it comes to day number 2.
Yes, it's nice to see that. So hopefully we will see more of that later on, or tomorrow even, because today is going to be the end of the show. But PBE, nice to see a wildcard team play up there. Very happy. Of course, we are part of the wildcard cast as well, so it's great to do it. So GE, next looking at you guys.
Yep, and that's it. It's going to be a wrap for us. Thank you so much for sticking with us. For you guys who are watching, we apologize for any shortcomings. But we have more action to go tomorrow. So be sure to stay safe and stay hydrated because it has been a sunny day outside. And see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Watch out!